A pleasant good morning to the Honorable John Briceño, Prime Minister of Belize, his ministers, Minister of State, and members, to the leader of the opposition party, her members, and Madam Speaker. Let's pray. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ reveal your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit, counsel, and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objective. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and the sanctified in your observance of your most holy law, that we may preserve in this union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying this life, thank you, Lord, and after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to your eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen and amen.
Oath of allegiance of a new member.
Madam Clerk, can you kindly administer the oath of allegiance to the new members?
I, Abner Perez, do swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Belize, and will uphold the Constitution and the law, and that I will conscientiously, impartially, and to the best of my ability discharge my duties as a member of the House of Representatives and do right to all manner of people without fear or favor, affection, or ill will. So help me God. Thank you.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, the only announcement we have to commence this House meeting is just a reminder of the post-election seminar occurring June 4th to the 6th. The Office of the Clerk should have communicated with all members about the details of the program over the 3 days. There are some invited delegates, speakers, and other parliamentarians, courtesy of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association and Parlaméricas, who will be in country to facilitate the sessions, which cover a wide range of topics regarding parliamentary procedures, the legislative process, the committee system, and several others. We encourage the attendance of all members to as many of the sessions as possible over the 3 days. Thank you.
Presentation of reports from select committees.
I recognize the Honorable Chair of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, and everyone else. Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers number HR 4/1/14, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Customs and Excise Duties Amendment Bill 2025, number HR 5/1/14, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Bill, number HR 6/1/14, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Inter-American Development Bank third general capital increase in authorized capital stock of the Inter-American Investment Corporation, IDB Invest Subscription Motion 2025, number HR 7/1/14, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the subscription to Multilateral Investment Fund 4, Inter-American Development Bank Subscription Motion 2025. Thank you.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chair of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers number HR 8/1/14, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Magistrates Court Bill 2025. Also, Madam Speaker, number HR 9/1/14, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the People's Constitution Commission Amendment Bill 2025. And lastly, Madam Speaker, number HR 10/1/14, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the establishment of the National Assembly Staff Committee, Motion 2025. Thank you.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chair of the Works Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper number HR 11/1/14, report from the Works Committee on the Belize Building Amendment Bill 2025. Thanks.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Introduction of bills.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Investment, Economic Transformation, Civil Aviation, and E-Governance.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning to everyone. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Belize Constitution, Chapter 4 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for declarations of special areas for public safety and public order for the purpose of preventing, detecting, or controlling crime, and the limiting of rights herein for a period of time, to provide for the establishment of a gun and gang court, to validate certain proclamations of state of emergencies and regulations, and all acts and things done by the state thereunder, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, if you allow me to give an explanation, I think it's important for us to be able to give a fairly comprehensive explanation, and I ask for your indulgence for me to refer to my notes. Crime evokes strong emotions from the citizens of a country, the families and friends of murdered victims, victims of rape and robbery, all citizens who cannot live in peace because of the lawlessness among them. They all demand strong action, decisive action from their government. A judge in a recent decision from the High Court of Belize pointed out that people should not, and I quote, fail to be sensitive to the fact that human life is valuable and that the state is responsible for creating an environment in which people can live in safety from violence and in circumstances where law and order prevails. To do otherwise is to surrender to the law of the jungle. End of quote. Madam Speaker, It is no secret that successive governments have used the public emergency powers provided to the state by the Constitution of Belize in the interest of public safety or public order, or for the purpose of preventing, detecting, or controlling crime in the country. As such, there have been proclamations declaring a state of public emergency in the south side of Belize City in 2018, 2 in 2020, 1 in 2021, 22, and 2023. There were additionally 2 proclamations in 2024 and one just recently in May of this year. The data shows when an SOE is declared, crime goes down dramatically, especially murder. But, Madam Speaker, 2 recent decisions of the High Court of Belize have left a state of uncertainty about the use by the state of this measure as of the public emergency powers to prevent, detect, or control crime in the country. Claim number 818 of 2023, the judge determined that before the current SOE was declared, the judge dismissed the claim brought, which alleged that the prevailing circumstances at the time did not justify the declaration of SOEs. The judge explained the rationale for SOEs as follows, and I quote, "The rationale of these powers can be traced to the history of Roman times, to the time of the Roman Republic, when during an emergency, the powers of government were given over to a dictator. The word dictator comes from such historical context where the people were required to obey the words dictum of the person who gave it, the dictator, in order to deal with the emergency that was at hand, be it of war or rebellion or epidemic or natural catastrophe," end of quote. The judge, however, went on to point out that given the wide powers allotted to the state during a state of emergency, and I quote, "The framers of the Constitution, in their wisdom, ensured that an emergency declared by the Governor General lapses after 1 month unless it is extended for a further period not exceeding 12 months at a time by resolution of 2/3 of the members of the House of Representatives," end of quote. But, Madam Speaker, the judge was equally clear as to the use of SOEs by the state to address crime. He emphasized that, and I quote again, as stated in the Siracusa Principles, quote, "A threat to the life of the nation is one that affects the whole population and either the whole or part of the territory of the state. When 7 murders take place in one day in a particular locality, south side of Belize City, it affects the entire population in that area. Fear grips the people in that area who would ask themselves, can this happen to me? Will I be able to sleep safe in my house? Is it safe to go out? Can I send my child to school? Can my children go out to play? Can I go out to get my groceries and medicines? Will my spouse come back from work alive? And other such questions of concerns." End of quote. Thus, Madam Speaker, the judge concluded that, and I quote, "The underlying facts of gang violence and a spate of murders in the south side of Belize City as existed would justify such a state of emergency declaration." On the strength of this decision, Madam Speaker, the government would have been confident that the use of the SOE as a crime-fighting measure was appropriate, lawful, and constitutional. In contrast, Madam Speaker, another judge, in examining and considering the SOE declared in the same July 2020, and all acts of the state following that SOE, ruled that the prevailing circumstances at the time did not justify the declaration of the SOE. The judge thus went on to hold that all acts done under the SOE therefore were unlawful. Madam Speaker, the pronouncements of the respective judges are conflicting. This creates difficulties for the government, for any government. Firstly, the state has a responsibility to uphold the rule of law, which includes the state abiding by the court orders or pronouncement. The state clearly cannot abide by both decisions. The purpose of the law is to create certainty. Uncertainty in the law is an anathema to law and order. The uncertainty in the law, therefore, cannot persist uncorrected and therefore must be addressed. I have publicly stated that the government will appeal the recent decision handed down by Judge Nabi. It's Nabi, right? Such an appeal, however, could not come from hearing for at least 9 months from now, in March of 2026, in the March 2026 Court of Appeal session. The state of uncertainty in the law cannot persist uncorrected for such a long period. And so, Madam Speaker, this is why I'm here this morning introducing this bill, this Belize Constitution, the 13th Amendment Bill 2025, because legislative intervention is necessary. This bill has 7 clauses. An amendment of Section 18 of the Belize Constitution, insertion of new sections 18A and 18B, insertion of a new section 19A, insertion of a new section 94A, amendment of Section 131, amendment of Section 131, insertion of a new Schedule 5, and consequential amendments to the Crime and Control Justice Act. These proposed amendments to the Belize Constitution to make new provisions include: 1, a new Section 18A empowering the Governor General on the advice of the National Security Council to make an order on reasonable grounds and in the interest of public safety, public order, and for the purpose of preventing, detecting, and controlling crime, that a designated area is a special area and limit the rights of citizens within this area for a specific period. So now, there will be a constitutional requirement that before the Governor General acts, this is done on the advice of the multi-sectoral body, which includes the heads of our law enforcement apparatus personnel, the Commissioner of Police, the General from the BDF, and also the Commandant from the BDF, and also the Coast Guard. Members of Cabinet, myself as the included as Prime Minister, the Minister of Defense, Home Affairs, Foreign Affairs, and the Attorney General. And the advice must be based on reasonable grounds. This is the same threshold that courts look to in order to be satisfied that an SOE was justified. This new section is separate from the current SOE provision in the Constitution. Such measures can be found in Part 3 of the Crime Control and Criminal Justice Act, Chapter 102, and these provisions have been enforced since the 1990s and will now be enshrined in the Constitution. If we could remember back between 1993 and 1998, the then Sir Manuel Esquivel's government made these introductions in trying to see how we can be able to control crime when it's acting up in a specific area in the country. And unfortunately, most of the time it has been centered around the south side of Belize City. 2, a new section 94A, establishment of a gun and gang court. As a feature of the separation of powers principles enshrined in a constitution of a democratic state like Belize, the judiciary is to be independent of the other branches of government. The power to create a new court should find its sources within the Constitution. Currently, there is no power for the creation and establishment of a specialized court to hear and determine only gang and gun matters, and with the court having special hybrid powers of a magistrate and a high court judge. The Constitution must set out the power to do this. This is what Section 94A does, which follows Section 94 of the Constitution dealing with the power to establish the senior courts. You may recall, Madam Speaker, that I mentioned this in my statement at the opening of the new session of the National Assembly. 3, a validating provision similar to the current Section 145 of the Constitution to make it clear that the proclamations of state of emergencies and regulations made since 2018, as well as all acts and things done by the state thereunder, are deemed to have been lawfully done. Madam Speaker, as briefly as I can say, by way of backdrop, Section 145 of the Belize Constitution is found in Part 13 of the Constitution of Belize and was inserted by Act Number 11 of 2011, the Belize Constitution 8th Amendment Act. That amendment was enacted following judicial pronouncements declared by the government's expropriation of shares in Belize Telemedia Limited and Belize Electricity Limited, owned by third parties, to be unlawful and unconstitutional. Similarly, the unconstitutional amendments need to be made following judicial pronouncements. As it relates to the approach undertaken in the 8th Amendment that followed from government's 2009 attempts to acquire shares in Telemedia and BEL respectively, owned by third parties in the public interest and for a public purpose, by way of passage and promulgations of a number of legislative measures. These were challenged in court. The court declared them unlawful and unconstitutional. Government then in 2011 passed a second set of legislative measures, including the Belize Constitution 8th Amendment Act, to validate retrospectively the acquisition done by ordinary legislation. Our Court of Appeal in May 2014 upheld the constitutionality of this legislative measure. Consequently, as the provisions of Part 13 themselves have not been deemed unconstitutional by a court, they remain part of the Constitution of Belize and are deemed lawful. As said before, a similar approach is being taken in respect of the SOEs and all acts done under them since 2018. There was during this appeal, it went to the Court of Appeals and in 2014, and there was, how could I put, there was this general feeling that the government would have lost that appeal back then, but then it was not necessary to proceed because then there was a settlement between the parties, the owners of the shares of Belize Telemedia and the government of Belize. So in efforts to be able to remove that uncertainty, it is important for us to be able to clarify this and make these amendments to the Constitution. Madam Speaker, we are also introducing in this bill at this stage, because you pursuant to Section 65(8) of the Constitution, any bill that will affect the constitutional rights of citizens is to have a 90 days interval between its introduction and second and third readings. I have said earlier, the state of affairs caused by the conflicting decisions cannot persist for too long. So this measure needs to be done at the earliest to start the clock running. This bill will be submitted to the Constitutional and Foreign Affairs Committee of the House, and of course will be subject to intense scrutiny, both before the committee and the public square, as it should be. But make no mistake, Madam Speaker, this measure is taken because it must be taken. At the second reading of this bill, the government will lay out in detail its plan to address crime, including the bolstering of social intervention programs. This measure is to be used not as the end to tackle and address crime. We all know that this is not the way to uproot crime. This will, however, serve as an important measure to detect, prevent, and control crime throughout the length and breadth of this country, including tackling the narco-trafficking challenges that we're facing in our country. Madam Speaker, I am urging today, Madam Speaker, that the amendment to this bill or to the Constitution is such importance that I'm appealing to the opposition to join us in making these amendments, because it is something that we must do to be able to have some certainty and to be able to ensure that we can protect our people. There is a great, I think more and more people are starting to feel some sense of helplessness and trying to push governments, or in our case our government, to take even more draconian measures. Everybody looks at what President Bukele did in El Salvador, and in their mind, if we are unable to tackle this small group of people, it's a few hundred of them, they are starting to push and advocate that maybe the government should consider picking up all of these mostly young men and lock them up so that people can live in peace. But this is not who we are. This is not what we believe in. We believe in a democratic state. We believe in the rights of our citizens, even those that are not following the law, that they must always have access to the law. Because once you start going down that slippery road, it will be difficult to turn around. So it's important, and I'm once again appealing to everyone, not only to the opposition, but even to our social partners and to the public, to understand what we are attempting to do is simply to be able to see how we could address this issue and be able to contain the tempers when they're starting with the killings, for them to cool off, and then for us to be able to do more interventions. As I mentioned earlier, is that we fully understand that this is not how you solve crime. It's a temporary measure. To solve crime, we need to look at the root causes, the challenges of our families are having, challenges of their children going to school and having access, the challenges that many young people, when they come out from school, they feel that they don't have a future, that there's not opportunities for them. We have to be able to continue to address that more and more. Fortunately, we've had a lot of success over the past 4 years and months, or 4 years and a half, that presently most of our young people that want to work can work. That is why our unemployment rate is around 3%. So that those young people, and I remember I always mention what the Minister of Home Affairs mentioned to me once. He said, some of these younger kids that are out there, give Lee trouble because they're out there on the street with nothing to do, are not working, and they're better dressed and they're better behaved. But there is a group of young men and women that for one reason or the other do not have the necessary skills to be able to work in these areas. And many of them, and rightly so, they don't want to go to the fields and cut cane, or to go and pick citrus, or to go and be working under the sun hat with cement in the construction industry. They would want something better. But for them to be able to do something better, then we as a government, both sides, the government and the opposition, we need to come together to find how we can do some programs that can reach out to them. And we're doing some of them. That is where the IT vets can continue to play a critical role, which is something the former Minister of Education, the Honorable Member from Fitong, has been working on. And I'm certain that the new Minister of Education will continue to push that we could get these young people and put them in these schools to be able to retrain them, to retool them, so then they too could become productive members of the society. By and large, Belizeans are loving people. We are warm. And whenever people come to visit Belize, and we have, for instance, in the tourist industry, people that come to visit us, the one thing that they take away with them is that Belizeans are warm, Belizeans are loving, Belizeans are friendly. That is who we are. But we cannot allow a small group of mostly young men to change that view of who we truly are. So again, by putting these amendments, I believe that we'll then better be able to control for a short while until tempers can cool down, but at the same time give us a chance as a government, together, both sides, to be able to continue to be able to work and come up with more of these programs to be able to give these young people a new chance in life. Madam Speaker, these amendments have the recommendations of the Cabinet. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Belize Constitution, Chapter 4 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for declarations of special areas of public safety and public order for the purpose of preventing, detecting, or controlling crime and the limiting of rights therein for a period of time, to provide for the establishment of a gun and gun court, to validate certain proclamations of state of emergencies and regulations and all acts and things done by the state thereunder, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of Belize Act, Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the Director General of the Financial Services Commission to be a member of the Board of Directors of the Central Bank of Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. As way of explanation, Madam Speaker, please allow me. The primary objective of this bill is to amend Section 11 of the Central Bank of Belize Act to include a Director General of the Financial Services Commission, the FSC, as an ex officio member of the Board of Directors of the Central Bank of Belize. The bill also amends Section 2 of the Act to include a definition of, quote, Director General, end of quote, to ensure legal clarity. The Central Bank was established in 1982 to foster monetary stability and to promote a sound fiscal structure. The Board of Directors plays a critical role in shaping macro-financial policy and overseeing the integrity of our monetary system. The Financial Services Commission, established under the 2023 FSC Act, is the primary regulator for non-bank financial institutions, including the securities sector and other financial service providers. Currently, the Governor of the Central Bank is already a statutory member of the FSC board under the FSC Act. However, there is no reciprocal representation of the FSC on the Central Bank of Belize's board. This bill seeks to correct that asymmetry. As our financial sector continues to evolve, with increasing integration between banks and non-banks, and as capital markets develop, the need for greater regulatory coordination has become undeniable. Cross-representation between our two principal financial regulators will foster real-time communication and institutional agreement, support the identification and mitigation of systematic risk, promote regulatory consistency and policy coherence across sectors, and help guard against regulatory gaps or arbitrage. It also aligns Belize with the international best practices recommended by the IMF, the World Bank, and other global standard-setting bodies for integrated financial sector supervision. Madam Speaker, this amendment is both timely and necessary. It represents a step towards a more robust, coordinated, and forward-looking financial sector governance in Belize. Madam Speaker, I recommend this bill to the Honorable House. Thank you.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of Belize, Chapter 262 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to defer the first reading of the Broadcasting Bill 2025 to a later date.
Honorable members, the question is that the first reading of the Broadcasting Bill 2025 be deferred to a later date. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister. You're not there yet. Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister. Apologies, there was an error on the notes. It is the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce the first reading of the Bail Bill 2025, a bill for an act to repeal and replace the Bail Reform Act, Chapter 100 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to reform the bail framework in the criminal justice system and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. This bill has the support of the Cabinet. With your permission, Madam Speaker, I would like to very briefly say a few words on the introduction of the bill. As the long title identifies, this legislative measure seeks to reform the bail framework in the criminal justice system by inter alia repealing and replacing the Bail Reform Act, incorporating the other provisions relating to bail found in a number of other legislations, as well as incorporating new provisions under one new comprehensive law. As the name of the Bail Reform Act signifies, that was a legislative measure which sought to reform the bail framework in Belize. This, however, was enacted in April of 1999, 25 years ago. So since then, applicable principles relating to the grant, denial, variation, or revocation of bail, as well as the principles relating to appeal or review of the decision to grant, deny, vary, or revoke bail, have progressed tremendously over these past 25 years. Since that time, Madam Speaker, piecemeal amendments to various legislation which govern bail in Belize, including the Crime Control and Criminal Justice Act, have been undertaken by successive governments. Other provisions relating to bail are found in other legislation, such as the Police Act, which deals with station bail, the Indictable Procedure Act, which deals with the general power of the High Court to hear and determine bail applications, as well as bail provisions during and after committal of a case to the High Court. The Inferior Courts Act, dealing with the High Court's power to grant bail while it is reviewing a case submitted to it for review from the lower court. And the more recent Senior Courts Act, which deals with bail pending the hearing of a criminal appeal from the lower court to the High Court, as well as bail pending the hearing of a criminal appeal from the High Court to the Court of Appeal. So, Madam Speaker, this can be confusing to even the most skilled judicial officer or practitioner. Needless to say, users of the justice system and unrepresented defendant, critically, have an additional and unnecessary obstacle of having to navigate through this maze. With this Bail Bill 2025, all these provisions, Madam Speaker, are incorporated under one stand-alone law, and the bill seeks to usher in new provisions that are lacking in the current bail regime. These include the following: a new term of art, deciding official, being introduced in the criminal justice system lexicon in Belize to take account of the fact that officials deciding bail are not only the traditional magistrate or judge, but also include a police officer in charge of a station or a justice of the peace. It also makes expressly clear to the deciding official that the starting point in a bail application is that the defendant has an entitlement to bail if the offense is a bailable one. That's clause 4. And significantly, Madam Speaker, a comprehensive provision listing the factors a deciding official is to consider in determining the question of granting, refusing, varying, revoking bail. That is clause 6. So key features of the bill, Madam Speaker, are the requirement that a deciding official must give reasons for granting, refusing, varying, revoking bail. Those are found at clause 9, 2, and 3. Periodic review by a magistrate or judge of all cases in which bail was granted, but the defendant was unable to post bail. That's found at clause 10. And factors to determine who can be a surety and circumstances when a surety amount can be reduced. That's found at clause 5. So, Madam Speaker, the new features of this bill cohere with the government's overarching plan on criminal justice reform. The bail bill will lead to an improvement in access to justice, as persons will be able to readily discern what the law is and have the requisite guidance on how the law works. It will also enable lawyers and judicial officers to be clear on how bail applications are to be conducted. Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to all members of the National Assembly for their support. Thank you.
Honourable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to repeal and replace the Bail Reform Act, Chapter 100 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce the first reading of the Law Revision and Law Reform Bill 2025, a bill to repeal and replace the Law Revision Act, Chapter 3 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to modernize the system of revising and consolidating the laws of Belize, and to make provision for the review and reform of the laws by a Law Reform Commission, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the support of the Cabinet. With your permission, Madam Speaker, I will say a few brief words on the bill. This bill was introduced in the last session of the National Assembly which ended with the dissolution of the House on February 11, 2025. I will therefore not go into a detailed presentation on this first reading. Just to briefly say, Madam Speaker, that this bill seeks to repeal and replace the current Law Revision Act, which was enacted in 1979, to provide for the revision, publication, and maintenance of an up-to-date set of laws that reflect the legal framework in force at any given time. Experience has shown, Madam Speaker, that the consolidating and updating of our current body of laws needs a further mechanism. That is, in addition to consolidating the laws, the body of laws must also be updated. This is achieved through a reform process. So a law reform commission is an essential tool for facilitating the dynamic evolution of a country's legal framework. In the context of Belize, the creation of a law reform commission would provide several advantages. It would enable Belize to regularly review and reform laws in response to changes in society, the economy, technology, and of course international obligations. So this proactive approach would ensure that Belize's legal system remains relevant, efficient, and responsive to the needs of the country's citizens. Madam Speaker, while the Law Revision Act has provided a foundation for the compilation and consolidation of Belize's laws, the need for a more robust and continuous approach to law reform is essential for the legal system to remain responsive to modern challenges. The establishment of a law reform commission would address this need by providing a specialized, systematic, and consultative mechanism for law reform. Accordingly, Madam Speaker, this government, in fulfillment of its Plan Belize manifesto, is today introducing this bill to put in place the necessary apparatus and to ensure the modernizing of the system of revision and consolidation of the laws of Belize. I thank you.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to repeal and replace the Law Revision Act, Chapter 3 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to introduce the Civil Registry and Vital Statistics Bill 2025, which is a bill for an act to repeal and replace the Registration of Births and Deaths Act, Chapter 157 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the digitalization of the Registry of Births, Deaths, and other life events, to provide for the organizational restructuring of the Vital Statistics Unit, to convert the office into a department, to support the new business operations and functions, to provide for the registration and filing of life events, to provide for harsher penalties for offenses, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. This bill has the support of the Cabinet, Madam Speaker. Again, with your permission, I'll briefly say a few words. Madam Speaker, as we all know, a well-functioning civil registry system is necessary and essential to ensure an individual's right to a legal identity, provides a foundation for an identity management system that facilitates citizens' access to critical public services, including health care, education, and employment. The Vital Statistics Unit, established under the Registration of Births and Deaths Act, is the agency primarily responsible for upkeep and safeguarding the country's register of all life events occurring in Belize, including births, deaths, marriages, and adoptions. In doing so, VSU engages key stakeholders, such as the Ministry of Health and Wellness, marriage officers, court officers, the SIB, Statistical Institute of Belize, and indeed all citizens of Belize, here at home and abroad. The VSU offers its services in 8 different areas, spanning all districts in Belize, In 2022, the Attorney General's Ministry and the then Ministry of Public Utilities, Energy, Logistics and E-Governance officially launched the Strengthening Civil Registry project with the core objective to modernize and improve service delivery at the Vital Statistics Unit. The transformation of the Vital Statistics Unit is fundamental to the commitment of the Plan Belize medium-term development strategy, which speaks to increasing government efficiency and performance by providing services at minimum cost, minimum time, and minimum bureaucracy for citizens. This transformation has also been identified as a national priority, as it is key to executing the vision of the National Digital Agenda, to build trust in government services by providing reliable, inclusive, safe, and efficient digital solutions for all. So, Madam Speaker, coming out of the strengthening of the Civil Registry project, a number of challenges were identified, leading to the overall conclusion of the need for, 1, organizational restructuring of the VSU, and 2, the reform of the legal framework of the VSU to account for the organizational restructuring and the implementation of an electronic database system to usher in a new online service delivery model. So this, Madam Speaker, in short, is the purpose of this bill: the repeal and replacement of the Registration of Births and Deaths Act to account for the much-needed organizational restructuring of the VSU and the digitalization of the Registry of Births, Deaths, and other life events, and the implementation of a new electronic registry. This is a critically important bill, Madam Speaker, and I encourage all members of this National Assembly to support this bill. I thank you.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to repeal and replace the Registration of Births and Deaths Act, Chapter 157 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the National Assembly Powers, Privileges and Immunities Bill 2025. I rise to introduce an act to repeal and replace the Legislative Assembly Powers and Privileges Act to declare and define certain powers, privileges and immunities of the National Assembly and of the members and officers of such assembly, to secure freedom of speech in the National Assembly, to regulate admittance to the precincts of the National Assembly, to give protection to the persons employed in the publication of the reports and other members of the National Assembly, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. And again, with your permission, I'll very briefly say a few words by way of introduction. Madam Speaker, this bill too, as you know, was introduced in the last session of the National Assembly, which ended on February 11, 2025. As was previously done, I would like to place on record that this bill being presented today is in large measure as a result of the industry and advocacy of yourself, Madam Speaker, and the President of the Senate, who as presiding officers are acutely aware of the need for the laws which regulate us as members of the National Assembly to be updated and to become workable. So we certainly want to place on record our gratitude for your leadership on this very important piece of legislation, Madam Speaker. The current law which governs the powers, privileges, and privileges, and immunities of the National Assembly is an old law, the Legislative Assembly Ordinance 1962. This law predates the establishment of the National Assembly in December 1963 and the independence of Belize and the Belize Constitution in 1981. This bicameral system, established since 1963, provides for a House of Representatives to be presided over by a Speaker and a Senate to be presided over by a Senate. The extant law, however, refers to a unicameral legislative assembly and refers to terms and offices of a colonial Belize. And while the ordinance, Madam Speaker, defines the powers, privileges, and immunities of the Legislative Assembly and of members of the Legislative Assembly, at the same time this ordinance was enacted, only the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly existed, and there was no Senate. Further, Madam Speaker, while it is true that the courts have expressed that the ordinance still has the force of law in Belize, there are, however, gaps and ambiguities in the existing law which govern members of the National Assembly. These, Madam Speaker, all members will agree, must be addressed, particularly since no change has been made to the ordinance since its enactment. So, Madam Speaker, this is the purpose of this bill, to address those ambiguities that currently exist in the ordinance, to modernize, update the ordinance to make it workable, as I said earlier, to ensure it refers specifically to the National Assembly of Belize, to ensure, very importantly, that it is in line with the Constitution of Belize, and of course that it reflects a legislative bicameral system of an independent Belize. So, Madam Speaker, I urge all members to support this bill. And in closing, Madam Speaker, I just want to place on record, on behalf of our side, on behalf of the government, our deep gratitude, because all these bills that I've presented today, introduced today, have been presented on behalf of our Attorney General, the Honorable Anthony Sylvester Jr. So we want to place on record our deep gratitude to him and his entire team at the Attorney General's Ministry. They are, relentless in the work that they're doing, tremendous work, a deep commitment to reforming and updating the laws of Belize. And in particular, they're focusing on criminal justice reform, which affects the lives of everyday citizens. So we want to place on record our gratitude or appreciation or admiration and acknowledgement of the leader of that team, Attorney General Anthony Sylvester Jr., but the Solicitor General as well, the entire team of Crown Counsels who work tirelessly to support and develop the legislation that underpins the work of this government. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to repeal and replace the Legislative Assembly Powers and Privileges Act. Motions relating to the business or sittings of the House.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move that at its rising today, the House suspends to June 27th, May 2025 at 9 a.m. What, Tuesday, 27th May?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
2025 at 9 a.m.
Honourable members, the question is that the House at its rising today suspends to Tuesday, 27th May 2025 at 9 a.m. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business.
Honourable members, before we dispatch, which will be on the with the debate for the second reading of the General Revenue Appropriation, I will call on the Prime Minister so that we can dispense with Standing Order 12, given the time that we're at. And shortly thereafter, I'll ask just for a quick recess so that we can accommodate the podium for the Leader of the Opposition, as has been tradition. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Orders 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour due opposed.
Honourable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour due opposed. All those in favour kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. We will break for a very short recess so that the staff can accommodate the podium. Thank you. Honorable members, the debate on the second reading of the General Revenue Appropriation 2025-2026 Bill 2025 is about to be resumed. Before we begin, I would like to remind honorable members about Standing Order number 64, presentation and the second reading of the appropriation bill, especially paragraph 5, which reads, after the motion for the second reading of the appropriation bill has been resumed under paragraph 4 of the standing order, the debate shall be confined to the financial and economic state of the country and the general principles of government policy and administration as indicated by the appropriation bill and the estimates. Members are therefore asked to confine their debate within the prescribed limits of the aforementioned standing order. I would like to remind honorable members of the other parts of the standing orders, specifically standing order number 42B. We haven't heard that for some time, which states that an honorable member shall maintain silence while another member is speaking and shall not interrupt except in accordance with these standing orders. We now have the resumption of the debate on the General Revenue Appropriation 2025-2026 Bill 2025. I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition. Member for Albert.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. We're living in interesting times, under interesting circumstances. Let me first, Madam Speaker, acknowledge my colleagues on both sides of this honorable House, the People's House, as we work together to build a strong governance framework for Belize via a robust and functioning legislature. You see, Madam Speaker, to preserve, to promote, and to defend our democracy, we need both the government and the opposition to work hand in hand. As members of the opposition, we have a constitutional responsibility to hold the executive and ourselves to account. Unlike this administration, we do not promote the ideology that you did it, so we are justified in doing it too. We are here to judiciously examine the legislative framework and policies that are proposed by this sitting administration that will ultimately affect, either positively or negatively, the lives and livelihoods of the citizens of our beloved Belize. May I preface my contributions, Madam Speaker, but that making it clear that outside of the popular view, we on this side do not oppose solely for opposition or for some frivolous political advantage. That is not who we are. We are not here to embarrass the government, who has been given a clear mandate to govern. We are here in this National Assembly as partners in this great work of nation building, to thoroughly scrutinize, offer feedback, and share our insights into the government's priorities as outlined in the appropriation bill 2025-2026, and to ensure that there are legitimate and transparent processes for the voices of the people to be heard on all matters of national importance and national concern. Madam Speaker, as our oath of office requires, we are each given a sacred duty and a profound responsibility to conscientiously, impartially, and to the best of our abilities, to discharge our duties as members of this House of Representatives, and to do right by all manner of people without fear or favor, affection or ill will. As the first woman to serve in the role of the leader of the opposition, and as I deliver this maiden address, I am determined to raise the tone and the substance of this debate. Some may counter that this is not an easy thing to do, but I am of the firm view that the people of Belize deserve more than political reflexes and rhetorical posturing. They deserve a debate that reflects the seriousness of their struggles and carefully outline the clarity of their expectations. It is in this spirit, Madam Speaker, that I rise to make my rebuttal to this year's budget debate. Please allow me as well, Madam Speaker, to give a big shout out to the special people of the Albert constituency, to the members of our Albert Action Committee and the Albert Care Team, on whose behalf I have the distinct privilege of sitting in this seat. I take this opportunity to thank them for their vote of confidence in my leadership and for their unwavering support. They knew that we were up against a lot in the most recent elections. The government of the day came at us with guns drawn and blazing. But, Madam Speaker, I'm happy to report that the people of Albert remain steady. Neither their voices, nor their votes, or their loyalty were on sale. And I owe them all a deep debt of gratitude. With your concurrence, Madam Speaker, I seek your permission to refer to my prepared remarks. Madam Speaker, it is important that we bring into sharp focus the Prime Minister's budget speech and highlight the difference between truth and well-scripted talking points. I believe, Madam Speaker, that it was the prolific writer Mark Twain who remarked, and I quote, "Facts are stubborn, but statistics are more pliable," end of quote. This sentiment perfectly describes the 2025-2026 budget speech delivered by the member of Orange Walk Central 2 weeks ago. Madam Speaker, we all sat and listened to almost 2 hours of rehearsed optimism, padded with selective statistics and proposals that are painfully detached from the lived experiences of ordinary Belizeans. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister's budget entitled From Promise to Performance carefully polished in delivery, did not take into consideration the pressing needs of the masses, or in particular, the most vulnerable and marginalized within our society. May we point out, Madam Speaker, that there is a widening gap between those who have and those who are desperately trying to make ends meet. Even the gainfully employed, Madam Speaker, must engage in what is commonly known to us as a side hustle. That is, a part-time job or occupation undertaken in addition to one's regular employment to offset the escalating cost of living. The main issue is clear. The budget is insubstantial and lacks vision, offering more spin than solutions. Perhaps a more honest and appropriate theme would have been from performance poetry to policy pain. We sit on this side of the aisle will break down the rhetoric and seek to get us all, in their nomenclature, back on track. Back to calling it as it is and not what they pretend it to be. Madam Speaker, I first begin with the social protection programs and the need, Madam Speaker, for social protection to be a national priority. Madam Speaker, there's a human cost to the government's economic priorities. While our government officials congratulate themselves on spreadsheets and surpluses, thousands of families are struggling with inflationary pressures. While ministers applaud fiscal discipline, rural communities still lack access to basic health services, safer roads, quality education, and meaningful employment, particularly for the unemployed youth. While the government boasts about GDP growth, farmers, teachers, public servants, security officers, and the working poor are still waiting with bated breath for improved living conditions, salary relief, lower food prices, reduced fuel costs, and access to social protection programs. Perhaps, Madam Speaker, this is the best place to start. Successive governments have always under-budgeted for social protection programs, despite the lip service given to addressing poverty or inequality. The budget, Madam Speaker, is a far cry from a socially focused, economically grounded, and politically strategic at a time when it may be needed the most. In the context of this budget, the government has prioritized a single high visibility intervention, the NHI rollout for the Cayo district, which I will address in more detail later, while neglecting other key components: boosts, grocery bag assistance, housing for the underprivileged, skill training for the unemployed, health care for the elderly and the abused, and labor protections for those who are victimized. All are necessary for a comprehensive and resilient social protection system. Madam Speaker, it is on this platform that the People's United Party was first elected to govern in 2020 and again in 2025. The rallying cry, the promise of Plan Belize and Plan Belize 2.0 is that everybody fi win. Todos ganamos. We the stay on track. Let us be fair. While the rollout of our community-based healthcare made accessible to all Belizeans is indeed welcome, one program does not a system make. Madam Speaker, in economies like ours, where vulnerability is widespread and fiscal space is narrow, social protection becomes not just a shield, but a catalyst. Programs like school feeding with a nationwide reach, maternal grants, and pension assistance don't just relieve hardships, they're multipliers. They raise school attendance, they reduce child labor, they empower women, and most importantly, contribute to building a more resilient society. Madam Speaker, in Belize, successive governments have received technical assistance from development partners, UNICEF, the ILO, and the World Bank, each urging us toward a social protection floor, not a ceiling, a floor. That is a nationally defined set of minimum social guarantees designed to prevent or alleviate poverty, vulnerability, and social exclusion. A social protection floor, as it is defined, seeks to provide a basic level of protection for citizens, not as a charity, but rather as sound fiscal policy for national development. The role of government, then, Madam Speaker, is to provide a system that works when markets fail, when families are marginalized, when countries have to bear the ramifications of unforeseen pandemics or when climate shocks displaces the productive sector. The moral core of taxation itself is that we each contribute within our means, not only for physical infrastructure, for roads and buildings, but also for social infrastructure, so that our shared institutions can fill gaps that no individual or company can fill on their own, especially in times when we are exposed to serious risk and vulnerabilities. If we are serious about our obligations to future generations, we must be equally serious about the safety nets and ladders that allow every Belizean to live with dignity, with security, and with a sense of purpose. Madam Speaker, the most recent report that inflation has dropped to 1.4% as of March of this year brings this concept into sharp focus. Ask any Belizean consumer in a grocery store, and they will laugh or perhaps cry. Food prices remain unbearably high, spiraling out of control. So high, in fact, that store owners have now started to post photos of people stealing food, a desperate indicator of how just disconnected this budget is from daily survival. When parents risk being charged, or even worse, risk being sent to jail just to feed their children, something is very, very wrong. It won't be fixed, and it cannot be fixed by massaging the inflation numbers. Once upon a time, Madam Speaker, not too long ago, Belizeans in need of food could count on organizations like the Belize Red Cross, the Salvation Army, and Samuel Haynes Institute for Food Assistance. Today, these avenues have been discontinued. Assistance now hinges on the goodwill of political operatives who show up at best irregularly. Food insecurity for the most vulnerable has now become a normalized crisis. Madam Speaker, I hope to make the case on behalf of all Belizeans that the numbers presented by this Briceño administration does not, and let me say that again, does not signal performance. Rather, it reveals a government that is obsessed with spending and allergic to accountability, reform, and measuring the economic impact of their failing social protection policies. Social protection, Madam Speaker, is the promise that no Belizean child, parent, elderly, or unemployed should fall through the cracks of economic progress. It should not be viewed as a handout, Madam Speaker, but rather a hand up It is the scaffolding that allows families to climb from subsistence to sufficiency, from survival to security. And it is precisely the kind of public good that a government acting collectively on behalf of its people is best positioned to provide. Fiscal year 2025-2026 budget overview. Madam Speaker, before us today is not just a fiscal document. This is a statement of national priorities. Governments should serve as a bridge between what citizens can do for themselves and what must be done collectively in the interests of justice, equity, nation building. Madam Speaker, we on this side of the House urge our colleagues, we strongly urge our colleagues on the other side not to reduce governance to a ledger. This country is not a balance sheet, and the budget must reflect a balance between fiscal prudence and human dignity. We now turn our attention to the budget's revenue and expenditure estimates. This is where the rhetoric meets the numbers. This is where promises meet allocations. This is where we test where the values we proclaimed, the values we hold on to, are matched by the dollars we commit. Madam Speaker, the budget for this year is broken down as follows: $1.7 billion in projected revenues and grants, $1.52 billion in tax revenue, $135 million in non-tax revenue, $11.6 million in capital revenue, and $71.8 million in grants. It is also estimated that we will spend $1.78 billion in expenditures, $1.25 billion in recurrent expenditure, $336.4 million in Capital 2 expenditure, $184.9 million in Capital 3 expenditure. Madam Speaker, the 2025-2026 budget is framed as the largest capital budget in Belize's history. While we're spending hundreds of millions on concrete and cement, we are falling short on the fundamental and foundational protections that safeguard families when the economy falters or when misfortune strikes. There is also a deafening silence on how public works programs can be used as a tool to engage the unemployed. Many of the infrastructure projects listed are rollovers from the UDP administration that for some reason are languishing. Monies were sought and borrowed to provide the enabling environment for Belizean goods and services to flourish. In this fiscal period, Madam Speaker, revenues are projected to rise by $94 million, but half of this depends on uncertain grants. Meanwhile, expenditures increases by $118 million, relying heavily on external goodwill. On the expenditure side, personal emoluments of $584 million and pensions of $113.7 million consume over 56% of recurrent expenditure. However, the genuine needs of teachers, public servants, healthcare providers, and public officers have not been considered in these estimates. For some time now, Madam Speaker, public officers or the unions have been voicing their concerns. They demand promise raises and increments, pension support, and improved working conditions. These cries have fallen on deaf ears, only to be addressed when the weight of the unions come down to bear on the shoulders of those who are elected to lead and elected to serve. I take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank our sisters and brothers who lead the charge in our unions. Sister Nadia Martin Callis from the BNTU, Sister Ella Waite of the NTUCB, Brother Dean Flowers of the PSU, Sister Leonora Flowers of the Christian Workers Union, Brother Jose Escalera of the Belize Energy Workers Union, and all those who have picked up the mantle and sounded the call when injustices become just too blatant to ignore. We can all agree that the escalating costs of living and high inflationary rates, households now have less purchasing power. From my own personal experience, a minimum of 20% less of basic food supplies can be bought with $100. When you were able to buy $100 at the store, what you now get in terms of goods and services is just at about 80 in terms of value. Even the increase in minimum wage, Madam Speaker, from $3.30 to $5 per hour, and a promise of yet another increase for an additional $1 to $6, are not able to significantly alleviate the concerns of those who are working harder and not able to consume. You wish to contribute to my debate, member for Pixar? Can we have some respect, please, Madam Speaker?
presentation, there was silence, please. And it is a standing order, 42B. Member Falbert, in opposition.
Madam Speaker, income generating households should not have to make decisions about putting food on the table and paying their utility bills. Juggling priorities have become a great big balancing act that the working class faces monthly. Let me state the obvious. Minimum wage is not financed by the state. It is a mandate for partners in the private sector. And while it is right to recognize progress, it is equally right to ask, why has the government while it is right to recognize progress, it is equally right to ask, why has the government not contributed financially to improving household resilience? Madam Speaker, for the avoidance of any doubt, those of us on this side of the House support the call of our teachers for overdue salary increments and an 8.5% increase in salary. This administration, Madam Speaker, can find the resources for all sorts of programs and initiatives. So let us find the money to pay our teachers and public officers who are first on call to make sacrifices whenever the need arises. There should be concerted efforts to improve the efficiency of government services, to enhance oversight of the public resources usage, to rebuild a severely broken financial system, and to mitigate against the misappropriation of public funds. Corruption is rampant. Madam Speaker, the misuse of public funds must stop. Doing so will allow this administration to address the pressing concerns within the public sector. This past Friday, Madam Speaker, one of our local evening news broadcast stations aired a story about 2 security contracts that were given post-haste to POP cronies for a total sum of $28.5 million for a period of 10 years via a select tendering process. That means by special invitation at the discretion of the responsible government entity. This is not to say that the government does not have an oversight obligation to keep our citizens and visitors alike safe while traveling in our domestic airspace. But one must question how these contracts were awarded. The point is, when the administration wants to find money, it finds money, come hell or high water. Belizean citizens should also be asking, why is it that this administration is now procuring and paying for security services for commercial providers? This is, Madam Speaker, a knee-jerk reactionary decision to ward off the attacks on the civil aviation regulatory bodies who seem impotent in addressing such an egregious national security breach. In 2021, Madam Speaker, when the PUP first came to office, after having to sit it out for 3 consecutive terms, they did so on a firm commitment to establish the national gold standard for transparency and accountability. We don't forget the good governance motion, Madam Speaker, that was passed in the chambers of this very National Assembly with much fanfare. It outlined the strengthening of democratic institutions, faithfully upholding and defending the Constitution, combating corruption, and vigorously promoting transparency and accountability. You know, I have never been disrespectful to colleagues on that side of the House. I have never been disrespectful. It doesn't bode well for you, member for Belmopan. Yet, Madam Speaker, my colleagues on that side of the House, the government side, often raise the past mistakes of previous administrations as justification not to hold themselves, other government officials, and public institutions to account. Mistake of successive past administrations should not serve as an invitation for new administrations to do more of the same. There are valuable lessons we can learn and should learn from those who came before us. Madam Speaker, getting back to the budgeted allocations, under Capital 2 expenditure, a total of $336.7 million is being financed via the consolidated fund. Said differently, Cap 2 allocations are made from the public purse on the backs of the Belizean taxpayers. $81 million allocated for major highways, including Corozal, Sarteneja, George Price, and Philip Golson, and for continued maintenance of roads, streets, and drains countrywide. Madam Speaker, I am sure the listening public has not forgotten that in September of 2019, the government of Belize borrowed US $50 million from the Export-Import Bank of the Republic of China, Taiwan, for that same Corozal-Sarteneja road. And adjustments for savings were made by the Ministry of Infrastructure and Housing Development. When government borrows, the taxpayers foot the bill. To tell the Belizean people how ridiculous this is, Madam Speaker, at our very first working session of this new parliament, before the Prime Minister could dot the last I and cross the last T in the delivery of his budget presentation, a loan motion was approved for the sum of $26 million to cover 47% of road repairs from Democracia to Belmopan. According to the member for Cayo South, who is responsible for the Ministry of Housing and Infrastructure Development, urgent repairs are needed as a life-saving prevention measure. To listen to his logic, one would never understand that millions of dollars have been invested over the years for highway upkeep that include this 18-mile stretch. There was a time, Madam Speaker, when the member for Cayo South used to stand up in this honorable house and make the case that people cannot eat streets. Now this is lauded as this government's preferred strategy to keep the wheels of the economy growing.
Member, you'll have no, but you'll have a chance to do it when you stand up on your debate. No, that's not. As I said, thank you. Right, prime up in silence, shall we? Standing order 42B.
Madam Speaker, this crowd is taken from Kunumono. If you listen to the rhetoric, if you listen, Madam Speaker, to the rhetoric, without driving on that piece of highway yourself, you would believe that the 18 miles in question was a dry weather road, unpaved and in need of major overhaul. We can concede that the road infrastructure might need to be enhanced with shoulders, some resurfacing, and added safety features. But pray tell me, Madam Speaker, why would we spend $50 million on 18 miles of road infrastructure that is already existing? This, Madam Speaker, represents $3 million a mile. $3 million that can be used to invest in social protection programs, such as family support services, expansion of pension benefits for the elderly, subsidies for small farmers who have to cope with the effects of climate change, and grocery bags for the most marginalized. Madam Speaker, we recognize and commend genuine areas of progress, such as the expansion of national health insurance to the Cayo district. But let us take a closer look at what is strategically omitted. This $50 million allocated under Cap 2 to operationalize NHI for residents in Cayo is crucial. Prime Minister, I treated you with the highest degree of respect, sir. When you were given your budget speech, I asked for the same consideration from you, sir. It is crucial to differentiate, however, between buying primary healthcare services from private institutions and enhancing infrastructure and service delivery in public health facilities. Madam Speaker, the question on everybody's mind is, why has the NHI rollout not been designed to support a more robust public healthcare system? Public health facilities that are better equipped, better staffed, and better supplied with the basic medicines and equipment to provide adequate, accessible, and affordable patient care more sustainably. Where are the value for money matrices? Madam Speaker, the NHI rollout as it is now is a classic case of buy and sell. The government buys services from private entities funded by public money, while many Belizeans are regulated to holding roadside fundraisers just to afford basic treatment. NHI, Madam Speaker, is becoming a cash cow for the connected and not a lifeline for the sick. This is a matter, Madam Speaker, for serious contemplation. There is a sum of $4.8 million allocated for education under CAP 2. $2.6 million for the Healthy Start Feeding Program via the Republic of China, Taiwan, and $2.2 million for internet in schools. $19 million for social and community development, and $22 million for land acquisition payments and surveys. Madam Speaker, don't take my word for it. Ask the farmers in northern and southern Belize whether their feeder roads and sugar roads have been improved. Ask the sick in rural areas when last the public facilities in their communities have been upgraded. Ask students in underserved communities whether internet access, the great equalizer for access to education, has meaningfully improved. Ask any principal from the government-grant-aided schools how much money per child they receive to support their school feeding programs. The last time we checked, Madam Speaker, the allocation was $3 per child. Most Belize residents know you can't even go to kick down fence these days and buy a $3 fried chicken, much less provide a healthy meal for a growing, learning child. It is high time we dispel the farce that education is free in selected pilot institutions. Education is not free, Madam Speaker, and while the government continues to tout their horns and play this tune ad nauseum, schools have been forced to implement all kinds of new fees to subsidize the running of these government-aided institutions. Madam Speaker, I must bring into sharp focus that not a single dollar of this estimated $337.6 million of CAP 2 projects has been earmarked to rehabilitate our bus terminals countrywide. Not one gold-colored, queen-minted Belizean dollar. Yet thousands, Madam Speaker, thousands of Belizeans use these public facilities daily as they commute across the country to access educational opportunities, jobs, and to bring their produce to market. Madam Speaker, you will remember last September when a piece of the bus terminal in Belize City dropped on a passenger, injuring her hand. The vendor's hand, she was bringing her produce to market, was dislocated, and she never got the help promised from management, but that is a whole different story that I will share at a different time. These public facilities are literally falling apart. The Minister of Transportation, Madam Speaker, on a recent tour of these bus terminals, committed to addressing public complaints, not only about improved facilities, but also for better working conditions. Between us, Madam Speaker, I don't see anywhere in these estimates where this commitment is being substantiated or backed up with the appropriate budgetary allocation. The new CEO in the same ministry explained in vivid detail that approximately $60,000 per month is collected to use the bathrooms of these government-managed buildings. $60,000 per month times 12 months, $72,000 paid into the consolidated fund annually, and no monies set aside to upgrade them. This is a crowd rough. Instead, Madam Speaker, the government is preoccupied with spearheading a monopoly in public transportation. In any progressive economy or country, monopolies are neither legal nor should monopolies be encouraged. Commuters deserve improved transportation services, yes. The services must be better equipped, safer, more comfortable. But we should empower our local transportation stakeholders to upgrade their equipment and services by providing them the same incentives and tax exemptions that we are prepared to provide for the monopoly holders. It is not a priority because the people of this country is not a priority. Filling the pockets of cronies is where this government priority lies. We have evidence of this. It seems on this side, Madam Speaker, that the government officials are working at orchestrating their own side hustle or retirement fund. This is the last run, you know. This is the last run. Go or no have to go. Come 2030, Madam Speaker, there will be a new heifer, a new boss lady in town, hired by the Belizean people. The greed, Madam Speaker, and this is greed, Madam Speaker, and corruption on steroids at the highest level. Madam Speaker, in addition to the sums highlighted in Capital 2, there is also Capital 3 expenditure for a sum of $185 million to fund additional capital investment projects. Now, Capital 3 represents money we borrow from international financial institutions at concessionary rates. I make the point once again, however, that when the government borrows, taxpayers foot the bill. And we're finding it increasingly difficult to do so. Madam Speaker, you will recall in February of this year, 2025, when the administration brought several loan motions to the House to defer principal payments totaling somewhere about $30 million for another 4 years to 2029, because we simply could not find the cash flow to meet the principal amounts at its maturity. We continue to kick the can down the road, fully cognizant that the burden we place is being placed on the shoulders of our children, our children's children, and future generations to come. The Prime Minister highlighted that interest rates are fluid and on the upward trajectory, making borrowing even less affordable from development banks. As it is now, total capital spending is at 30% of the budget, but lacks the proper cost-benefit validation and evidence of any improved administrative efficiencies. As Belizeans, we must demand value for every gold-colored, quick-minted Belizean dollar spent on capital investments. If we go cap in hand to source funding for things like renewable energy, the construction of a new tertiary hospital in Balmapan and one in San Pedro, and another $100 million for upgrades to the George Price Highway, Belize City to Hattieville, the Philip Golson Highway, and the Thomas Vincent Ramos Highway, we can ask for donor funds for the rolling out of a national housing program. Our citizens were promised 10,000 new homes. Yet, in these estimates, we are down to a bare minimum, just 1% of what was promised in Plan Belize. Madam Speaker, the government can seek funding for first-class training institutions that focus on skills and specialized industry-specific training needs, for high-functioning, value-added food processing facility, for social protection initiatives, and for job creation in the new and emerging growth industries. They can make the case to our international partners. You see, Madam Speaker, Belize has nodded and have tried to adhere to the international agreements and conventions, such as the Sustainable Development Goals, that seeks to provide greater equity in societies. Donor agencies and funding institutions alike understand that social protection is both a human right and a smart economic policy. Notably, in CAP 3, there are no capital projects envisioned for the Ministry of Agriculture, Food Security and Enterprise. There are no capital projects for the Ministry of Human Development, Family Support, and Gender Affairs. There are no capital projects for the Ministry of Tourism, the goose that lays the golden egg, Youth, Sports, and Diaspora Affairs. None for the Ministry of Public Utilities and Logistics. None for the Ministry of Public Service, Governance, and Disaster Risk Management, and none, Madam Speaker, for the Ministry of Defense and Border Security. Deficit financing, Madam Speaker, is creeping up again, despite prior gains. This year's financing needs a total of $167 million, including $126 million in amortization. Interest payments rose from $105 million in 2021 to $119 million in 2024, reducing fiscal space. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, no plan has been laid out to manage debt servicing costs in the long term. There is no strategy for building fiscal buffers or for improving domestic revenue generation without overburden our already overburdened taxpayers. Speaking of taxes, Madam Speaker, both Plan Belize and Plan Belize 2.0 promise sweeping tax reforms to alleviate the pressures on taxpayers. In Plan Belize 2.0, the government announced an initiative to implement GST tax holidays twice a year, specifically during back to school and at Christmas. Madam Speaker, can the government go further? I am aware of numerous studies conducted by international financial institutions that have recommended that we undertake a comprehensive tax reform process to provide more equity in our economic system. We applaud the GST-free weekends that have been proposed as one of the new tax breaks for our citizens. The question is, can we afford to do more? Madam Speaker, I now take a look at the general economic outlook. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister highlighted an 8.2 growth in our gross domestic product. There are those who may be asking, what is real GDP exactly? In the simplest terms, real GDP measures the value of all goods and services produced in a country, adjusted for changes in prices, either inflation or deflation. Real GDP, Madam Speaker, can be used to assess changes in living standards over time. The Prime Minister's budget spoke of macroeconomic balances, a primary surplus of 1.52% of GDP, and to a debt to GDP ratio that is trending down. These are positive indicators, but a nation is not just a ratio. The fiscal numbers must not become the end in themselves. Fiscal responsibility is important, but so is, and I have to underscore this point, so is social responsibility. In practical terms, the standards of living have not substantially improved, Madam Speaker. People are struggling. It is as clear as daylight. The Prime Minister also boasted that the unemployment is recorded at a record low of 2.1%, the lowest in recent history. That number, while impressive on the surface, belies a deeper, more troubling reality. For greater clarity, The unemployment rate is calculated by dividing the number of unemployed persons by the total labor force. This is to say, if the total labor force gets smaller, as our current statistics indicate, the percentage of unemployed will also appear smaller. This is simple math. Madam Speaker, let us reflect on something that is both intuitive and historically consistent. A country labor force normally grows over time, and it normally grows if your economy is growing. This is due to population growth, better access to education, and greater economic participation, particularly of women and children and youth. When we see a decline of over 26,000 people from our labor force in just 3 years, and we're using the period 2021 to 2024, it is not just a statistical anomaly. Sign. It's a clear warning sign. This calls for a clear policy review because a shrinking labor force, especially one that lacks explanation, should send off alarm bells for every prudent policymaker. Just bear with me for a moment, Madam Speaker. I think this point is important because a country cannot grow if we don't have a robust labor force. In 2021, when this administration took office, the labor force survey conducted by the Statistical Institute of Belize showed that the unemployment rate declined from 13.7% in September of 2020 to 9.2% in 2021. Sounds good. In real terms, that number of employed and unemployed people were estimated at approximately 192,000 persons, representing a net increase in the labor force of 13.8%, an additional 2,251 persons since 2020. Let us now fast track 3 years later to September 2024, when the same labor force survey was conducted by the same institution using the same methodology, reporting that unemployment rate was 2% down from the 3.9% in September of 2023. In 2024, Madam Speaker, the labor force was estimated at 166,000 people. The question is, Madam Speaker, where did 26,000 people in the labor force disappear to in 3 years? My read of the SIB reports offers no answers. So when the Prime Minister boldly declares, Madam Speaker, that unemployment is now at 2.1%, he also has a responsibility to this nation to provide the whole picture. This reported unemployment rate is an illusion built on statistical gymnastics. You see, when you bring statistics to this honorable House, Madam Speaker, you must make it make sense. If you live out a role like I do, Madam Speaker, and not in a far-off elite ivory tower, you know that this statistic is bogus. Real labor force participation is only 56.3%, with women particularly marginalized. Just 43.6% participation when compared to the 69.7% for men. And what do we say about the much promoted Gang Works program? How do we classify individuals paid as sanitation or construction workers for 1 month and then imprisoned under the state of emergency laws in the next? Are they employed? Are they unemployed? Are they exploited? Or are they simply being used to pad labor numbers? No, Mr. Prime Minister. The fool they talk, but they no fool they listen. When the Prime Minister also glossed over in his budget presentation, Madam Speaker, that there are key primary sectors that are flat and that are on a downward trajectory. The 2.5 contraction in agriculture and marine-based products is notable. Fisheries, citrus, sugar, and cattle are experiencing challenges with no corrective measures proposed. We are faced with an export regime that has become more costly for producers, with a 10% tariff now being added to commodities being exported to the United States, further widening the trade gap. We're importing more for local consumption and are exporting less. The World Bank projects a sharp downturn in GDP growth to 2.8% this coming year, while inflation is blamed on global imports. Madam Speaker, we should be asking, what is the government's plan to shield our country from these external shocks? What is the plan to boost local production, to safeguard food security, and to strengthen our domestic supply chain? Historical data also informs, Madam Speaker, that when there is a softening in the U.S. economy, travel and tourism are the first to be affected. People have less disposable income and are therefore less likely to travel to international destinations. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister acknowledges the global uncertainties we are facing, including declining grants. We all know that $250 million MCC grant gone, severely impacting cash inflows. And are here, cash inflows, and are here to clear practical response on how these global uncertainties will be mitigated. If we may offer, Madam Speaker, there's an urgent need, and we try to be helpful, to deepen regional integration with neighboring Mexico, Central America, and the Caribbean, to strengthen collective market resilience, to have a full review of our trade supply chains aimed at identifying lower costs and more stable sources for crucial inputs such as food, energy, and construction materials. To aggressively promote our Belizean exports, especially in sustainable goods, digital services, and agro-processing and tourism, to tap into non-traditional markets, and exploring new growth industries to diversify local commodities for both domestic supply and export. Madam Speaker, I wish to pivot to our debt sustainability concerns. The government narrative around improved debt sustainability, which hinges on the drop in the debt to GDP ratio from 132% to 61%. Yes, the ratio has improved. This happens when we tamper with reporting methodology. This also is largely as a result of the size of the economy on paper. If we are to be truth-bearing, the economy has recorded growth, particularly due to high prices. This kind of economic calisthenics creates a disconcerting sense of fiscal stability. Madam Speaker, I say to Belizeans everywhere, let us not be comforted by cosmetic improvements driven by inflation, while the actual debt stock remains largely unchanged at over $4.4 billion. Yes, Madam Speaker, that amount is $4.4 billion with a capital B. This, after the PUP super bond generated by borrowing at commercial rates, when they were no longer able to access concessionary loans from international development financial institutions caused by the reckless spending of the PUP, was retired by the Blue Bond in an attempt to reduce our external debt commitments, a clear indication that borrowing continues unchecked. The budget also fails to advance the integration of major revenue streams, land tax, customs, GST, into a unified system that would further curb invasion and improve system-wide efficiencies to lower energy costs for the productive sector, to subsidize key inputs and introduce more innovation in business processes, to advocate for reductions in lending rates at commercial institutions, and to provide tax reform programs promised and not delivered in Plan Belize. And most importantly, Madam Speaker, to lower fuel prices. Madam Speaker, almost 50% of the cost for fuel at the pumps can be attributed to the government-imposed fuel tax. At a time when world crude oil prices have been reduced from $90 per barrel to $62 per barrel, there is still no relief at the pump. Madam Speaker, these revenues collected on the sweat equity of taxpayers is highway robbery by the state itself. Belizeans are not feeling richer. Madam Speaker, we're feeling robbed. Our savings are shrinking, our purchasing power is evaporating, and more of our citizens are defaulting on their loan commitments. A budget is a social contract, Madam Speaker. And when that contract leaves large portions of our population, the poor, the elderly, the informal worker, the unemployed young, without a stake in the national promise, then we must add, what are we really balancing? Potential pitfalls and gaps. Madam Speaker, we have been able to identify some key potential economic pitfalls and gaps the government may wish to examine more closely. Before we are accused of being sinister, let me quickly remind colleagues that gaps also represent opportunities for a reset, or at least for a fiscal reprioritization adjustment of what is now before us. There is an over-reliance on GDP growth for debt targets. The government's goal to push debt to GDP below 50% by 2029 seems overly ambitious and vulnerable to external shocks, trade uncertainties, and tourism volatility. There is also a need to look more closely at the contraction of the primary sector. The instability of the manufacturing base and the rural underemployment that continues to widen inequality. Can I take a quick break? Can I take a quick break, Madam Speaker? Yeah, I feel like I'm faint.
We'll take a short break to allow the member a quick attention. Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Yes, she said. She said yes.
No, just the pain in her leg.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Her legs.
We can remember we can remove this, and you can, if it's gonna help.
The pain.
Okay, members, we will resume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and colleagues in this House. Thank you for your patience and your support. I apologize to the listening public. I had to take a break. I've had surgery on my leg recently. Healing, of course, in therapy, but obviously not quite ready for a long-standing day as yet. So thank you for your indulgence, Madam Speaker, and your patience. If I can resume, Madam Speaker, on the potential economic pitfalls and gaps that we on this side of the House have seen in the budget. We have been able to see some key economic pitfalls and gaps the government may wish to examine more closely. As I said before we are accused of being sinister, let me quickly remind colleagues that gaps also represent opportunities for a reset, or at least fiscal reprioritization of what is now before us. There is an over-reliance on GDP growth for debt targets. The government's goal to push debt to GDP below 50% by 2029 seems overly ambitious and vulnerable to external shocks, trade uncertainties, and tourism volatility. There is also a need to look more closely at the contraction of the primary sector, the instability of the manufacturing base, and the rural underdeployment that continues to widen inequality. The government applauds job creation, but does not address the fact that many of these jobs are part-time, low-wage, or informal. Despite the anticipation of external risk, there is no resilience or emergency fund built into the budget. The government's reliance on the pending CAT DDO facility and optimistic MCC funding continuation leaves fiscal planning exposed. Inflation is blamed on global imports, but the budget does not outline a mitigation plan to address local production, food security, or domestic supply chain strengthening. Despite a rising national security crisis marked by gang violence, drug trafficking, and domestic abuse, the Ministry of Home Affairs and New Growth Industry receives a 9% reduction in its annual allocation from $109.5 million down from $119.8 million in 2024. Plan Belize, Madam Speaker, promised a substantial increase in boots on the ground and for improved working conditions for police and other law enforcement officers. Police officers often are seen working at gas stations, grocery stores, entertainment facilities, and restaurants after long shifts to support their families. This reduction signals a troubling lack of urgency on a very pressing problem. Our young people are being murdered daily. Crime is rampant. Communities are scared. Families are grieving the loss of loved ones with little to no recourse. Only $4.1 million have been earmarked for youth anti-violence initiatives. This is a token figure given the scale of the issue and the government not on addressing youth crime, but more importantly, investing in our younger citizens. The allocation for the judiciary is slashed from $13.1 million to $11.1 million, limiting its capacity to address backlogs and ensure timely justice. The Auditor General's Office sees only a slight increase to $2.56 million without capital allocations for audit modernization. Funding for the Integrity Commission remains flat. The public financial management ecosystem remains outdated, and there is no mention of enabling legislation or digital systems to automate frontline services. Fuel excise taxes remain high at $226.7 million. This burdens consumers and business owners, especially as international oil prices have dropped and no adjustments are being made to reflect the global trend. The housing sector continues to be deprioritized. The recurrent budget for the Ministry of Infrastructure and Housing is $23.8 million, mostly for operational expenses, with no large-scale capital spending for affordable housing development. Only 100 new homes are proposed, woefully insufficient for the thousands of young Belizeans entering the workforce. Import duties on construction and materials remain unchanged, while enforcement of new building codes is likely to increase construction costs. No fiscal incentives are provided for first-time homeowners or developers or low-income housing, despite clear market demand. Belizeans remain highly vulnerable to climate change, yet the Ministry of Sustainable Development receives only $10.2 million, less than 1% of the national budget. There are no capital projects for resilience building, waste management, innovation, or marine and forest conservation enforcement. The absence of climate adaptation fund remains a glaring oversight, particularly with the increased climate volatility and extreme weather risk. The government boasted, Madam Speaker, $17 million from Bolido, claiming it would support youth and sports development. Yet, the budget for those services increased by a negligible $110,000 from $9.82 million to $9.93 million. Where are the millions? Where is the independent audit? Where is the public report on how these profits are being invested? Belizeans were promised that nationalizing Bolido would benefit the next generation. Tell us, Honorable Prime Minister, who are the primary beneficiaries and what criteria are being used to distribute these funds? I would be remiss, Madam Speaker, if I did not take a critical look at budget allocations for the Ministry of Health and Wellness. We have often heard that the health of a nation is the wealth of a nation. Our productivity increases when we have a healthy population. They are a vital contributor to our economic growth. Madam Speaker, they say the devil is in the details. Our finding starts with major increases in management staff, a minimal increase in technical staff, exorbitant pharmaceutical and medical supply costs, no investment in primary healthcare services for public institutions, and reduced performance in our national referral and regional hospitals. Madam Speaker, the KPI, key performance indicators in this budget of health, speaks for itself. There are less patient admissions, more bed days, less surgeries, and less diagnostic consultations. Does this signal that our population is healthier? This administration has doubled the spend on pharmaceutical and other medical supplies. Yet doctors and nurses and pharmacists and lab technicians still complain that they don't have the medical supplies and medicines they need to provide adequate services to their patients. We call on the Ministry of Health and Wellness, in this spirit of transparency and accountability, to make public the tender documents for pharmaceutical and medical supplies, and what and who were the individual suppliers who have been given these contracts. While mental health is growing in an overstressed population, there are $0 allocated for investments in mental health facilities and programs. $0 allocated for the upgrade of medical buildings. $0 allocated for the purchase of equipment. $0 allocated for renovations and constructions of public facilities. $0 allocated for maternal and child health care. Grants to KHMH, our only national referral hospital, remain stagnant, with no concern for the growing needs and requirements of this important facility. The recent government $54 million debt write-off for KHMH patients should be an indicator of what is required for service delivery and quality patient care. Madam Speaker, I rest my case. In this budget presentation, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister stated that the people of Belize, and I quote, rewarded this administration for the second time with 26 seats in this honorable House, and that voters went further. They delivered a massive increase in our share of total votes, all the way up to a historic 68%. End of quote. Facts don't lie, Madam Speaker. PUP, the People's United Party, received 68% of the votes. While I would want to stand up and lament on was in total disarray, that many of our supporters stayed at home on election day, that the ruling PUP was out in full force, with state resources and government giveaways all playing a part in greasing the wheels. It is pointless, Because here we are again with a supermajority on the other side of the aisle. What I will say though, Madam Speaker, is that 68% of the votes do not equal a blanket approval. 68% of the votes is not a blank check. The people did not vote for arrogance. They voted with the hope that things would get better, and they expect accountability, Madam Speaker. That is exactly what they're not getting. Let's be honest. Where in the world do you see a leader, a head of the government, who outrightly refuses to hold press conferences on national issues? Only in Belize, Madam Speaker, only in Belize do we have a prime minister who has been running away from the media for years. As Belizeans deserve to hear from our heads of state, especially during a crisis. It appears to me, Madam Speaker, that this prime minister is placed in a media bubble. We all understand that he's not best when he's off script. His team has an obligation to prepare him, not to hide him, just to avoid embarrassment. Madam Speaker, that's not leadership. That's not transparency. That's not accountability. That is what is best referred to as damage control. We have experienced repeatedly that when our media partners try to do their job, asking tough questions, the Prime Minister shifts into an attack mode, accusing the mainstream media that they have some ominous agenda. Now that's nonsense. The media's job is to question the government, every government. That's democracy. That's how a free society works. Most concerning of all, Madam Speaker, and we have seen it repeatedly, whenever the press does not manage to corner him on a breaking scandal, his response is, I haven't seen the letter, or I haven't read the report, or ask the minister. That's the pattern. Deflect and avoid. Pass the responsibility to someone else. Most recently, when asked about the highly questionable security contract, what did the Prime Minister say? That's something you need to ask the people at the BAA. I know Ian Carl, and that's as far as I can tell you. Next question. Madam Speaker, that is not accountability. I say again, that is deflection. That is disrespectful to the people of Belize. And here's the real issue. You can't keep saying from promise to performance while refusing to answer for the performance. Accountability isn't a slogan. It's not a campaign tagline. It's a responsibility. And no amount of media avoidance or spin will change the truth. The people are watching, and the people are tired of being ignored. Madam Speaker, we owe the Belizean people more than spin and statistics. We owe them answers. The people we were elected to lead and elected to serve expect that the government will look out for their well-being and for the well-being of future generations. It is our duty on this side of the House to hold the Prime Minister and his administration to account. Before closing, Madam Speaker, I wish to urge the government to act with some urgency to review the recommendations brought forward by the PCC, the People's Constitution Commission. It has now been 2.5 years and $2 million of taxpayers' money. The People's United Party has lauded this as the most important exercise to be undertaken by their administration. So let us treat it with the respect and exigency it deserves. Let us begin the work of redistricting that is now overdue. Let us begin the dialogue on the much-needed electoral campaign financing reform. Let us move legislation to have political organizations registered and hold ourselves to the rigor and the oversight we hold our partners in the business community, the NGO sector, and the churches. The pillars of our democracy have been severely weakened, and it is high time, Madam Speaker, that we took the necessary steps to fix it. Madam Speaker, before closing, I wish to extend my sincerest gratitude to the Prime Minister and his cabinet on behalf of the Alberts constituency for the budgeted allocation we receive via the Constituency Development Fund. These funds have been used for community projects, community outreach programs, the Albert Work Program, educational support, skills training, medical assistance, food packages for the elderly, housing repairs, funeral grants, small business startups, and to bridge the gap wherever there might be an urgent need. Madam Speaker, I can share that we have seen an increase in requests to meet everyday expenses such as rent expense and utility expense, to name a few. I take this opportunity to also publicly acknowledge my colleagues in the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Natural Resources, the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing, the Ministry of Human Development, who have provided extra assistance when additional support may be required. Your willingness to help those most in need goes a long way in giving us, our citizens, a hand when they need it. They are deserving too, and I thank you for that. In closing, Madam Speaker, the budget presents a sobering reality. While there is some progress on fiscal discipline, there is insufficient investments in the very protections that stabilize lives, reduce inequality, and strengthen national resilience. Madam Speaker, fiscal prudence and balanced budgets are essential. We cannot deny this correlation, but they must not come at the expense of the social contract we have with our citizens. We are not suggesting abandoning economic logic, lest we run the risk of being misunderstood. It is about improving it. Investing in people is not a trade-off against development. In our view, it is the very foundation of it. A budget that delivers clean water but no school meals, that builds highways but not human capital, may be balanced on paper but unbalanced in reality. We must raise our standards, Madam Speaker, and our voices. If I can paraphrase from the poet Khalil Gibran, let us stand together, but not in each other's shadows. for the pillars of our democracy stand apart. We must not just build a nation of roads and ports, but a nation of dignity, of inclusion, and shared opportunity. The United Democratic Party stands ready to offer an alternative path, one grounded in honesty, equity, and service to all Belizeans. This is called responsible governance. The time to act is now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Let's take the mic off and just give me a few minutes, Deputy, so that we can have the staff take the podium down. Members, just do know that there's media in the house, and I would hope that most of that banter wasn't caught. It's okay. Thank you, member, for myself. I now call on Deputy Prime Minister and member for Lake Eye.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's been a hell of a day. Yeah, just to start, I was telling the member from Freetown that usually by now we are already through and eating in the back and breathing a little easier. Where do I start? Let me say that I first got elected to this house in 1998. That's 27 years ago. I have not been here for 27 years, but over 20 years. 23. The member for Freetown reminds me, and if you add the amount of years that he's been here and the Prime Minister have been here and I've been here, you're looking at about 75 times we've been here. This is the first time that we have a female leader of the opposition presenting the official opposition response to the government's budget, and I would like to congratulate the member for Alberts for that. I think it's a big deal. I think it's historic, a giant step forward for women in electoral politics and parliamentary politics, and when you consider that this is only her third general elections victory, and she was able to make history in such dramatic fashion, we must say congratulations. That said, the former leader of the opposition, who I believe is still the leader of the UDP, it's kind of complicated. I have to really think before I say it, but he had the luxury of saying that he wasn't in cabinet during the heyday of the UDP. But the present leader of the opposition doesn't have that luxury. She was there every step of the way. She was around the table every step of the way. She stamped, affirmed, provided imprimatur to all those decisions. She was there to watch scandal after scandal, and she said nothing. There you go. She was there as the last government squandered $500 million of Petrocaribe, whilst people standard of living deteriorated year after year, and she said nothing. And she was there as the last government squandered $600 million of oil taxes, and she said nothing. But all of a sudden, she can see and she can hear and she can speak. I don't know which budget the leader of the opposition was looking at. I really don't know. Ultimately, if you look at this budget, the Ministry of Health and Wellness will get a record budget in this year's budget. The Ministry of Education, Science and Technology will get a record budget in this year's budget. The Ministry of Human Development will get a record budget in this year's budget. Not to mention the Ministry of Youth and Sports. You know, we are putting our money where our mouths are. Not surprisingly, the member of Albert is in full support of the teachers' request for 8.5% and 2 frozen increments. But I need to remind her that back in 2016, when the teachers were asking for a mere 3%, she was not in support. In fact, I could recall on TV watching her going school to school, classroom to classroom in her constituency, urging the teachers not to strike. That was 9 years ago, and the teachers were asking for 3%, and they had to strike for 11 days. But now we fast forward to 2025, and not surprisingly, she is in full support of the 8.5% and the frozen increments. What a difference time makes. But Madam Speaker, enough about all that. You know, Madam Speaker, and may I refer to my notes, as we usually do in budget debates. I read somewhere that in life you have to understand 2 things. That those who love you will see you with their heart and attribute qualities to you beyond what you actually possess. So you must take those compliments and blandishments with a grain of salt. And those who don't want to love you will never be satisfied, no matter what you do, even if they say otherwise. So you must also take their criticisms with a grain of salt. But you didn't need to hear all of that to know that the people on the other side don't really have love for us. Nothing we do will ever be worthy of their commendation or compliment. To them, everything we do on this side is the work of the devil, and everything they do on the other side is the work of the gods. Truth is, Madam Speaker, no budget is all good or all bad. It's always a mixed bag. Madam Speaker, I rise not against others, but for the people of Belize, for the people of Lake Independence in particular. I rise here to pay tribute to the men and women of the public service who work tirelessly and endlessly to make this budget 2025-2026 possible. I rise in support of this budget, the biggest in post-independence Belize. $1.78 billion, $303 million for the Ministry of Education alone, $181 million for the Ministry of Health and Wellness, $116 million for the Ministry of Home Affairs, $84 billion for the Ministry of National Defense, $698 million for wages, salaries, ex gratia payments, and pension for our teachers and public officers. We are putting our money where our mouths are. You know, Madam Speaker, we take a lot of things for granted today when unemployment is the lowest it's been in all our lives. We are issuing thousands of house lots and building hundreds of quality cement houses. And we are providing free education to thousands of high school students. And we are rolling out NHI all over the country. So we forget that when we took over in November 2020, it was the absolute worst of times. It was in the middle of COVID, and tens of thousands of Belizeans were not working, and hundreds were dying, a total of 685. And we had to be borrowing $1 million a day just to pay salaries for teachers and public officers. We were on the edge of the economic cliff. We were facing a most uncertain future. But the Prime Minister led, and the rest is history, as they say. And yes, he delivered the blue bond when many were saying he couldn't. And yes, he opened up the country in the throes of COVID when the experts were saying he shouldn't. And yes, he raised the minimum wage to $5 when many were saying he wouldn't. But he did something we don't talk about enough. He did arguably the most nationalistic thing we did in that first term. The man took back the Belize from Brads and the UDP. He took back for we Belize. You notice they said nothing about Belizean beats. You know, not even a word to Brother Boots to say, man, you're gone too far. You need to do the right thing and give back that thing to the people of Belize. You're gone too far, Brother Boots. You're gone too far. We take back the Belize, and that has brought in $17 million in profits in just 1 year. That's the kind of insane profits that Brads and the UDP were taking home each year. $17 million a year for 12 straight years, and not paying no business tax, not paying no tax. Do the arithmetic. That's over $200 million in profits these guys were raking in. That's wealth untold for every unborn child, every unborn children of these families for generations to come. You know what the people of Belize could have done with that? You know how many more houses we could have built? How many more students could have gotten free education? How many more persons could have gotten free health care? How many more hospitals we could have built? How many more schools we could have built? 8.5, right? There you go. And who knows, and you know all too well, who was the minister responsible for Belize back then. When those kinds of atrocities happen, like the decision to give Brads the Belize, you know how it goes, sir. We've been here long enough to see it over and over again. When those kinds of atrocities happen, like the decision to give Brads the Belize, it's the people of Belize who loses. But when we make those decisions like the Prime Minister and the Cabinet did, to take back the Belize, it's the people of Belize who wins. All the people of Belize. We now have money to take NHI all over the country. We now have money to expand the sports budget. That's when we are at our best, taking care of the people who need our help the most, living the George Price Creed, the social justice ideal. It's the fundamental difference between the People's United Party and the UDP. We haven't been perfect, but we've tried. And that brings me, Madam Speaker, to the matter of the salary adjustment for our teachers and public officers. I left the meeting with the Junt at the evening of Tuesday, May 13th, feeling heady that we had presented a proposal that we felt could work. We had avoided a breakdown in talks. We were headed in the right direction. Then I woke that night feeling a certain unease. This wasn't going to be easy. These kinds of things are never easy. It's a journey. It's about how you reach a place that we can all be comfortable with, at a rate that's acceptable to all. And that's the challenge, the pace, the speed of delivery of change. Henry Kissinger once said, any deal means making compromises on both sides. If both parties are not happy, that means it's a good deal. Last Wednesday, May 21st, we formally presented in writing to the Junt the proposal after Cabinet had accepted it. You all know the contents of that proposal, but I'll repeat it here for the benefit of all. Cabinet approved the execution of the General CBA framework to commence on June 18th, 2025, or any other date agreed upon by the parties. Cabinet approved the retroactive disbursement of funds to meet transfer grants due and owing, as agreed upon in the CBA of September 2021. Cabinet affirmed its commitment to an increase in minimum wage to $6 in accordance with our Plan Belize 2.2 manifesto commitment. Such an increase to come after the requisite engagement and consultation with all relevant stakeholders. On the matter of the request for salary adjustment of 8.5% and 2 frozen increments, Cabinet approved a 3% salary increase starting October 1st, 2025. An additional increment at the start of fiscal year 2026-2027. So in effect, a double increment will be issued then. Cabinet also authorized our negotiating team to engage and reach agreement with the junta on the matter of the remaining 5.5% salary increase and the second increment, subject to mutual agreement on measures related to pension reform, cost savings, and revenue enhancement. Cabinet also instructed the Attorney General and the Financial Secretary to give legal effect to the government's assumption of 100% of all pensions and gratuities for teachers in grant-aided institutions effective September 2024. Previously, government was only responsible for 70% of those gratuities and pensions, but because the churches were not meeting their 30% responsibility and retired teachers were not receiving their just due in retirement, government has had to step in. And finally, Cabinet also endorsed their negotiating team's proposed comprehensive approach to future negotiations with the junta, so that we never again have to be here in protracted negotiations over salary increases. That approach will be grounded in the principles of improved quality of life and productivity. This will include, but not be limited to, discussions on a CPI, cost of living adjustment formula, income tax relief, continued land access, education scholarship opportunities, more union officers' benefits and privileges, and agreed upon performance indicators. I'll end where I started with Kissinger's quote: "Any deal means making compromises on both sides. If both parties are not happy, that means it's a good deal." I remain hopeful. I remain firmly rooted in my belief in the African way. We talk until we agree. We await the formal response to our proposal from the Joint Union negotiating team. Madam Speaker, this budget has earmarked another $5 million for housing. Last fiscal year, we spent $7.5 million. And just last week, we proudly handed over 50 starter houses to teachers and public officers at Highland Estates, right here in Belmopan. The Minister of Housing, and I'm sorry he isn't here, really outdid himself with this one. The folks got a new house with a full yard and fruit trees and paved streets. Everything, utilities, light, water, everything, internet, everything. No, concrete starter houses, so we don't build plywood houses. The minister built a community where there was none. He made life where there was none. It's easy to look at a budget of $5 million for housing and scoff at that. But the benefits of a cement starter house cannot be overstated. I've told you this story 1,000 times before, that I lived as a child in a broken down downstairs on Sarstoon Street in Belize City that didn't have any running water. We had to back water from a block away. We didn't have any indoor bathroom. I had to bathe in a bar pan until the age of 12. Needless to say, I didn't like that house very much. So when the girls asked where I lived, I told them I lived at the Lovell's house, because that was a big upstairs and downstairs house. And then got shop, cement. Then got shop with oil truck and big TV and a lot of food and everything you can imagine. When the girls asked me where I lived, that's where I lived, the Lovell's house. But you all know the story. Mom's got a leased cement bungalow 40 years ago. 40 years ago to be precise. Back then she had to make a down payment of $3,500. Today you don't pay $1 except $500 for the land. 40 years ago the monthly mortgage moms had to pay was $100 a month. And today it is still $100 a month. That house changed our lives. Suddenly I felt really good about myself. So when the girls asked me where I lived, I can proudly say I live at the Cream Bungalow House at number 5 T Street, lot number 4065. You see, Mama always had a big old grin, a signature smile. She always had this optimism and confidence. And suddenly, after we got that Lee Bungalow house, I started to relate. I laughed a lot. I studied a lot. Suddenly, all the dreams that I had felt real. We were moving on up like the Jeffersons. That's what a new cement house does to children who are coming from a less than ideal background and housing. It lifts them up. It gives them pride, gives them confidence. They start believing. They start seeing the possibilities. They start studying harder. They start feeling like they belong. Kids who move into these new starter houses do better in school. We can't build enough of these houses. Minister of Housing, thank you very much for gracing us with your presence. We can't do this for enough families. Every time we give a family a starter house, Madam Speaker, we are doing God's work. We are lifting up people who don't have. We are doing social justice work. We are doing George Price's work. We are making him smile. Wherever he is, we are making him smile. We are going back to the social justice roots of the People's United Party. We are doing what people elected us to do. We are taking care of the people who need our help the most. We are taking care of the people who don't have. We are ensuring that your quality of life is better than it was before, that your children can dream dreams they probably never had before. But what's more, they can live out those dreams like they never could before. This is the PUP government at its finest. This is a social justice government we envisioned. This is when I'm proudest. You see what that bungalow did for my siblings and I? What you don't see is what happened to much of the families from my own neighborhood that never got a Lee bungalow. The other day, some of us from the whole neighborhood were counting all the kids that never made it, that died before their time, that were killed way too young. And some of those children, some of whose children were also killed. It's like over 30 of the kids that I grew up with in that one Lee neighborhood who lost their lives to gun violence, lives taken away, children left to live without a father, young mothers left to raise their children by their lonesome, and some of these children eventually got killed too. It's a vicious cycle, but that's some Belize City neighborhoods for you the last 40 or so years. A maelstrom of vicious, deadly violence, broken lives from drugs and alcohol, lives lost from gun violence, hope crushed to the earth, truth crushed to the earth. But Martin Luther King Jr. says that truth crushed to the earth will someday rise again. The truth is, we are better than we've been. We are better than crime and violence. We are better than drugs and violence. We are better than the bad name we get as a people and a government. We are far better. We need to know who we are as a people, where we are and where we're going. So many are not going anywhere too fast, Madam Speaker. The drugs, the violence, the alcohol are wreaking havoc in our communities. And in many instances, we are doing it to ourselves. We are killing ourselves. We must stop. We have to stop. We are dishonoring all those who came before us, who sacrificed and endured so much so we could have this little haven called Belize intact. We cannot afford to lose any more of you. The world is too different for a small nation to rise if it's young and strong and gifted or dying. Put all that charisma and good looks and charm and courage and brains to better use, young men. You are better than this. We are better than this. When I speak of this budget is about unleashing the power in you, the spark to set you going in the right direction. The numbers are great, but our number one asset is our people, the hard-working man and woman in this here country, the creative man and woman converting raw materials into income-earning ideas, the many who feed their families from the street side. This is your home. This is your paradise. Treasure it, nurse it, caress it, fight for it, wage war for it. Stop leaving it for others to steal it. This is what Father God has blessed us with. Now, Speaker, this is the time of the young. The jobs are there. Free education is there. NHI is there. Land is there. Housing opportunities are there. You want to start a business? Go to Beltrade. There's an awesome array of support services there. This budget has $3.9 million for them to continue their work, to help young entrepreneurs to start and register their businesses, as they did in Mullins River and Gales Point, Manatee recently, in conjunction with MIDH. A total of 80 businesses were formalized, 21 from Mullins River and 59 from Gales Point, Manatee. The majority of the businesses were for persons over 56 years old, though. Can you imagine? Only 12% of the businesses started were for those between the ages of 18 to 25. Don't let this time pass you by, young people. Seize the moment. This budget has something for you. That's not to say that you will get all you want all at once. Life won't always be easy. There'll be bumps in the road, but you have to embrace the struggle and the journey. Struggle, I dare say, is a beautiful thing. This budget is about keeping our children in school. 21 high schools now have free education. All the high school students in Stan Creek and Toledo District are fully covered, Minister of Education. 41% of all our high school students are covered. Our kids have no reason to drop out of school anymore. School fees paid, uniforms provided, books provided, meals provided. All our kids have to do is show up. There's no reason to join any gangs and study. And study. Just study hard and make something of yourself. The most successful people in the world are not the handsomest or the prettiest. It's the people who work the hardest. These young people have to break the generational poverty. And that's exactly what we are trying to do at the Lands Department. Break the generational poverty. Lift people out of poverty like never before. 25,000 house lots issued. 25,000 families who are no longer poor, because we believe that if you have land, you can't be poor. You have an asset of value. You pay $500 for it. It's now valued at $20,000. Down the road, it will be valued more. So now let nobody come try bribe you with a few coins to sell your land. Hold on to your land. What we've done is transferred wealth to the ordinary people of this country. It's called transfer of wealth from your government family to your family. $500 million wealth transfer, $500 million in just 4 years. This work doesn't make the government boast about the numbers though. Your land might need a road, might need a light, might need access, but your land, that for you, that your land is your wealth. And with your land title, you can take that to the bank. You can send your child to college. You can start your own business. You can take care of yourself in a medical emergency. You can build your house. You can grow stuff on your land. You have no reason under the sun to go to any pawn shop or any of the quick loan shops that want your arm, your leg, your heart, and your soul for a small loan. Join a credit union, folks, and start off on the road to a life free of poverty. This year, we will spend an additional $2 million on surveys. That's in addition to the $3.9 million we spent last year and the $2 million we spent the year before. In other words, more house lots to come. Trouble. Something like that, though. And speaking about lands, coming soon in the weeks ahead, we will have our long-awaited national land use policy and comprehensive real estate legislation. Our draft real estate legislation, which we call a Property Agents Bill, is presently at the Attorney General's Ministry for review. Once that review is complete, it will be presented to Cabinet for approval to begin a comprehensive consultation with all stakeholders. We believe this bill will finally address all those renegade real estate agents and land agents and will help to rebuild and restore public trust and confidence in the property sector and the system of land administration in this country. Unlike several other professions, vocations, and trades, there has never been any law enacted to regulate the players in the property sector. The proposed bill offers a balanced and comprehensive framework to govern all types of property agents and property agency work defined in the bill. It includes, among other things, requirements for professional qualification, continuous professional development, and registration and annual certification to ensure competency and accountability, the introduction of rules of practice and codes of conduct to ensure transparency, consistency, and honesty, and the establishment of mechanisms to ensure effective implementation and the enforcement of the law. But again, this will all be subject to comprehensive consultation. As it relates to the National Land Use Policy that did undergo comprehensive countrywide consultation, We consulted for almost a year and went to almost all districts to ensure that the process was inclusive, because we believe land to be everybody's business. We should be taking a draft policy to Cabinet early this next month. We can't take these decisions about how we use land lightly, and we have done so for way too long. The decisions that we make about land use shape our social fabric as a nation, as cities and towns and rural communities, as we ensure that there are spaces to congregate and socialize, to connect with nature, to exercise and play ball with our neighbors, especially in this digitally connected but physically disconnected modern world. Land is the most critical and valuable resource for any development to take place in this country, and the decisions we make on how we use our land now will have far-reaching implications for the sustained growth of our economy. To ensure that our people are prospering, our ecosystems such as coral reef and mangrove forests are healthy, and our land is resilient to hurricanes and the ever-looming existential threat of climate change. I often repeat this line: we didn't inherit this land from our ancestors, we borrowed it from our children. It's important that we leave it better than we found it. That work is now complete and ready to go to Cabinet. Madam Speaker, as it relates to my other portfolio responsibility, petroleum, last year we produced 146,388 barrels of oil. That's a far cry from the 1.6 million barrels we produced 15 years ago, and the $111 million we collected in taxes and royalties in 2011. As it stands, U.S. Capital Belize Corporation is planning a seismic survey program to commence in December 2025. Belgeo Limited is currently drilling the Paraíso #1 exploration well on Prospect 1, located near Paraíso village in Corozal. Viva Energy is currently drilling the Valley of Peace #3A exploration well on Prospect 3, located in the Valley of Peace village in Cayo. FCRL is planning a re-entry and testing program for the South Canal Bank wells to evaluate the commercial potential of the South Canal Bank heavy oil discovery. Baker Oil is currently carrying out geological reconnaissance of the licensed area, and B&E is carrying out interventions to optimize production and extend the life of their oil fields. We are hoping that when we come back to the House for next year's budget debate, we can give some sweet oil news. We are hopeful. To my constituents, the people of Lake Independence, the people who have stood with me through thick and thin, I can't thank you enough. Every election you keep outdoing yourselves, record after record after record. I don't know what's next. I really don't know what's next. Remember for we talk. All I know is that this journey is not mine alone. It's about our family, our Lake High family. That's second to none. My executive, that's second to none. My campaigners, that's second to none. My voters are just the best there is. They keep believing in me, and so I must keep pushing as hard as I can, for as long as I can, for each and every one of them. When you see them, you see me. And when you see me, you see them. That's not a slogan. That's as real as it gets. It comes from somewhere deep inside. How else can you explain any of this? Our era is looking up, Madam Speaker. Looking better and feeling better. We're not reached there yet, but we go correct. But I don't do it alone. We are a team on this side of the House. Prime Minister has been with me since my very first day in politics, 31 years ago this month. That's a very long time. When I told my son that recently, the man said, "Oh, all that." His support, the Prime Minister. No, not going to happen. His support, the Prime Minister's support, has been unwavering. The Minister of Infrastructure Development and Housing, man, do the flat out give us love. The streets, the houses, what can I say? Don't stop. The former Minister of Education has been too kind. The people of Lake Independence have been well spoiled. The new Minister of Education has promised to give even more. The Minister of Health. I don't talk to the bad. I don't talk to the bad. It's a tall act to follow. The Minister of Health, you always answer the bell. I can't thank you enough. Oh, I don't see the man. Okay, I see you. I have to see you, Papa. The Minister of Human Development, past and present. The work you do is indispensable to us. Just know where the conversation grocery bags real soon. I see the budget. I see the budget. A nice, nice budget. The Minister of Police, you do your best for us, despite the challenges. The Minister of the Public Service, you have always been there for us. Don't stop, sir. The Minister of Tourism, now Sports and Youth, we will be calling on you. You've always been there when we call. Again, Madam Speaker, this budget is good for Lake Eye. I was going over some old, and I'm wrapping up now, Madam Speaker, because, there's a lot more speakers to come. I was going over some old budget speeches, and I came across some lines of a few years ago that I think remains instructive for us in leadership today. We on this side inherited some circumstances that would have wronged the meek and tame of heart, but our leadership transcended the circumstances, and now we are on the cusp of greatness. But the moonlight of memory reminds us that our power comes with an awesome responsibility to lead, ever so humbly, inspirationally, and with a fierce commitment to the people. We cannot lead by coercion. We cannot be derailed from the values that got us elected. Elections are not a vote of thanks. They are votes of confidence. The people have placed an awesome trust and confidence in us. We must honor that trust. It cannot be that independence was about building a kind of society in which we have a tiny few with everything and a huge majority with nothing. For us to perpetuate that state of affairs, that which we inherited, would be the ultimate act of betrayal. This budget, Madam Speaker, is a stride in the right direction. It is about empowering those who have been landless and jobless and houseless and listless for way too long. I support this budget for fiscal year 2025-2026. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Freetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the good people of Freetown to support this budget for fiscal year 2025-2026. And I want to talk, of course, about Freetown, and I want to talk a little about the budget and, of course, my own responsibilities, portfolio responsibilities. But I want to start, Madam Speaker, by reflecting a little on the presentation from the Leader of the Opposition. And of course, I want to start by joining with my good friend, the Honorable Member for Lake Independence, in congratulating the Leader of the Opposition on her historic appointment. I think we are very proud in the People's United Party to be a part of a government that understands and appreciates the role of women in leadership, and that is reflected in many, many, many different areas, many different sectors. So we like to think, and I know the former Minister of Human Development, who is a strong advocate for women and leadership and women in politics. We like to think that, we in the People's United Party create the kind of environment for these things to happen, for these historic things to happen. After all, it was George Price, who appointed the first woman Governor General of this country. I believe it was the Right Honorable Said Musa appointed the first woman Speaker of the House and first female President of the Senate. And many, many other areas. I could go on, but the point is that we're happy to be a part of this historic achievement for the member for Albert, and we congratulate her on that achievement and wish her well. You know, I have to say that I was very disappointed with her presentation. She started out saying that she had a stated desire to differentiate herself, stated desire to be different than her predecessor, right? Which would not have been too hard, but she failed to achieve that. She said we're not here to just criticize and oppose, right? We're here to be fair and balanced and so. But the absolute betrayal of that desire, as the stated desire, was almost immediate when she started to talk. What followed in her presentation was the usual empty, hollow rhetoric. This dark, meaningless rhetoric, which offered no vision for the country, not one plan for the country. She said nothing about what the UDP could do and would do. No plan for the country, no vision, no ideas, no solutions. Typical UDP. So in my view, it was a very weak, a very lazy response. And I say that to say before anybody say, oh, you said a lady, weak, lazy. I said that about the former leader too. His responses were always weak and lazy. No thought or effort, that's what I mean. No thought or effort had gone into the preparation of their presentation. Just lot of Googling, lot of Google. You could say lot of Google thing extracted and paste, lot of cut and paste of Googling. Yeah. Chat GPT, you know. Yeah. so. Yeah. That's a diplomatic way of putting it, Minister Zabune. So, you know, very disappointing. And, you know, it's even two members of her team on the other side already got a slim lead team over there, a MAGA team over there. And two of them couldn't even bother to show up today. Two of them could not get themselves out of bed today to come and hear the leader of the opposition deliver her first, they call it, you know, historic presentation of a leader of the opposition. Two of them could not even get themselves out of bed to come here today to do their job on behalf of the people they represent and listen to the leader of the opposition. What a shame. What an absolute shame. We thought we had passed that in the last 5 years when we had one representative from Queen Square who never bothered to show up. Total disrespect for the National Assembly, disrespect for the people of Belize. And now it seems to be continuing under this current, no, not for Queen Square, with two others went on the show up. That's my point. So, I think, Madam Speaker, you know, a final thing I'll say about the leader of the opposition's response is that it really, I think, reminded all of us of what the Belizean people, I think, dislike the most about this current incarnation of the UDP is the hypocrisy. Hypocrisy. They want to find fault with everything, as the member for Lake Independence said, they want to find fault with everything the government does. But when they had the opportunity, when they had the opportunity when they were in power for 12 long years, what did they do? What did they say? You know, when the member for Lake talked extensively about the Bolito, passionately talked about the government taking back the Bolito. What did they do? What did they say when Brads and his partners, we know who was his main partner, right, were collecting millions and millions of dollars at the expense of the Belizean people? That's right, we know. And money, you know, as a member for Lake, I said, money for NHI, money for sports. That's what we're going to do, invest these monies. So when they own, former Prime Minister talked about corruption at Lands Department. What did they do? What did they say? What did the leader of the opposition, who was right there around the table every step of the way, what did she have to say? That's the hypocrisy of this UDP. No housing program. They come here today and have the audacity. And I know my friend, the member for Cayo South, will deal with them. He's holding back, waiting for Wednesday. But they had no housing program, absolutely no housing program. And they have the audacity to come here and criticize this government's housing program, which is uplifting so many families and communities. Corruption at the Ministry of Works, who remember that? It's infrastructure development. They had one favorite contractor, right? Got every single contract. Every single contract. Yeah, over $250 million worth of contracts. Who can forget the Penna in immigration scandal? Penna, right? There's so many of them we forget. We have to remind Citizen Kim, right? To a passport delivered to a man in a jail, right? Imagine. So much hypocrisy, Madam Speaker. But you know, let me move on from the UDP. And let me say that I am proud, as I started out by saying, to stand here on behalf of the people of Freetown to support this budget. It is because of the people of Freetown that I have the honor and privilege of standing in this honorable house. And I want to thank those ladies over there from Freetown. I want to thank them for their support. They came on their own, but I'm very, very happy to see them. And I'm very, very proud to have received their support for more than 20 years in the Freetown constituency. Yeah, we have a few of you voting Freetown. You know, I want to thank them for their support, for their confidence, for their loyalty, for their kindness, for their friendship. You know, and the people of Freetown have been very, very kind and gracious to me. On March 12th of this year, a little over 2 months ago, the voters of Freetown once again, for the 6th time, came out on election day and overwhelmingly gave me and the People's United Party their support. We were humbled, Madam Speaker, after both sleep about this, because I was telling the Deputy Prime Minister, the member for Lake, you know, I finally entered the 90% club, right? Receiving 90% of the vote in Freetown. It took us 6 tries, but we got there. So it's a great honor and a great responsibility comes along with that. And I understand very clearly that the people of Freetown were voting for a continuation of the work started over the last 5 years. Our people, of course, need access to land. They want more access to housing, education assistance, food assistance. Of course, we always want better infrastructure and drains. Some are still seeking employment opportunities. They all of us as citizens of Belize, we want to live in a peaceful Belize, free of crime and violence. And so the people of Freetown understood that this government under the leadership of Prime Minister Briceño, we were delivering on all of these areas that I mentioned, all of these areas. And again, I place on record my gratitude and appreciation to the Prime Minister and all of the members of this side, all of the ministers, for their support for the people of Freetown in all of these different areas. So people came out on March 12th because they understood that we were making progress as a nation, that we were working hard every day, and they wanted to see that continue. And so they gave this government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Briceño, a resounding new mandate to implement Plan Belize 2.0. They want to see us build on that strong foundation of Plan Belize 1.0, which achieved, we've talked about it, and the budget reflects that. It achieved economic stability, economic growth, poverty reduction, historic poverty reduction, increase in the minimum wage, drastic reduction in the public debt to 61% from 132%, unemployment under 3%, record low levels, unprecedented access to land under the Deputy Prime Minister, magnificent, as I said earlier, life-changing starter homes under the Ministry of Infrastructure, Development and Housing, investments in education through our Education Upliftment Project, our scholarship assistance programs, our National Healthy Start feeding program. Talk about investing in our people. Social investment, unprecedented levels. The Connect Ed program, where over 200 schools, more than 200 schools, were connected to high-speed internet access. Rural communities, rural development, unprecedented development under the former Minister of Rural Development, now Minister of Education. Unprecedented investment and development in those areas. We talk about crime, and yes, we understand the need to address crime in a comprehensive way, and that is what this government is doing. But let us understand that it is under this government over the last 4.5 years that we have attacked crime in a targeted, focused way. To reduce crime, we have reduced crime in a meaningful way over the last 4.5 years. A lot more work to do. That's an ongoing challenge, daily challenge. But the Minister of Home Affairs has done a good job. Tourism has been booming. Tourism booming. We feel it in every corner of the country, every sector of the country. We feel it. Tremendous work being done by the team, BTB and the entire team. Great work. The private sector they feel the confidence. They feel confidence in the future of Belize. The future of Belize's tourism product. So great work there. Agriculture, we have been done tremendous work in terms of food security, enhancing our food security as a nation. The NHI expansion program, I'm very pleased that we were able, under the last administration, the last term, we were able to expand the NHI to Freetown, to the north side of Belize City. So we'll have universal coverage shortly when we cover the Cayo district, which will be completed this year, in this fiscal year. We talked about the Bolido revenue already, over $111 million from November of 2020 3 to November 2024, $65 million over 2022, when the UDP cronies controlled it. So, Madam Speaker, we are very proud of our record and the work done, but we know only too well that much more remains to be done. Allow me now to try to briefly talk about areas of responsibility: foreign affairs, foreign trade, immigration, and culture. In terms of foreign affairs, Madam Speaker, these are challenging times. There's no two ways about it. If we think that the years past have been fraught with crisis and tensions and a lessening of international cooperation, the outlook for the year ahead is even more challenging. Globalization, interdependence, once viewed as drivers of progress, are now threatened, leaving many countries, especially small countries, small states like Belize, vulnerable to the national policies of other countries which have global impact and the weakening of multilateralism and the rules-based order. So these global developments have real-life impact here at home, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade is tasked with ensuring that Belize's interests are protected and promoted. So our foreign policy, Madam Speaker, has to be principled, it has to be strategic, it has to be pragmatic, and it has to be driven by the national imperative for sustainable development in support of Plan Belize 2.0. Obviously, safeguarding Belize's sovereignty and territorial integrity, the final peaceful settlement of Guatemala's claim, continues to be our #1 foreign policy objective. Sustainable development, human and national security, human rights, climate change, trade and investment, these are all pillars of our foreign policy, at the forefront of our foreign policy. Belize always has a vested interest in an international system that is fair and equitable, in a system where rules are made and respected by all countries, and where countries cooperate and coordinate to address global challenges. The Ministry is continuing, Madam Speaker, to expand its diplomatic outreach, establishing relations with non-traditional partners. Over the last year, we have established diplomatic relations with Burundi, Kyrgyzstan, Samoa, Namibia. This drive will continue into the new fiscal year, when we look at the Middle East and Europe and Asia and Africa for expansion of our diplomatic footprint. We have deepened bilateral relations and participated in several joint commissions to agree on new cooperation projects, including with Panama, Japan, India, Brazil. Last week, I co-chaired the annual Belize-EU Partnership Dialogue, which is aimed at strengthening our partnership in areas of mutual priority, including trade, development cooperation, and integration. In the coming year, we expect to pursue new economic opportunities with El Salvador, Mexico, Taiwan, and the European Union. The UN development system has been a strong partner in Belize's development. We are looking into strengthening our presence in Europe to facilitate closer engagement with the UN system, including the specialized agencies like the World Trade Organization and others. We continue to work to improve the mobility of the Belize passport to ease travel for leisure and business. We have concluded visa waiver agreements with Benin, with Belgium, with Luxembourg, with Netherlands. For diplomatic passport holders, we continue to lobby for a Schengen visa waiver for all Belizean passport holders, and we will continue to pursue visa relaxation agreements with other countries. The Ministry is also spearheading the campaign for Belize's first ever candidature to the Council of the International Civil Aviation Organization. Once elected, Belize would be a part of the development of rules, norms at the only multilateral aviation organization. In terms of Belize and Guatemala, Madam Speaker, let me say that The bilateral relationship with Belize, with Guatemala, is of singular importance, both because Guatemala is our neighbor and because Guatemala's claim to Belize must be finally and peacefully resolved at the ICJ. The political relationship, let me just say that the political relationship is a very, very good one at the political level between Belize and Guatemala, in no small part due to Prime Minister Briceño's own engagement with the President of Guatemala, President Arevalo, with whom he has developed a good working relationship. So that has been very important to us. We've renewed that relationship with a mutual focus on trade and business opportunities. I think in both our nations we understand that Guatemala is not going anywhere, Belize is not going anywhere. We have to learn to work together, to live together for the mutual benefit of our two peoples. So that is the approach and attitude we have taken. Last year, Prime Minister Briceño led a delegation of both government and private sector members to Guatemala, where we had high-level meetings with the government, with President Arevalo and ministers of his government, as well as private sector, extensive private sector engagements, which are already beginning to reap the fruit because of those engagements. We expect investment team and a trade delegation from Guatemala to visit Belize as well sometime this year. We've resumed work on the Joint Commission, which oversees cooperation and strengthening of the bilateral relations, and we will intend to continue to pursue that with vigor. On the ground at the western and southern borders, serious challenges persist, which the ministry manages with a view to ensure that Belize's sovereignty and territorial integrity are safeguarded and respected, and that tensions are minimized. It's also the ministry's role to keep our international partners apprised of the situation along the border and also in our maritime spaces, particularly, of course, in the Sarstoon River, to enlist their support for Belize. So, you know, we take these matters serious. There is no greater duty and obligation than the protection of our territorial integrity, our sovereignty, vitally important. The OAS office in the adjacency zone has been instrumental to the implementation of the confidence building measures between Belize and Guatemala, and to implementing projects which contribute to the development of the border areas and build goodwill among the residents. We, in terms of the ICJ, I can report to the Belizean people that, as you know, in both countries, Belize and Guatemala, people went to the polls by way of referendum, a referendum in each country, and approved this process that we are now following. Both countries have made their written submissions to the International Court of Justice. Where we are now is that we are awaiting the court setting a date for the oral hearings before the International Court of Justice. We are hopeful that that date will be set sometime, hopefully in next year, and we will be able to have the oral hearings. And after the oral hearings, of course, we will have to await the decision of the court. So it is expected that that decision will happen sometime during this term of our government. And the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has oversight both of the legal preparations of the case as well as the planning for the post-judgment phase. Regionally, Madam Speaker, our active involvement and alliance building through CARICOM, SICA, OAS, CELAC, the UN, Commonwealth, all of that enables us to ensure that Belize's interests and our priorities are taken account of in global decision-making on climate change, sustainable development, development financing, fair and equitable terms of trade. So very, very important responsibility. So continued investment in our diplomatic service ensures we are not only present, but that we are visible and that we are effective. CARICOM integration has been a cardinal point of Belize's foreign policy. CARICOM's coordination of common foreign policy positions continues to be a strong and durable foundation for our international engagement and effective negotiations, and a bulwark in these turbulent times. Situation in Haiti continues to be of great concern to all of us in the region, and certainly for us here in Belize. Again, Prime Minister Briceño's voice has been a very loud and clear voice in CARICOM, around the table. I have been with him many of those meetings where we have discussed this very sad, tragic situation in Haiti. You know, Belize is fully committed to being a part of finding a solution to what is taking place in Haiti through CARICOM. As you know, we have committed to deploy our troops into Haiti at the appropriate time. We already had 2 officers there. They have returned home. We continue to monitor the situation. It's rapidly deteriorating security situation. But we are and remain committed to supporting Haiti, and to do so through CARICOM and through the Eminent Persons Group and through our own advocacy with international partners. Whenever we meet with the Europeans, the Americans, anybody, we always make sure that we have Haiti on the agenda. Integration with Central America continues. We are pursuing observer status in the Central American economic integration. We are almost there. I think almost every hurdle has been cleared as a path to identifying potential points for economic cooperation and convergence. And next year, Belize will once again hold the presidency pro tem of SICA, with the opportunity to shape the regional agenda. In terms of foreign trade, I'll just make a few points because my colleague, the Minister of State, the member for Belize Rural North, will speak in more detail about foreign trade. But certainly to make the point that, you know, global trade over the last 5 years has experienced a lot of challenges. We've seen, obviously, coming out of COVID, obviously a lot of protectionist measures, you know, a new volatile policy environment. So global trade is undergoing profound tests and changes. And the government of Belize remains steadfast in our commitment to expanding market access for Belizean products, reducing trade barriers, deepening regional integration. We are also spearheading efforts to strengthen trade facilitation through targeted support from the CDB, Caribbean Development Bank, and the Inter-American Development Bank, the IDB. Through these partnerships, we are implementing institutional and digital reforms to modernize our trade infrastructure, streamline customs and border procedures, improve the efficiency of trade-related agencies, reduce the cost and time associated with moving goods across our borders. These efforts are aimed at building a more competitive and resilient trade environment that supports private sector growth and regional integration. We have moved strategically to secure the CARICOM market, pursuing bilateral trade agreements with El Salvador, which will open new opportunities for Belizean exports, including grains, seafood, meats, fruits, juices, vegetables, honey, and oils. In return, Belize will grant market access to select Salvadorian goods, such as textiles and pharmaceuticals and construction materials. We're also making strategic progress in expanding our PSA with Guatemala. This includes close collaboration with the private sector to facilitate the export of goods that already enjoy duty-free access under the existing agreement. In the coming year, we want to begin trade, Madam Speaker, negotiations with Honduras and secure CARICOM endorsement of the Belize-El Salvador PSA. We also expect that additional access will open for Belizean shrimp in Taiwan, in the Taiwan market, under the Economic Cooperation Agreement. And the Ministry will be intensifying its efforts to expand access to the Mexican market for additional products. We're working diligently to close the national trade deficit by increasing our exports into CARICOM, Belize's third largest export market. As I said, Madam Speaker, in terms of trade, obviously the shifting U.S. tariffs and trade policies can affect the predictability of our export access. So it's even more urgent for us here in Belize to strengthen our regional trade ties by deepening our integration with CARICOM and Central America. We are building a buffer against external shocks and laying the foundation for a more stable, self-reliant regional economy, one that creates opportunities for our producers, protects our exporters, and ensures food and economic security. So a modern, well-resourced foreign trade apparatus is critical to creating jobs, increasing exports, and building a more competitive economy. A quick word, Madam Speaker, about international cooperation. The allocation of development financing does not, as a rule, take account of the inherent vulnerabilities of small island developing states like Belize. So in this context, the ministry must be assertive in advocating for Belize's access to development financing. And our entire government has been committed to that objective. So the ICC, the International Cooperation Council, has been activated, streamlining international development cooperation, improving coordination across government to root out bottlenecks, maximize benefits, avoid duplication, as well as to identify gaps. So the ICC, through its International Partners Conference Strategic Alliances, directly engages with international partners on government's development priorities and on how to improve aid effectiveness. We'll continue, of course, to seek out scholarship opportunities for Belize in all fields of education. We continue to work with our partners to empower SMEs in the agricultural sector, to improve infrastructure in southern Belize, to enhance border security. These are all projects coming on stream in 2025. Ministry, along with the Ministry of Economic Transformation, has oversight of an EU-funded project on effective and sustainable management of Belize's western and southern borders, and we are pursuing support to strengthen conservation efforts in southern Belize. In terms of the consular work, Madam Speaker, I can report that a network of consular offices and consular representatives provide consular support to Belizeans abroad, particularly in the U.S., where the largest Belize diaspora resides. In view of the heightened enforcement by the U.S. of its immigration laws, the role of our consular representatives has become even more crucial to ensure that any Belizean has accurate information and the necessary travel documentation. Any Belizean, I want to make this very clear, our government's policy is that any Belizean living anywhere in the world who wishes to return home is welcome to do so. So, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade is committed to enhancing Belize's profile as an active member of the international community. Despite our size, Belize continues to punch above its weight, providing leadership at the global and regional level on issues such as climate change, oceans governance, migration, defending the rules-based order. Continued investment in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade is an investment in Belize's future, our economic resilience, our global credibility, and our national security. We must ensure our diplomats, foreign service, and foreign trade officers have the necessary tools and training and support they need to serve Belize. In this budget, I am happy to report, Madam Speaker, that we reaffirm that commitment. In terms of immigration, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Immigration is a critically important ministry responsible for border management, travel facilitation, migration management. It's comprised of 3 departments: the Nationality and Passports Department, the Refugee Department, the Department of Border Management and Immigration Services, responsible for 9 ports of entry. In terms of 2024, Madam Speaker, the Nationality and Passports Department partnered with the International Organization on Migration, IOM, in its legal identity mobile hubs. This allowed the department to extend its services to people who may have had some limitation to visiting the office during normal working hours. The local hubs served more than 2,400 individuals and generated more than $200,000 in revenue. The ministry transferred this idea of mobile services to the diaspora, and in collaboration with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, took its passport and naturalization by descent services to 2 major cities in the U.S. with significant Belizean populations, namely Los Angeles and New York. A total of over 1,021 Belizeans were reached, 641 passports and 318 nationality certificates were issued, generating revenue of over $600,000. In collaboration with the Ministry of E-Governance, the Ministry of Immigration launched the e-embarkation forms, the Philip Goldson International Airport, a digital tool that allows travelers to more easily provide the necessary information required for entry and exit from Belize. This digital format, the objective is to make it easier for Belizeans and tourists to complete their embarkation forms, reducing confusion and increasing compliance with immigration requirements. Speeds up the process of traveling, reducing waiting times, improving the overall efficiency of immigration services. So, Madam Speaker, in terms of the year ahead, we have 2 major overarching goals. There are many things that come under these, but 2 overarching goals. One is to continue the work of digitalization of services, cutting-edge technologies, as we all know, such as artificial intelligence, biometric identification systems, are revolutionizing how immigration processes are managed. These tools are not only streamlining administrative workflows and reducing the risk of human error and interference, but also significantly strengthening data security and identity verification protocols. User-friendly online platforms enhance applicant experience by enabling real-time application tracking and digital submissions. So moving towards modernizing the services at the Ministry of Immigration, in the new financial year we will be seeing the following developments: the launch of a visa and permits online system, the integration of a new online payment system with immigration services and the government's finance system, the integration of biometrics into the permanent resident system, the rollout of e-embarkation forms at all ports of entry, further development of the statistical unit and publishing of immigration data, the integration of a biometric data sharing partnership program with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security to enhance traveler screening, contributing to stronger border and national security. The Ministry of Immigration is also in the final stages of development of a strategic plan. This 2025-2030 plan will cover areas including improving work processes for operational excellence, building human resource management for professional excellence, including addressing systemic corruption, strengthening the policy and legislative environment with the drafting of a national immigration and development policy, and revamping of immigration legislation. And very importantly, Madam Speaker, just overall improving the customer experience. You know, we very often hear people say, I don't like going to the immigration department. I don't want to go to the immigration office. So we have a duty and responsibility as a government, and certainly as a Ministry of Immigration, to ensure that we're doing everything possible to improve that customer experience for our citizens, so that when they go to the Ministry of Immigration, the Department of Immigration, that they're treated with courtesy and respect, and that they are delivered services in an efficient and effective manner. That has to be our objective and our goal. So that's very important. I have to, and I can say, Madam Speaker, I had to put this in here. It's my colleagues in cabinet will have not yet approved it, but I hope they will. The Prime Minister supports it. He started it, actually. He started the discussion about it. So I'm just finishing what he started. But this, we have to go through all this bureaucratic process of getting people to recommend you for passport and these other things. Completely meaningless. Completely meaningless. So we are going to eliminate that requirement for a recommender for passports. It only leads to corruption. It leads to all kind of foolishness. So I have a paper before the cabinet. We'll deal with it next week, Tuesday. But you all can approve now. Yeah. So finally, let me talk about culture. Our culture is our future, of course. Since 2020, under the banner of MORE, our government has committed to cultural liberation, championing more community, more communication, more innovation, more access, more diplomacy, more sustainability. As George Price said in 1965, culture has always been a central plank in every PUP administration. George Price, back in 65, said the good Belizean citizen is co-creating the new Belize. He was talking about culture. 2005, Prime Minister Musa echoed the 1982 Mexico Declaration on Culture. Culture is the whole complex of distinctive spiritual, material, intellectual, and emotional features that characterize a society. Culture is an essential element of the development process. Our Prime Minister Briceño, and this is reflected also in Plan Belize 2.0. He has said, culture is who and what we are. In this age of AI and rapid transformation, more than ever, we must aspire to discovering the soul of our nation, using culture to strengthen our identity. Our cultural DNA is our foundation for unity, innovation, and resilience. Our National Institute of Culture and History, NICH, remains at the forefront of this effort. In April of 2024, we opened the Museum of Belizean Art, MOBA, in Belize City, revitalizing the historic government house. We took the white man house, the governor's house, and we turned it into the Museum of Belizean Art for the Belizean people. The Maya Creating Civilization exhibit, launched at the Museum of Belize, featuring multilingual access and inclusive programming. The Dangriga House of Culture was formally re-established, reaffirming our commitment to cultural spaces. We worked along with the Honorable Member for Dangriga on that issue. Advancing archaeology, we established a new cave policy, enhancing safety and conservation. You can't just go in a Fui cave or broke up Fui cave. There has to be a conservation policy, a safety policy. So we put in place a new caves policy. We amended the Niche Act to increase penalties for looting and destruction. Remember how they broke up? And then they broke up, man will run against you. Where a man there, Prime Minister? Where a man there? Yeah, he get way under there. He lucky get way under there. Yeah, penalties, yeah. Looting and destruction. E-ticketing now allows online access to all 14 heritage sites. The Minister of Tourism was very, very helpful in guiding us and supporting that effort. Still have to improve it, Minister, but we're making good progress. Our updated research policy prioritizes local impact and efficiency. Restoration efforts continue at Sartineja. We launched the first formal research project in the Rivera site in Belmopan. We secured a UNESCO grant to train over 150 citizens in documenting traditional foodways. We have supported the revival of the Maya Dare Dance now embraced across communities. Looking ahead, Madam Speaker, we will set up a niche creators lab to feature podcasts, webinars, and courses for deeper public engagement. Plans are on the way for the transformation of the George Price family home into a space for public education and botanical garden. And we place on record again our gratitude to the Price family for their support for this initiative. This is for the people of Belize. We will implement a Belize food project to preserve and promote our culinary heritage, rich culinary heritage. We will continue to officially celebrate our Emancipation Day, honoring the spirit of liberation. And we will carry forward the second rung of our Culture Fund. The Creative and Cultural Excellence Award continues to recognize outstanding Belizean artists. Strong support for Panyard Carnival and municipal cultural events has boosted national unity. Our handmade craft exhibit featured 25 master artisans that is now touring the country with plans for international showcasing. The Festival of Arts saw a 45% increase in youth participation, with 2,300 students involved in 2024. Our Soundtrack of Belize, very proud of this project, Madam Speaker. The Belize Music Project is preserving 100 years of Belizean music with artists like Sarita Torres and Cleveland Berry and Nadia Catus, Bob Reno, Los Atlanticos. This archive is a gift to future generations of beat makers, songwriters, and creators. A bridge between the past and the next Belizean song. We're very grateful there for the support for the music project that we have received from the Belize Tourism Board, from Niche, of course, has invested in this project. BTB, Minister of Tourism himself, has been personally engaged and involved. And I know the Ministry of Home Affairs as well has used this project as well to engage young people, as a part of their overall objective of reducing crime. So, beautiful project with tremendous benefits for the future. So, a lot has been done, Madam Speaker. We have seen a 23% growth in social media engagement, 76 community cultural engagements since January of 2024, 60 international partnerships with universities and cultural organizations, 1.6 million in grants, sponsorships, and in-kind support across the country, 250,000 invested through the Bliss Center for the Performing Arts. Culture, as I said, Madam Speaker, is at the lifeblood of this administration. It's not a side note for us. It is our compass, it is our voice, it is our future. And we will continue fostering creativity and connection through festivals, exhibitions, performances, lectures, digital projects, living heritage events. Together and with pride and purpose, we affirm that culture is our future. In closing, Madam Speaker, I want to say again how honored I am to support this budget. I'm very excited and optimistic about the year ahead, and indeed about the 5 years ahead. We are humbled by the overwhelming support of the Belizean people. We understand that such support brings with it great responsibility. We take that responsibility seriously as we work each day to improve the lives of the Belizean people. We have a responsibility, as the Deputy Prime Minister, the member for Lake Eye, said, to engage respectfully with our partners in development, the private sector, our social partners, the joint unions, the churches, the junt. As the Deputy Prime Minister said, we have engaged meaningfully with them Very proud of the work that we have done to demonstrate a strong commitment to a respectful dialogue with our partners. As he pointed out, we want to chart a new way forward, a comprehensive approach that's grounded, as he rightly pointed out, in quality of life and productivity. How can we work together to improve the quality of life of the Belizean people? In so doing, improve the quality of life of the members of the unions. That's very important. It shouldn't be that we sit on opposite sides of the table and it appears to the people on the outside that one side is seeking to extract as much as possible from the government, and the government is trying to limit as much as possible what we give to the other side. That should not be the formula. That's never a formula for success. And that's not the case. We work very respectfully and engage meaningfully, but I can see how people on the outside would say that that seems to be the nature of the relationship. So we have to find a new formula where everybody can win and everybody can see the good in the way forward. So that's very, very important. We have a shared duty to work together on big issues like pension reform, government saving, cost-saving measures, revenue enhancement. We have a shared responsibility to work together in the best interests of Belize, and I am absolutely confident that we will do so. So, Madam Speaker, I am proud to stand in support of this year's budget, along with my colleagues on this side of the House, under the leadership of our Prime Minister. The work continues. I thank you.
I recognize the member for Belize Rural Central.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, all members of this Honorable House. Good afternoon, Belize. And good afternoon, the very special and beautiful people of Belize Rural Central, who overwhelmingly re-elected me on the 12th of March. Big up every single member and resident of Belize Rural Central. In every single one of the 18 boxes for Belize Rural Central, we had a 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 majority, so that we absolutely acknowledge the important responsibility that has been given to us for Belize Rural Central. And I wish to say once again, thank you very much, people of Belize Rural Central. Madam Speaker, with your permission, if I could attempt to say a few words in Spanish. Quiero agradecer mucho a la querida gente de Belize Rural Central por confiar en mí. Yo voy a seguir trabajando mano a mano con toda mi gente para tener un buen lugar para vivir, y yo quiero decir otra vez, gracias, muchísimas gracias. Madam Speaker, let me start with Gales Point, Manatee, which has always been very near and dear to my heart. Gales Point, Manatee, and this is because of budgets of the People's United Party government under the leadership of John Briceño. Gales Point, Manatee, the brand new, beautiful, spanking brand new, beautiful preschool and the fully refurbished primary school, which we were able to accomplish through the government of Belize, the Social Investment Fund, and the Caribbean Development Bank. Thank you to everyone who was involved in making that a beautiful reality. That building is also serving as a hurricane shelter. We have done street upgrade, we have done upgrading of the basketball court. The water system is a work in progress and still a lot is needed. but we will be continuing that along with the Ministry of Local Government. We have provided groceries for our people, cleanup campaign, community support, school assistance, funeral and medical assistance, and we thank the Belize Tourism Board for the provision of septic tanks. We did, Madam Speaker, the first ever land clinic, and big up to our Deputy Prime Minister, our dear Deputy Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, the whole of Gales Point came out for the first ever land clinic in Gales Point, Manatee, the entire village. And happy to say, our Deputy Prime Minister and Minister, the member for Lake Independence, is delivering to the people of Gales Point their leases, their titles, and further land development. Madam Speaker, we also thank the Belize Tourism Board for the construction of the Clearwater Marine Center for conservation for manatees, turtles, and other wildlife. And of course, I once again acknowledge the tour guide training. Many of the people participating were women. So, Madam Speaker, the attention to Gales Point Manatee is unprecedented, and it will continue. I want to now go to La Democracia. We have assisted the St. Agnes Anglican School with bathroom and playground, furnitures, desks and chairs. We have completely refurbished the La Democracia Community Center. We have donated weed cutters and equipment, lighting for the basketball and football court, and of course, again, through the assistance of the Minister for Natural Resources, we are in the process of surveying lots for La Democracia and the upgrading of village streets. The work continues, and that is why I will probably say it a couple of times, colleagues, I support this budget. Moving to Mahogany Heights. We have done major upgrading of roads. We have put lighting for the park and basketball court. The bleachers are soon to be completed, and we are covering all cost of the public electricity for the playground and basketball court, and we will absolutely continue to support our dear people of Mahogany Heights. As I said, the bleachers are soon to be completed. For Freetown, Sibboon, we have continued to upgrade the road to Freetown, Sibboon, and we have continued our community outreach. In relation to Western Paradise, we have put in a play station, the upkeep of the field, again, lighting for the playground and basketball court, full refurbishment of the community center, drainage and roadworks, culverts, chopping and clearing of bush, and we continue with educational and other assistance for our dear people of Western Paradise. In relation now to Gracie Rock, Gracie Rock is also very special and near and dear to our hearts. We assisted a tourism project with equipment like canoes, life vests, bicycles, boat engine, so that the tour guides of Gracie Rock can take the people to see the beautiful, beautiful hillside of Gracie Rock and the Sibboon River. We have supported community activities, and in all our villages, Madam Speaker, the provision of groceries, educational, and medical assistance continues. For Hattieville, Madam Speaker, and we actually won Hattieville 3-1 in the boxes of Hattieville on the 12th of March. Thank you, Hattieville. Land distribution, we're working on it. Lighting of the football field, the library, support for Hattieville Government School with refrigerator, kitchen, freezer, the chopping of the surrounding compounds. We wish to thank the Colby Foundation for the prisoners who assist us in cutting the surroundings of the Hattieville Government School whenever they are called upon. And we have upgraded our bus shelters. We're cutting the field, as I said, donation of softball gears, and the Tyrell Rekenia Memorial Park. Very sadly, Madam Speaker, there was the killing of Tyrell Rekenia, a community activist, and I am very happy to say that the Tyrell Rekenia Memorial Park is now a reality. And what is a signal event, it's happening right now, Madam Speaker, the full paving of Sylvester Boulevard in Hattieville is well underway. Thank you, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Thank you for fulfilling the pledges that have been made. In relation to Lord's Bank, Madam Speaker, we are working on the police substation. We did complete refurbishment of the community center. Bleachers in process, lighting is there. The BDF housing area, we're working on the basketball court and the softball pitch. We have again donated softball gears and uniforms. There's major road upgrades, expansion of the water supply, and support to flood victims in the years 2020 and 2024. The work continues, Madam Speaker. In Ladyville, Mirage Road has been hot mixed paved. Again, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, thank you for following through on the pledges of this Plan Belize. Now we're getting into 2.0, but thank you very much that before we start the 2.0, we can boast of the paving of Mirage Road. Is a whole mile and something of road. A whole mile and something of road. Compassion Lane. After many years and many broken promises by the UDP, Madam Speaker, we can say today that because of long and adverse possession, we have been able to provide the people of Compassion Lane with their titles where they could hold in their hand. And the surveys were done. All the people of Compassion Lane have been able to obtain their titles. Madam Speaker, this never happened so. This happened because of the member for Lake Independence, the member for Orange Walk Central and Minister of Finance, and the commitment of this People's United Party government. In Spanish Town, the field is being upgraded. We have a play station in the Janessa Jones Park. We have done distribution of lots, and we will do more. We have donated to area schools, and the Ladyville Technical High School is now boasting the free education with the meals, the uniforms, school bag, all the things that help our children to stay in school, Madam Speaker. We have continued to support the other area schools like Ladyville RC, Evangelical, and the Ladyville Seventh-day Adventist Primary School. Madam Speaker, we have a Digital Connect Center in Ladyville now, and we have completed the upgrading and the new painting of the Ladyville Community Center. Now, why have I gone over all of this to tell you about all 9 communities of Belize Rural Central? Because all of this has been possible by the prudent management and the visionary work of this government led by Honorable John Briceño. I heard the leader of the opposition speak about human dignity as if there is none under this government. Well, let me say to the honorable leader of the opposition and her members on the other side, few though they may be, let me say that it is because of this government, prudent management, visionary leadership, that we have increased human dignity with more children in school, more help for the poor and elderly, more attention to the marginalized people and persons with disability. Yes, she spoke long about the social sector and the terrible cost of living, but it is this government that is addressing all of these issues, Madam Speaker. This government has done more for real social investment and justice than the UDP did in 13 years before. In 4 short years, we have been able to accomplish a lot. But again, Madam Speaker, I stand here this afternoon not to bossy, but to say that there is a lot more work to do, and we will continue. The best way out of poverty, Madam Speaker, is jobs, a vibrant, growing economy, work for our people, and the upliftment of the human dignity that the other side talks about in empty parlance, but we are doing something about it. I therefore, Madam Speaker, support this budget. And to my friend, the honorable member from Mesopotamia, I don't know if you and I use the same road, sir, to get to Belmopan, but I thought I heard you say the other day that nothing to the road. Let me say, you're on that road, you're going like this. You feel like you're in a boat on a rocky sea. The pavement is eating in on both sides. The road needs upgrading. I support the Prime Minister in saying that we have to invest more in infrastructure, but not to forget the people of this country. Madam Speaker, it is a privilege to serve, and it is an honor for me to serve in a senior capacity in this government. And I thank this government and the Prime Minister for acknowledging my service, my seniority, and my commitment. But I want to say to you, Madam Speaker, that I don't plan to retire anytime soon. No, I have been a person of many firsts, Madam Speaker. I've been a person of many firsts, but I've never held it up and tried to promote myself and bossy about it. It is a privilege to serve, and I was asked by the Honorable Prime Minister to chair the National AIDS Commission, to assist with the National Awards Commission, and to give input in matters concerning the human dignity of our elderly people. Madam Speaker, just a few short weeks ago, I was informed that the HIV/AIDS situation in our country, well, I wasn't informed. I made the conclusion after getting the facts that the HIV/AIDS situation in our country is unacceptable. The Prime Minister asked me to chair the commission. I am pleased to be back at the helm, and there is much work to do. A lot has happened. A lot of good work has been done, but there is more to do, and we have a long way to go towards the goal, Madam Speaker, that is set for 2030 of having 95% of our people living with HIV knowing their status, another 95% of those receiving antiretroviral medications and therapy, and therefore another 95% of persons living with HIV would be virally suppressed. We have to speed up because 2030 is only 5 years away. At the moment, 80% of people living with HIV know their status, so we have to ramp that up to 100%. But only half of that percentage is on antiretroviral therapy, and only 32% virally suppressed. We have a lot of work to do. However, I can say to you, and big thanks to the Prime Minister, and in particular the Minister of Health, big up Minister of Health, sir, small in stature, but a mighty man. And I want to say thank you that in a few short weeks, we have witnessed some major policy changes in the fight against HIV and AIDS so that we can fully utilize all the tools in the toolkit, like HIV self-testing, pre-exposure prophylaxis medications, and post-exposure prophylaxis medications, and revitalizing our national response. It was dormant for a while, Madam Speaker, but I can tell you we had an orientation session just last Friday, and 14 of our 16 partners were fully on board at the session and fully committed to the work ahead. So big up all of our partners. We can do it. We can do it, Belize, if we work together, especially working with our NGO community. And of course, we have to commit that we will continue to fund this effort, even if the Global Fund monies begin to lessen. Madam Speaker, let me end this little part of the presentation and then I'll wrap up. And it goes as follows, referring to my notes, of course. The HIV response in Belize can no longer be business as usual, nor can it continue to be a one-size-fits-all approach. The National AIDS Commission will continue to advocate for innovative, cost-effective, high-impact interventions tailored to meet the specific needs of the most key and vulnerable populations if we are to achieve universal health coverage in Belize. Madam Speaker, let me end, I believe, how I began, thanking everyone and saying once again that it is a privilege to serve. I want to acknowledge my husband, Pepe, he's my rock, my boys and the girls, so both the sons and the daughters-in-law, all our staff, all our campaigners, everyone who supports Plan Belize 2.0, and even those who don't support it, but we will deliver. We will definitely deliver, ladies and gentlemen. What more can I say? But thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I support this budget 2025 to 2026.
I recognize the member for Belize Rural North. Just the mic, yeah.
Good afternoon, members. Madam Speaker, may I refer to my notes? It is with deep humility that I rise today to offer my full support to this national budget. I rise not only to speak, but to stand firmly in solidarity with a budget that is more than just numbers and allocations. It is a vision, a commitment, a lifeline. It reaches into every lives of our people. It speaks to every mother waiting patiently for a bus to travel from Belize Rural to Belize City daily. To every student walking or riding miles to school with big dreams. To the young man in Sand Hill repairing tires, hoping to one day own his own garage. This budget touches the core of our daily struggles, and more importantly, it offers real practical tools for progress. Let me begin by expressing my deepest gratitude to the Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable John Bresenio. Prime Minister, I thank you for your confidence in me. Your decision to entrust me with the responsibility as Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Trade humbles me profoundly. I am committed to this task. I am ready to serve, ready to work, and ready to deliver. I also wish to acknowledge and thank my colleagues, cabinet colleagues, for their warm welcome and continued support. To my colleagues, the member from Freetown and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, Culture and Immigration, Honorable Francis Fonseca, thank you for your steady guidance and the wealth of knowledge you bring to the ministry. Your leadership in helping to chart a clear and credible path forward for Belize trade policy. I also wish to express my deep appreciation for our CEO, Ambassador Amalia Mai, for her excellent stewardship of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Her diplomatic acumen and unwavering dedication to represent Belize's foreign and trade policy ambitions are second to none. To the tireless professionals at the Director General for Foreign Trade, under the leadership of Mr. Andy Sutherland, I extend my sincere appreciation. Your insight and pursuit of excellence have made my transition into this portfolio not only smooth, but purposeful. I look forward to working closely with all of you as we continue to advance Belize's trade agenda diplomatically, regionally, and globally. Above all, Madam Speaker, I offer my most heartfelt thanks to the people of Belize Rural North, to my family, and of course to my father, my PUP executive, to the farmers, the teachers, the shopkeepers, the young people, and of course the elders of Belize Rural North. You are the reason that I stand here today. In the general election of March 2025, you placed your faith in me, with 89% of the votes casted to stay on track, the third highest in the country. You welcomed me into your homes, you shared your concerns, your hopes, your dreams, and you gave me the clear, great honor of representing you. Your belief in me is not something that I take lightly. It lives in every word I speak and every decision that I make. You've given me the opportunity to serve, and I promise to honor that trust each and every day. This budget, Madam Speaker, is for them, for the families in Belize Rural North, all 35 villages from Barrelboom Junction to the end of the River Valley in Rancho, and Sand Hill to Rayban Ridge, and all through the Old Northern Highway to Bomba, and for all Belizeans who work hard with big dreams and deserves a government that delivers. I am proud to rise today in full support of this budget. Madam Speaker, this budget is thoughtful, and more importantly, it is grounded. It is not built in isolation from the people. It is built with them and for them. It recognizes the real needs of our communities and responds with practical, targeted investment that improves lives. In Belize Rural North, we see the evidence all around. Families now have greater access to quality health care in Belize Rural, thanks to the expansion of NHI. A new facility in close proximity, the Ladyville Medical Solution Facility, has registered over 2,000 residents since opening their doors in December of 2024. Many residents of Belize Rural North are grateful for this service to receive a quicker checkup and medication much closer to their homes. These are not luxuries, these are basic human needs met through sound policies and investment. Children across the constituency are no longer leaning on an empty stomach. Through the National School Feeding Program, hot, nutritious meals are now being served in schools in our villages. These meals don't just ease the burden of struggling families. They help our children focus, participate, and thrive in their classrooms, because a hungry child cannot learn, but a nourished child can succeed. And Madam Speaker, the roads, the once impassable muddy trails that disconnected our rural communities, are being transformed. Infrastructure investment are paving the way, literally, for greater connectivity and development. Roads linking our communities are no longer symbols of neglect, but pathways to opportunities. Farmers are now transporting produce to market much, much easier. Children can get to school safely, even in the rainy season. Small business owners can reach new customers, and this is development in motion. And this budget doesn't stop with laying roads. It's also building dreams. When a young woman in Santana opens a small cosmetic business, this budget makes space for her in Belize's growing entrepreneurship ecosystem. Through MSME support programs, access to microfinancing, export readiness training, and technical support, she now has the tools to formalize her business, expand her brand, and tap into new markets, including exports to our regional neighbors. When a student in Gardenia dreams of studying engineering, this budget strengthens the system that will carry him forward. Investment into our education system, from better trained teachers to improved school infrastructure, to scholarship and skill development, ensuring that he can not only learn and lead, but one day return to his village with the knowledge and confidence to contribute to his community's growth. Looking at some long-term initiative achieved last year in Belize Rural North and coming soon to Belize Rural North, we have seen great work with the hot mix of the Old Northern Highway from Lucky Strike to Mascal being finalized, a project that is impacting over 6 villages being Bomba, Mascal, St. Anne, Santana, Corosalito, and Lucky Strike. The rollout of another 50 starter homes soon to come at the Blackberry Ridge in Barrel Boom. The hot mix of Barrel Boom Junction to Biscayne, and I think I support Minister Dolores in saying the challenges with some of these roads, and I can see residents from Maypen to Biscayne and Gardenia as the work of that project has started and the structure that is being put in place to support us with flooding. The paving of the large stretch of the Barrel Boom Main, the many roads of hardcore material going down in Belize Rural North across the different villages. The construction of a softball backdrop in Barrel Boom with bleachers and lighting for the field. The continued enhancement coming soon to the Nagobank Road and the Bomba Road and the network of Farmers Road, who are the breadbasket of the Belize district. And then we have the definitely needed, and this budget support, the continued renovation of community centers. In education, this budget supports and continue to support the free education at the Belize Rural High School. We see in sport that this budget will continue to support the efforts that we place so much in Belize Rural North. A few weeks ago, it was the donation of $10,000 towards equipment and towards the fields and the teams for the Cricket Association. Donation to softball, football, basketball, and volleyball tournaments for the continued development of sports in Belize Rural North to promote healthy living and discipline among our youths. The construction of a sport and entertainment complex canopy in collaboration with the Crooked Tree Village Council, and the annual donation to festivals and events, Cashew Festival, Tilapia Fest, the Old Northern Highway, the Old Northern Road, Father's Day Cycling Classic, the Flowers Bank Festival, La Ruta Maya at the Doublehead Cabbage, and that's just to name a few. And one of the most important for the people of Belize Rural North, this budget continues to support the acquisition and surveying of land for first-time landowners. This, Madam Speaker, is social protection, not an abstract document filled with fiscal jargons. It is an investment into our people, in real communities, in families, students, farmers, entrepreneurs, and everyday Belizeans who deserve a budget that works for them. Madam Speaker, the foundation of this budget is strong. It is anchored in the National Trade Policy 2019 to 2030 and Plan Belize's medium-term development strategy. Our trade policy envisions a Belize that is competitive, innovative, and resilient. A Belize where trade drives inclusive and sustainable growth. This budget breathes life into that vision. It brings together policies, programs, and partnership in a ways that speaks to our present needs while preparing us for the future. This year, our ministry is focused. We will expand market access and improve trade performance, strengthen trade governance and the legal framework, enhance productive capacity, and advance digitization. Let me briefly uncap these. A bottle of wine, whether it's cashew, berries, mango, cassava, or sorrel, that is being produced in Barrel Boom should not be confined to the domestic market. It should be sitting on a shelf in St. Lucia, proudly representing Belizean flavors. A handcrafted souvenir made in Lucky Strike for Alton Ha should not be limited to local sales. It should be sold online or shipped to a customer in Miami. That's the promise of market access. And that, Madam Speaker, is precisely what we are building through sound trade policies that are proactive for the private sector engagement. Belize is taking deliberate steps to strengthen our trade footprint across key regional and international markets. Within CARICOM, we continue to advocate for the full implementation and effective functioning of the single market and economy, recognizing the Caribbean as an essential and strategic space for Belize products and services. CARICOM remains one of our most important trade blocs, and we are resolute in our commitment to deepening integration and fostering opening, constructive dialogue with our regional partners. Importantly, Belize is actively lobbying with CARICOM for the timely conclusion of negotiation with El Salvador under the Partial Scope Agreement, finalized in 2024. We believe this agreement presents a tangible opportunity to open a new market for Belizean producers, particularly small and medium-sized enterprise, offering access to over 6 million consumers in the Central American country. Given the significant opportunity this partial scope agreement presents for our MSMEs, we urge our CARICOM partners to support the swift completion of this process so that our businesses can begin to benefit from expanded commercial opportunities. In parallel, we continue to push for greater market penetration for top Belizean exports. I speak about sugar, red kidney beans, citrus juices, poultry, and fisheries products. These sectors form the backbone of rural livelihoods and national food security, and we must ensure that the barriers which limit their potential are dismantled through fair, transparent, and mutually beneficial trade. Beyond the Caribbean, we are also working to deepen ties with strategic bilateral partners. The United Kingdom and Taiwan remain valued allies in trade and investment cooperation, as both are high-value markets with strong political ties to Belize. In Central America, our government has a clear target for this fiscal year to expand under the existing partial scope agreement with Guatemala, which continues to be one of our most immediate and natural trading partner. Strengthening the Belize-Guatemala Economic Cooperation is not only a trade objective, it is a Plan Belize priority, rooted in our commitment to regional peace, prosperity, and shared development. Once the Belize-El Salvador Partial Scope Agreement has been ratified and operationalized, we will continue to engage with other Central American partners who are ready and willing to work with Belize. ready to work with Belize to unlock the potential of regional trade for inclusive growth. But, Madam Speaker, I must emphasize market access only matters if we can deliver. And so I reaffirm my commitment as the Minister of State to work hands in hand with our Belizean entrepreneurs, especially our micro, small, and medium-sized enterprise. These businesses are the engine of our economy, and they must be supported to scale up, meet international standards, and compete globally. Whether it's the agro-processing in the Pomona Valley, poultry production in Spanish Lookout, or light in La Democracia, we must match ambition with targeted support. Through capacity building, financing, regulatory streamlining, and trade facilitation, we will ensure that Belize products are not only market ready, but market competitive. Madam Speaker, trade does not happen in a vacuum. It happens within systems that must be fair, transparent, and predictable for trade to flourish. To that end, one of our most urgent priorities this year is to modernize and strengthen Belize's legal framework for trade governance. We are moving decisively to advance trade remedies legislation, a long overdue measure to protect our domestic products from the harmful effects of unfair trade practices, such as dumping and subsidies. Belizean industries deserve a level playing field, and this law will provide the tools necessary to investigate and respond to harmful imports in a manner that is rule-based, transparent, and WTO consistent. But defending our products is only one part of the equation. We must also protect the integrity of our internal market. This is why we are reviewing draft competitive and consumer protection bills to ensure they meet the demands of a modern, integrated economy. A robust, fair competition regime is critical to curbing monopolistic behavior, encouraging innovation, and lowering price for consumers. At the same time, consumer protection laws must evolve to safeguard the rights of Belizeans in the face of emerging digital commerce, cross-border transactions, and the increased complexity of global supply chains. Taken together, these transformations will help us to create an enabling environment for entrepreneurship, innovation, and investment. They will provide businesses, both domestic and foreign, with the legal clarity they need to invest, expand, and export with confidence. This is how we build trust in Belizean entrepreneurship, in Belizean institutions, and in Belize as a credible and competitive trading nation. Madam Speaker, you cannot export what you do not produce. This is the foundation of any serious trade strategy. Without a consistent, competitive, and quality supply of goods and services, market access means little. This budget recognizes that reality. That's why it invests not just only in trade promotion, but in deepening our domestic productive capacity, particularly among small and medium producers who form the backbone of our rural economy. We are scaling up training for smallholders, farmers in areas such as climate-resilient agriculture, improving planting techniques, post-harvest handling, and disease control, because better practices lead to better yields. We are supporting standard certification and packaging improvement for agro-processors so that producers can meet both local and international quality requirements. And we are working to facilitate access to affordable trade financing so that producers and exporters can scale operations, modernize equipment, and invest in innovation. Through close collaboration with Beltrade, the Ministry of Agriculture, and the private sector partners, we are moving forward with the creation of sector-based export clusters that are designed to build scale, strengthen market coordination, and reduce production bottlenecks. Whether it's cacao, coconut, and honey in the south, sugar in the north, or seafood and seaweed on the coast, we are aligning investment, technical support, and export promotion efforts with a focused value chain approach. Building resilient supply systems, systems that can meet export demand reliably, competitively, and sustainably, is the heart of this budget. This is how we transform raw potential into real performance. Madam Speaker, gone are the days where trade relied on stacks of paper files, lenticules, and endless back and forth red tape. The electronic single window project to facilitate trade has now commenced, marking an important step forward, transforming how trade is conducted in Belize. This initiative is being funded jointly by the IDB and the EU and the government of Belize, demonstrating a strong collaboration commitment to modernizing our trade infrastructure. While the project has not yet reaped its full potential, under the steadfast leadership of the Ministry of Foreign Trade and the Customs and Excise Department, the trade-related agencies across government are moving decisively in one direction. This unified effort is laying the foundation for more streamlined processes, enhanced coordination, and fostering a new culture of productivity and efficiency among agencies. By integrating key agencies such as customs, health, agriculture, and standards into one digital platform, this window aims to reduce the time and complexity involved in import and export produce. The ultimate goal is faster clearance time, simplified documentation, and minimize delays, all of which will translate into lower cost and improve competitiveness for Belizeans. Madam Speaker, if we are truly serious about closing Belize's trade deficit and building a sustainable, prosperous economy, then the efforts must be collective. It requires an active participation and coordination of every sector in government, and indeed, every stakeholder in our nation. To my colleagues across ministries, I say this: the work of trade cannot rest with the single agency or department. It depends on a whole government approach. The Ministry of Agriculture must continue to enhance productivity and support farmers to produce not just for subsistence, but for expanding domestic and international markets. The Ministry of Infrastructure Development, as they are currently doing, must prioritize the construction and maintenance of roads infrastructure to facilitate efficient movement of goods. And the Ministry of Finance plays a critical role in aligning fiscal policies and incentives that encourage innovation, investment, and export competitiveness. Trade is not a solitary endeavor. It is a team sport. And Belize cannot succeed on our global stage without the full commitment, coordination, and collaboration of every player. Madam Speaker, this budget that we debate today is more than policy. It is personal. It is about the shop owner in Rockstone Pan looking to expand, the vegetable farmer in Mascal hoping for better road access, the student in St. Paul Bank in the River Valley who wants a future in tech and trade. We are laying the groundwork for their dreams. This is what governance is about. And so I rise, grateful, hopeful, and committed. I rise in support of a budget that invests in trade, that invests in the people of Belize Rural North, and that invests in Belize. This is Plan Belize 2.0 in action, Madam Speaker. Thank you, and may God bless Belize and all who serve her.
I recognize the member for Stan Creek West.
Good evening, Madam Speaker. I'd like to say that I fully support the budget of $1.7 billion for 2025-2026. First of all, I'd like to thank the Prime Minister for the CDF. I represent the largest constituency in the country of Belize, and that by itself helped me to manage and provide for the people of the Stankoke West constituency. And before that, there was nothing for them, but because I can go and tell them we are going to do X, Y, and Z, they really, really appreciated what we can do for the 26 villages in the Stankoke West constituency. And so, in the recent election, we were victorious. At one point, Stankoke West was a very marginal constituency where I don't know if we were going to win or lose. And if I can go back to 2015, the victory in Stankoke West was only by an 8 votes margin. That was very, very close. And in 2020 and 2015, the margin expanded. And why? Because in 2022, when there was village council election, I told all the village councils that I'm going to work hand in hand with you, regardless of whatever political affiliation you have. And we maintain a very good working relationship. And so for the 2025 election, all the village council leaders came out and support me 100%, except Hopkins, which ran against me as a challenger. But all the others maintained their relationship and supported me. And so I want to thank all those village leaders, all my campaigners, my supporters, especially my family, my wife, my kids, who went all out to make sure that we won the election in 2025. But now, as the challenges come, everybody wants to see development in their community. And it's difficult to do as much as we can with a limited budget of $1.7 million when education is the #1 priority, infrastructure, health. But at the same time, whatever we can get to develop these villages, they will appreciate it. But first of all, I want to give kudos to, I said the Prime Minister earlier, now the Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Cordell Hyde. I realize that land is the essence of life. And when you have land, that is power. And so over the last year and a half, I think I became a land agent. So everybody in my constituency knock on my door. I tell them, Mr. Ferguson, please make sure you get my land document for me. And this agent don't charge them a single cent. I go to the lands department, I have my son or somebody from my constituency go, and I want to also acknowledge and appreciate the staff of the Ministry of Natural Resources. When they go there, they make sure they attend to us, and I can safely say that over the last 2 years, we have got many, many land documents for the people of Stankoke West, and that they appreciate. We started a very comprehensive land distribution and survey of lots for the people, and they believe in what we do, and they accept what we are going to provide for them. I mean, I ask them if they're red, blue, or green. Once you are a Belizean, then you qualify for a piece of land or a lot in the Stankoke West constituency. And we tell them exactly how we are going to do it. Because I always tell them there is no free lunch. Everything comes at a cost. There's administrative cost. We have to make sure we get out your documents on time. And so we make sure that we tell them this is what is going to cost you to take this step all the way to your title. So they don't have to come to the lands department. We make sure we get everything done for them and deliver. And they appreciate it very much. So almost every single day, we can post on Facebook to say X amount of land has become available for the people of Stankoke West. Sometimes some of my colleagues wonder how we do it, but it's hard work and determination. I also want to acknowledge the Minister of Tourism. We have this big constituency, and we also have the second largest tourist destination in the country of Belize, Placencia, and Hopkins coming closely behind. And many times these communities want to see development. And the Minister of Tourism come big time to support us as we continue in our message to provide and support the people of my constituency. So I can also tell the people of Red Bank, that is the home of the Macaparat, and within the next few months, the minister will provide Red Bank with a visitor center. I want to acknowledge the Ministry of Infrastructure. While the resources and equipment are limited, I must say that we try to do as many work as possible. Even though the equipment has been shared between the villages in Stanky West and the villages attached to Dangriga and Dangriga Town, we must say that we have seen some tremendous work from the Ministry of Infrastructure. While the housing is limited, for the last 4 years, I think we only got 6 houses, but those who receive those houses are very happy because they have a shelter over their head every single night. I also want to acknowledge the Ministry of Health. It's not an easy task to try to provide for all constituencies, but Minister Bernard, yourself and your CEO, sometimes it could be more, but when we knock on your doors, we get a quick and favorable response, because sometimes there are some serious health issues, and without your support, then those people can even pass away. So thank you very much. The Ministry of Rural Development. At the time, Minister Oscar Kenya was the minister responsible for rural development. And every time I knock at his door, then he tried to find a way to respond. I can recall Santa Rosa San Roman had no water for about 15 years. And when the PUP came into office, I told them we are going to fix your problem no matter what. And I partnered with the Ministry of Rural Development, and in 2 or 3 months, we were able to provide potable drinking water to the people of Santa Rosa and San Roman. Today, they are forever grateful. So we are having the Village Council election as we speak, and Santa Rosa San Roman has 2 PUP slates running. I don't feel any opposition, because the people there are saying that we are going to support our Village Council of the People's United Party. Election was held for the first time Sunday, which was yesterday. It was very gratifying to feel the support of the people, even though the leader of the opposition said they will not put up a UDP slate. In some places they did, but they were all defeated. Because the people say, we see the effort and the progress of the People's United Party government. And lo and behold, Mr. Speaker, we had 12 village council elections in Stanky district yesterday, including Hope and sorry for Dr. Zabane, and 7 of those chairpersons are women, and 5 are men. Wow. So we can see that the women are stepping up to power and to opportunities for them. That by itself is a testament that the ladies are also excellent leaders. And when they lead by example and show what they can do for their communities. My only concern is the electricity through the Belize Electricity Limited and the minister responsible. There is a constant cry and need for expansion of electricity. And I am doing so much expansions, and we cannot meet and to give them the electricity they deserve. Over the last 2 years, in Stanky West have issued more than 6,000 house lots. So now the need is, we want water, and we want electricity. So Minister, I hope that you can listen to what I'm saying and be able to figure out that they can send somebody into the area to do an assessment of what can be done with expansion of electricity and water for that part in the Stanky West constituency. I approach social investment so many times about the water, but sometimes it's a long process. It takes a while. But many villages in Stann Creek are lacking of expansion of water because most villages have overgrown its original state. Agriculture. Stann Creek was one of the home of agriculture back in the 70s, in the 80s, especially the citrus industry. With citrus being on a decline, there must be some other alternative to figure out how we can get the small farmers to plant and grow. And I noticed that we have now diverted the coconuts, but it's mostly a big farmer activity, and so the small men, their land are still neglected because they don't know what to plant, so they know what to plant to make a profit. So I'm hopeful that the Ministry of Agriculture can go down there and find a solution to their problems. I know in the very near future, through the minister, through Dr. Zab, that the Comoros Bight will be transformed into a mini cruise port. And I want to ask again the Minister of Tourism to figure how we can develop the sites in Stann Creek Valley and Lakewood and the Southern Highway. Because we have waterfalls, we have caves, we have ruins, we have everything. But they are underdeveloped. And if we have the cruise ship coming to Dangriga, they'll have a trouble far to see all these sites. So I hope that these people are hearing me and start to get their product development to go and see what we have to offer in the Stann Creek West constituency, and likewise the town of Dangriga. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I spoke about the village council election yesterday, I want to give kudos to the chairlady of Middlesex Village. The last time we had the election, she was the youngest person who ran across the country. So now she's only 25 years old. This is her second time as the chairlady of the village of Middlesex. So congratulations, Ms. Brittany Roches. Humboldt community, the chairperson, Mr. Bodillo, this is his third time as chairman and his entire slate. Congratulations. Again, Valley community had a chairlady. Her entire slate came in wonderfully by a huge margin. Miss Esther Lane Wright. Steadfast Village, Mr. Orlando Chuck, his entire slate came in, again by a huge margin. In the village of Alta Vista, again, we had two PUP teams running, 1-1. Again, the chairlady team won by a huge margin. And so we can see where we are coming together as a people, and the people are making the best possible choice. But before I go further, I want to recognize what was done in these villages. In Hamilton community, what we did, we make sure we provide some lots for the young people to be able to build their homes. We also renovated the community center in the Valley community, and by the end of June, we should put lights on the Hummingbird community football field that young people can play football when they go home at evening. In Middlesex, we also put lights on their football field. We expand the community by additional lots, and also we are trying to figure out how we can maintain and improve the streets in these villages. In the Valley community, like I said, we also donated 2 weed whacker to the village council. We renovated their community center, and we also hope to ask the minister responsible for lands to do an expansion of house lots in the Valley community. In Steadfast, we renovated the community center. We renovated the lights on the football field. We put goal posts on the football field, and also the playground for Steadfast. And every single year, we have competition going there to provide for the people of that region. Alta Vista is one of the villages that is landlocked. So as the minister responsible, I will have to find a solution to find additional housing lots for the village of Alta Vista. But beside that, we also renovated our community center. If I go to Pomona, also at Chairlady Ms. Melilla Ingram, you all did extremely well, but it's the biggest community in the Stann Creek Valley. That's the home of where I live. And a couple of years ago, the community center was in total disarray. And I took up the initiative and I said, you know what, I need to renovate this community center. So today, the community center is almost looking spanking new. I want to again thank the Minister of Natural Resources to go to Stann Creek last week and do a land clinic. And we use the Pomona Community Center. Molenjuva, they have an independent slate that won, but it's a small community of maybe 30, 35 voters, but at the same time, they must be acknowledged, and work must be done in their community. We were able to renovate their water system, renovate their community center, and we are trying to do land expansion in the village of Molenjuva. As I go to Silgrass village, you might say I take too long because I have to mention all my villages because they might say, but you never call my village when I'm talking at the house. So Silgrass, I've worked tirelessly with the chairman. We expanded the community for maybe another 400 lots. But at the same time now, the demand and the cry is for electricity and water expansion in the village of Silgrass. I'll do my utmost best to make sure these come to your community. As we go to Hopkins, a beautiful village on the coast, it has grown tremendously. It's the second largest tourist destination in its Stankic West constituency. And the people are very appreciative of what we work and do together. I want to thank the Minister of Infrastructure and likewise the Ministry of Tourism to pave at least 2 miles of road in the Hopkins village. I'm hopeful that within another year or two, we can pave the back road, because right now all the big heavy equipments are going through the main road. It's very dangerous for our young people. So I want to appeal to the Ministry of Infrastructure to take into consideration how quick we can pave the Hopkins back road for the people of Hopkins. Also, as a growing tourist destination, Minister of Health, while we might do some renovation to the present health center, it is not adequate because it's very small and inconvenient. So I guess we have to look to figure out how we can find funds to build a better health facilities for the village of Hopkins. As I go to City River, a small village on the river, it is beautiful, it's always clean, they always have the best report for their water boards. Every time they make their request, a report to the ministry, the ministry appreciate what they do. It's one of the richest water boards, I believe, in the country of Belize, even though they're one of the smallest community, because they properly manage their water boards. I have some outstanding lots there for the last 10 years that need to be completed. I want to make sure by now in September, those lots are available and everything gets fixed for the people of City River. Again, there's a concern to pave the back road from Hopkins all the way to the highway through City River. I know that's a very tedious task, but if we can work together as a team, we can find resources elsewhere than government of Belize, because we can look for resources from other agencies. As we travel to Maya Center, a very small Maya community, but they are very proud. They make sure that their village is always clean. So we're able to also renovate their football field. We make sure they pick up the garbage from there every 2 weeks because they want to make sure that their village is also clean. They are at the mouth of the Coxcomb Basin. So that's where a lot of tourists go likewise. In terms of Santa Cruz, it is the biggest, fastest growing village in the country of Belize. It was established around the year 2000. And 25 years after, Santa Cruz is one of the biggest villages in the country of Belize. Why? Because it's at the mouth of the Placencia Junction. Right. So those who don't want to live on the peninsula, they come and live in Santa Cruz. So again, I want to thank the Minister of Natural Resources to provide almost 2,000 house lots for the Santa Cruz area. So people in that area have no problems. Land is available there for them. You only come in a small cars to make sure you contribute towards the cars. But it lacks basic infrastructure. There is no health center. There is no football field or whatever proper football field. And the school, I think at the time, Minister of Education was telling me that there's a proposal to build additional classrooms to Santa Cruz Government School. So Minister, I hope that is in the pipeline because the schools are very overcrowded. Now we have a new Minister of Education. But with that said, Minister, I want to thank you very much for always being there for me. Sometimes when you see my list, you say, well, we are going to list. But thank you all the time for coming through and approve. So I hope the new minister do likewise, because there are much demands in education in its Stankic West constituency. But as Minister of Education just told me, and I want the people of Independence to hear this, that education will be free come September for Independence High School. So the only school in Stann Creek that will still not be free, and I hope by next year, will be a communal high school. But we have the Lille Academy now free, Georgetown Technical High School, and Andrew High School. So we really appreciate that, and the people of Stann Creek West will have a relief, because many times they can't afford to send their children to school. So as I go now to the village of Santa Rosa and Salamala, I said earlier that we were able to give them 24-hour water system. And their football fields also got renovated. They have footlights on their football field. And many more things that was done in those two small communities. As we go to the village of Georgetown, the chairman is very progressive. He was he was a senior member of the police department. Not sergeant, when he left, he was a senior member. And he makes sure that things get done at Georgetown village. And so right now, again, he just did some survey last 2 years, but now we have provided land for him to do additional expansion of the village of Georgetown. When you go to Georgetown village, you can see a complete facelift. And I can tell you, yesterday, he was endorsed for the next village council of Georgetown. Mayamopan village. Small community, but there's a good relationship with them and myself, and we did enough land expansion for houses, house lots, and likewise expansion for farmlands. So we maintain that relationship I provide for the people. I want to tell them that within this next year, in my time, I want to put lights on the next football field in the village of Mayamopan. Red Bank, it's the biggest Maya community in my constituency. And I do everything possible to make sure they get what they deserve. As I said earlier, the minister promised them that they are going to give them a visitor center because they are the home of the Aramaka in the entire country of Belize. So many tourists travel to Red Bank every day when it's the Makara Parrot season to see how they perform. I also want to thank FICE International to improve the Red Bank health post. It has not been expanded, and I want to appeal to the Minister of Health if a doctor and nurse can go there at least once a week to attend to their causes, because it's already there, the building is sitting down, and no doctors and nurses go there so often. In terms of San Juan Copen, we have improved the football field, both in San Juan and Copen. We have done many things. Right now, we are also issuing lots in San Juan and Copen, so at least 20 people in San Juan and Copen are benefiting from the lot project. So they are happy what we are doing together as a team. Independence is the biggest community in my constituency. It's almost the size of Punta Gorda town. You have many government buildings, so it's time for them to start to agitate to become the town of independence. But we have concentrated there. We issue over 1,000 house lots. But again, we have to charge a small fee. We have to put at least the road infrastructure. And we expect the Ministry of Infrastructure, BL, and water to come in and continue to help us to improve these communities. And as lo and behold, it's a big community, and we never feel the strength of the UDP. So yesterday was a nomination day. We were only able to field 3 candidates. So it's guaranteed that next Independent Village Council will be a village council of the People's United Party. Placencia, it's the second largest growing tourist destination in the country of Belize. And again, I want to thank the Minister of Tourism. First of all, he recognized that we need to fix the wharf in Placencia. That was done. Then he came up with another idea and said, what? We are going to build a health post or a polyclinic in Placencia. And I welcome that initiative because the past Minister, Manuel Hireda, told me, he said, Rado, we are doing breaking for the health post and I invite you. That's for the last 5 years. And every time he tell me, there was no groundbreaking for the health post in the village of Placencia. Placencia was one of the strongest UDP village in the country of Belize. When I entered politics, over 500 voters are there. My amount that I got in Placencia was only 59 for the last 4 years, or maybe the last 10 years, 59 and below. And since 2020 and 2025, Placencia has been totally transformed. So in 2020, I won by about 60 votes, and in 2025, I won 6-1. That was very unprecedented for Placencia. But because of the work that they put in, I want to give the village council kudos. They were also endorsed yesterday, so they have no election next week Sunday. Mr. Warren Garbutt and his team. I showed them that I'm a man of the people, and I turned the entire community around. So Placencia, thank you very much. Sienbite village, it was a forgotten village. When you pass through Sienbite, it was a dirty little town, and I said, man, make we figure how we can do. And the chairman, Mr. Jose Aleman, he said, Radwell, we are work together to improve Sienbite. I could recall when we said we came at gas station at Sienbite, the whole community turned against us. They don't want a gas station. And I personally took a team from another village and do a census. And I checked who all want the gas station. I was so surprised that 85% said they wanted the gas station. And so we built the gas station. And those who oppose now are happy that Sienbite has a 24-hour gas station. Again, the Minister of Tourism come to me. I said, well, we need to build a cultural house at Sienbite. I said, Minister, where can we put the cultural house? He said, I put it on the beach. But I said, there is no space on the beach. He said, we move the police station and carry it inland. And we did exactly so. We moved the police station off the beach and took it inland, and today Sienbite have a spanking new cultural house. I'm still waiting for the Minister of Tourism to figure out how we can go to Norwegian Cruise Line and have a discussion to figure out how the tourists can now come to Sienbite and they can now produce and show their culture. And I say I have a village council that is very proactive. So they have made communication with a church from Florida, and they should boast the best football field in the country within the next year. If you have enough lights, it's going to be a good turf, bleachers, everything. So Sienbite will soon boast the best football field in the country of Belize. So with that said, I want to once again thank all those who are behind me, and we definitely have gotten the job done year in and year out. So with that said, again, Mr. Speaker, I support the budget of 2025-2026.
Thank you. I recognize the member from Kaya Northeast.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the budget for the 2025-2026 fiscal year, from promise to performance. Mr. Speaker, this budget is more of a roadmap of how we as a government are ensuring that our environment, our people, and our economy grow together. It is a reflection of the bold, progressive vision set out in Plan Belize, a vision we are not just promising, but delivering. Gratitude and purpose. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to the people of Kaya Northeast in San Ignacio, Moratown, Esperanza, Docron 1, Docron 2, Docron 3, Billy White, Los Tambos, Santa Familia, and the greater Spanish Lookout community for their unwavering endorsement and support. Your trust fuels my dedication to serve my constituency and the entire nation. And to Prime Minister John Briceño for believing in me and to entrust me with this ministry that encompasses a most important portfolio. Mr. Speaker, under this administration, the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change, and Solid Waste Management has been leading the national charge towards a more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable future for all Belizeans. Today, we stand before you as a central driver of our development agenda. We continue to deliver on Plan Belize. We the right on track. Through proper planning, sound environmental governance, and climate resilience efforts, this administration, through my ministry, is leading the charge of ensuring that sustainability is not an afterthought, but a core pillar of national progress. In the fiscal year 2024-2025, the government of Belize committed over $21.5 million in budgetary allocation, with an additional $34 million leveraged in grant resources under this portfolio. This fiscal year, this budget allocation to the ministry reflects $20 million to be complemented by a planned increase in grant resources leveraged. Just on Monday, I was approached by one person from the media and they asked if I was satisfied with the budgetary allocation for my ministry. And I recall working years ago in the Ministry of Agriculture, and I recall being told, if you don't ask for it, you don't get it. In my support of this budget, Mr. Speaker, I will highlight some key achievements of this administration through the Ministry of Sustainable Development during the last fiscal year and provide a roadmap of how the ministry intends to continue delivering on its mandate as outlined in our foremost plan, Plan Belize 2.0. Looking at climate action, Belize leading from the front. Mr. Speaker, Belize is now recognized globally as a leader in climate transparency and adaptation. We have put Belize back on the map. Take, for instance, in climate change, at the COPs and with the support of top negotiators and experts such as Ambassadors Carlos Fuller and Janine Felson, Belize continues to lead successfully, advancing on key priorities. We've led on championing more climate finance for developing countries, particularly SIDS, leading to the establishment of the Loss and Damage Fund. We've led on Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, as well as championed the need for technology transfers and capacity building. Through our National Climate Change Office, we became one of the first countries to meet the Paris Agreement's Enhanced Transparency Framework, submitting both our Biennial Transparency Report, the BTR, and Greenhouse Gas Inventory. The Transparency Report outlines Belize's advances in renewable energy, sustainable forest management, coastal ecosystem protection, climate resilient agriculture, and water management. It also documents Belize's whole of society approach to climate action, integrating diverse perspectives and expertise. Mr. Speaker, in meeting our commitment to the Paris Agreement, we have also been working diligently to update our nationally determined contributions, or NDCs. We are pleased to announce that the Ministry intends to seek endorsement of the NDC 3.0, which will present greater ambition, outlining the priorities of 5 key sectors of agriculture, forestry and land use change, energy, transport, tourism and human settlements, and infrastructure in building climate resiliency in Belize. The NDCs also outline a pipeline of projects and initiatives of US $1.55 billion requiring financing over the next 10 years. These reports provide the backdrop for engaging global partners in mobilizing needed financing to continue to drive a low-emission development pathway for Belize. Mr. Speaker, we didn't stop or pause there. We trained over 80 public sector and civil society professionals, 40% of whom were women, in upgrading our emissions tracking system and empowered communities to shape our national adaptation plan. These actions are transforming how Belize plans, responds, and builds resilience to climate change across every sector. At the heels of COP29, my ministry through the National Climate Change Office, the NCCO, alone has successfully mobilized approximately Belize 3.2 million to advance Belize's climate agenda through the approval of 2 projects aimed at strengthening the national transparency system and supporting the development of a loss and damage framework designed to bolster national resilience to climate change impacts. This is especially significant since Belize has taken occupancy of its seats on the Santiago Network for Loss and Damage Advisory Board on the Loss and Damage Fund Board for 2025. Belize is on the map. Belize obtained an additional $3 million for adaptation from the Special Climate Change Fund, the Adaptation SCCFA. This funding aligns with Belize's ongoing efforts to strengthen climate adaptation, particularly in areas such as nature-based solutions, climate resilience agriculture, and water security. Mr. Speaker, this is a testament of Belize's growing leadership in shaping policies and driving our national climate agenda on a national, regional, and global stage. And just to remind the leader of the opposition that whilst we have no allocation for adaptation on the budget, through leveraged funding, we have gathered all these millions of dollars for adaptation. From theory to practice, the carbon markets. This past year, through our monitoring, reporting, and verification unit in the Forest Department, we completed Belize's 3rd forest reference emissions level to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. This report provides the benchmarks used to measure Belize's progress in reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation, REDD+, and enhancing forest carbon stocks and supporting the enabling environment for the implementation of the Climate Change and Carbon Markets Initiative Bill, which we plan to finalize and establish this upcoming fiscal year. So how can we benefit? Mr. Speaker, this Carbon Markets Initiative Bill is a critical legislative framework that will provide the foundation for the development of carbon markets for Belize. This will allow us to build investor confidence and catalyze private sector participation in climate action. We fully expect the bill to support the creation of hundreds of new jobs in the short to medium term and attract climate finance by facilitating carbon trading and investment in sustainable projects, all contributing to the economic resilience of Belize. Furthermore, Belize maintains its position in being one in a handful of nations that has achieved net zero emissions. That means absorbing more carbon than we emit, a status the nation should be proud to boast of. Mr. Speaker, realizing the environmental and conservation goals set out in the Ministry's strategic plan and Plan Belize demands deliberate strategic action to effectively mobilize and maximize our natural and financial assets. The Protected Areas Conservation Trust, the national leader in conservation finance, successfully launched Phase 2 of its conservation investment strategy. Over Belize 12.7 million are being invested in the Belize National Protected Areas system over the next 3 years. Since its inception, 9 NGOs have benefited from this program, including the Friends for Conservation and Development, FCD, whose allocation alone was over $3 million, with an additional 6 NGOs added in this last fiscal year. This financing stream introduces, for the first time, a government strategic allocation of $2 million, enabling a homegrown mechanism to enhance enforcement, communication, and public awareness priorities of the government of Belize to improve the national system of protected areas. In March 2025, PACT signed a sub-agreement with the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund valued at US $500,000, which will support the strengthening of gender mainstreaming in conservation in Belize. Looking at climate finance, bringing home the money. Mr. Speaker, through the Enhanced Direct Access Facility, we secured over $18 million, with $5 million already disbursed, directly benefiting 250,000 Belizeans, especially in Sarteneja, Belmopan, and Ladyville. This fiscal year will see investments in Dangriga and surrounds to address coastal erosion. We are finalizing another $2.8 million from our partners in Taiwan to strengthen our watershed and build capacities to access carbon markets, and pursuing a $20 million grant from the Green Climate Fund. In this fiscal year, PACT, in collaboration with the Ministry of Tourism, will roll out a Tourism in Protected Areas program valued at $2.5 million over a 3-year period to jointly finance tourism enhancements in targeted protected areas under the revitalization plan of Plan Belize to restore pre-COVID tourist arrivals initiative. Looking at water security and resilience, Mr. Speaker, water is life, and our National Hydrological Service ensured that life is protected. Great work was done under the leadership of our Deputy Prime Minister. We upgraded and installed 4 new river gauges along major watersheds, including the New River, the Mopan, the Macal, Belize, and Southstand Creek rivers, reducing local flood forecast errors by 20%. We extended flood alerts from 2 days to 5 days, giving communities more time to prepare. We deployed drones that slashed the time needed to map flood zones, resulting in faster, more accurate emergency responses. This year, we will continue strengthening these systems so that every Belizean, from north to south, can rely on real-time, life-saving water data. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, we will look holistically at water governance and look at potential for water capture and harvest technology, especially in the dry corridors of the country, basically in the Orange Walk and Corozal districts. Looking at environmental protection and solid waste reform. Mr. Speaker, in terms of waste management, we have expanded the Mile 24 regional sanitary landfill, which now services over 55% of Belize's population. We modernized its facilities and installed upgraded equipment to improve tracking, monitoring, and planning to enhance solid waste management. Furthermore, these strategic upgrades now ensures that over 52,000 tons of waste from the Western Corridor collected via transfer stations in major population centers, including San Pedro, Keycocker, Belize City, Borrelboom, San Ignacio and Santa Elena, Belmopan, and Dangriga, are managed under environmentally sound conditions. The expansion is expected to accommodate waste from the remaining areas of Orange Walk and Corozal in the 2025-2026 fiscal year. Through the Recycle Organics program, 200 households participated in a composting pilot project and diverted 2.8 tons of waste in just 2 months. A storage facility was constructed, and a total of 25 collection drums were donated to mechanic workstations. This is a proactive measure under our waste oil recovery program to reduce the risk of oil spills and contamination of soils to safeguard ecosystems and public health. This year, we will scale our efforts, engage more communities, and explore waste to energy as a real opportunity for the private sector. Additionally, the government has managed to secure $4.5 million grant funding from the Jeff 8 ICOS Global Program to strengthen solid waste management and guarantee sustainability of the service. Mr. Speaker, these actions target directly the goal of improving waste management at the transfer stations under the Plan Belize 2.0. In broader environmental management, we continue to improve environmental management and protection in Belize. Last year, we opened the first substation of the Department of Environment in San Pedro, bringing environmental governance closer to one of our most rapidly developing regions. We launched a national media campaign on environmental responsibility, Have Civic Pride, under the theme, Our Belize, Our Responsibility, Bin It. We mobilized a one-day national cleanup initiative collecting over 40,000 pounds of garbage, thanks to the thousands of volunteers across the country who participated and made the initiative successful. The successful implementation of the environmental clearance process in Belize has significant and multidimensional impacts on the livelihoods of all Belizeans, protecting essential ecosystems like the Belize Barrier Reef, supporting sustainable industries, ensuring transparency through public consultations, and attracting international investments. This fosters resilient, sustainable growth benefiting all Belizeans. Over the past year, the DOE implemented a risk-based approach to environmental management in reviewing proposals for environmental clearance. Of the 472 applications, 314 were granted environmental clearance. This demonstrates the Ministry's commitment to increasing efficiencies in the permitting process and to improve the ease of doing business in Belize. Compliance monitoring is also conducted on all projects and activities to ensure compliance with the environmental laws and conditions of environmental clearance. More than 400 facilities were inspected during this past fiscal year. Although the results vary, it was evident that the DOE needs to continue its efforts in ensuring that all facilities meet domestic standards, especially those in close proximity to water bodies. In supporting the development of future environmental leaders through our partnership with the University of Belize, a total of 11 grants were awarded to UB students to engage in scientific research to bolster environmental data sets. Looking at forests, fires, and the Million Tree Initiative, Mr. Speaker, the Forest Department currently manages 12 long-term forest licenses under active stewardship, driving both economic growth and sustainable development. Through the export of approximately 340,000 board feet of hardwood, the department has generated $3.5 million in revenue, creating green jobs and contributing to a more sustainable and resilient economy. Under our administration, the Forest Department swiftly responded to record-breaking wildfires in the Mountain Pine Ridge and Columbia Forest, successfully containing fires that damaged over 1/3 of our pine forests and impacted several communities. Our proactive fire management approach, including strategic prescribed burns, continues to protect our forests and communities. We have also safeguarded the Mountain Pine Ridge Reserve from the destructive pine bark beetle, significantly upgraded forest roads and facilities, and provided essential equipment to enhance operational efficiency. Our commitment remains firm. Under the Million Tree Initiative, a cornerstone of Plan Belize 2.0, we will plant 50,000 seedlings this year and scale up to 200,000 annually. This initiative will create jobs, support biodiversity, and bolster Belize's climate resilience. Furthermore, through the National Landscape Restoration Strategy, supported by the Belize Fund Government Strategic Allocation Project, we are actively restoring 130,000 hectares of degraded lands, promoting sustainable growth and ecological sustainability for current and future generations. We are also keeping the wild alive. Mr. Speaker, under the Enhancing Jaguar Corridors and Strongholds through Improved Management and Threat Reduction Project, in collaboration with our NGO partners, like the Corozal Sustainable Future Initiative and the Yashe Conservation Trust, we successfully tagged and are tracking the movement of 4 jaguars across the Belizean forest landscape. Our capture and release program facilitated the relocation of 5 problem crocodiles just this year, reducing the incidences of human-wildlife conflicts. As my ministry moves to finalize the Wildlife Protection Act this year, Let Them Fly Free national campaign, we will be launching to reduce illegal poaching activities, and so our sustainable development and SDGs come next, Mr. Speaker. Our administration proudly presented Belize's voluntary national review at the United Nations, showcasing our commitment to aligning national priorities with the Sustainable Development Goals. We ensured that voices from civil society, youth, academia, and the private sector were heard on the global stage, highlighting Belize's achievements and aspirations. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that beyond policy and planning, tangible investments in our communities are essential to improving the lives of our citizens. And that is why, through our partnership with the International Organization for Migration and with financing from the European Union, we have delivered real, on-the-ground results. We constructed a polyclinic in Docron 1, built hurricane shelters in Santa Familia, Docron 1 and Docron 3, expanded and upgraded water systems, drains and culverts, and renovated and retrofitted schools in Los Tambos, Esperanza, and Billy White to also serve as hurricane shelters. Additionally, we equipped villages with a fire bowser and firefighting equipment. Altogether, these initiatives represent nearly $7 million Belize in community investments, directly enhancing resilience, safety, and quality of life across our rural communities, directly benefiting more than 5,000 residents. Thanks to the Republic of China Taiwan's support, we launched the Flood Warning Capacity Improvement Project, equipping leaders across 10 communities as certified first responders along the Makal and Belize rivers, enhancing our emergency response capabilities during extreme weather events. This is Plan Belize 2.0 in action, delivering tangible results and building resilience for all Belizeans. Now, looking at biodiversity, our natural wealth, our natural asset, Mr. Speaker, our National Biodiversity Office supported 18 co-management partners and 24 protected areas, mobilizing over $3.3 million in external funding. We advanced legislation, built national conservation frameworks, and initiated financial planning for biodiversity governance. Belize is protecting nature. We are showing how nature can pay for itself and uplift our people. That's right. This year, we will roll out site-specific business plans, formalize co-management systems, and pass legislation to strengthen the National Biodiversity Office as a cornerstone of environmental governance. In the upcoming fiscal year, we will continue to work with the Corozal Sustainable Future Initiative to explore the expansion of the Northeast Biological Corridor, connecting the northern protected areas with central Belize. Looking at the Escazú Agreement for public participation in action, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that all we do at the ministry is done in a transparent and participatory manner, we signed and ratified the Escazú Agreement. This agreement signals that government guarantees access to environmental information, public participation in environmental decision-making, and access to justice in environmental matters. In rolling out this agreement, we completed our national implementation roadmap, engaged over 100 stakeholders, and will now continue to strengthen our processes that foster access to environmental information and public participation. The work continues. Mr. Speaker, this year, our ministry will drive transformative actions to secure Belize's sustainable future. We will strengthen solid waste management in the north with the opening of the Orange Walk Transfer Station, launch a nationwide ban on single-use plastics, explore innovative waste-to-energy solutions at Mile 24 Regional Landfill, and recycling of organic programs. Through our climate finance unit at PACT, we will mobilize $12.7 million for conservation, and through reaccreditation from the Adaptation Fund, we hope to unlock an additional $40 million for climate resilience. Through the rollout of the National Protected Areas Business Planning Framework, NBio will support co-management partners in the development of site-specific business plans, enabling diversification of financing mechanisms and improving long-term operational viability. This will reduce dependency on public financing and foster economic resilience within conservation efforts. Again, our ambitious 1 million tree, 1 Future Belize campaign aims to commence the planting and distribution of at minimum 50,000 seedlings, increasing to 200,000 annually, significantly enhancing our forests and carbon capture capabilities. Additionally, we intend to pass the Carbon Markets Bill, which will enable private sector involvement in climate action through carbon markets. We'll streamline environmental clearances for green projects, update key legislation including the PACT Act, the NPAS Act, National Integrated Water Resources Act, Forest Act, and Wildlife Protection Act, and continue the impactful campaigns like the Have Civic Pride and Breathe to boost public engagement and awareness. We will strengthen our policy and strategy frameworks, updating the National Climate Change Strategy, water policy, and forest policy. Our new sustainability dashboard will track every investment and outcome transparently under Plan Belize 2.0. Finally, the ministry plans to enhance enforcement measures under the Forestry Act with the establishment of a mangrove unit, greater collaboration with NGOs on wildlife and forest protection, and an EIA monitoring body. All these will support greater protection of our natural resources, ensuring compliance across Belize. Conclusion, building the future we deserve, Mr. Speaker, this budget is a budget of transformation. It goes beyond mere promises, but delivers real results. Mr. Speaker, we are on track. We are leading the region in climate transparency, building hurricane shelters, cleaning our communities, restoring our forests, empowering our youth, and attracting millions in external resources. Our ministry, Mr. Speaker, is not on autopilot. Our ministry has a mission. It has a plan. As I move to close, it would be remiss of me, Mr. Speaker, to not acknowledge the hard work and unwavering support of the staff of the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change, and Solid Waste Management, fueled by the dedication of some 200+ public officers. I especially extend my gratitude to Dr. Kenrick Williams, the former CEO of the ministry, and in the same vein, extend a warm welcome to my new CEO, Ms. Milagro Matos, who has hit the ground running. By extension, I wish to recognize my hard-working executive committee from the Cayo Northeast and my super strong village councils for their hard work and support. Mr. Speaker, much of the work we have done comes thanks to the partnership and collaboration of our partners in development. We are building a Belize where no community is left behind, where nature and people thrive together, and where development is done right. We are transforming promises to action. And, Mr. Speaker, I also take this opportunity to thank the Honorable Prime Minister for his support in getting the road from Spanish Lookout through the Crown 1, Billy White, Santa Familia, and onto Billy Tree paved. The earthworks have commenced, and in less than 18 months, This road improvement should be completed, serving several communities and thousands of commuters and other business users. I also wish to thank the Honorable Julius Espet for living up to his promise and commitment for relocating portions of the structure of the Hallover Bridge for the construction of a bridge across the Belize River from Santa Elena to Santa Familia. The work has commenced, and when completed, it will facilitate access to several communities and at the same time cutting 7 miles between our municipality and areas beyond Santa Familia village. Also, Mr. Speaker, to thank the Honorable Anthony Mahler and the BTB for their support in the construction of the first phase of the first ever boardwalk along the Bacal River and the construction of the first of 2 filtration systems of grey waters emanating from the market area and before entering the Bacal River. Mr. Speaker, also thanks to the Deputy Prime Minister. Through his lands department, we were able to distribute 229 lots in Los Tambos village, and we have currently surveyed some 500 more in Billy White village. And also last year, we were able to hold a vital stats clinic at the Anglican school compound in San Ignacio, where we were able to provide some type of service to at least some 300 persons in just 2 days. Truly, the citizens of this country have recognized that this is an administration that turns promise into performance. And more is yet to come. With the step and track, vamos bien. Mr. Speaker, I support this budget. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Belmopan.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so very much. Single space, 15 minutes. Mr. Speaker and members of this honorable House, I rise before this esteemed House with a deep sense of duty and unwavering commitment and in support of the General Revenue Appropriation Bill 2025-2026. Mr. Speaker, this budget is not merely a financial plan. For my ministry, it is a national security strategy in motion. It is Plan Belize 2.0 in motion. We live in a world of evolving threats that require that our soldiers and sailors be both flexible, resilient, in order to effectively defend the territorial integrity of our jewel and safeguard its sovereignty and its people. Before I continue, I want to acknowledge my predecessor, the Honorable Representative from Corozal Southeast, Honorable Florencio Marin Jr., the previous Minister of Border Security, National Defense and Border Security, who I worked with over the past years and with whom we laid a solid foundation for the future success of the Belize Defense Force, Belize Coast Guard, and the JIOC. With that foundation laid, we can now further enhance the capabilities of our security forces. Mr. Speaker, from the moment the responsibility of being the Minister of National Defense and Border Security was entrusted in me by our Prime Minister, my team and I have hit the ground running. And I mean literally running. We have accomplished a lot. We have completed an analysis of our borders and territorial waters, including a visit to each conservation post along the western border, along the southern border, and the Hunting Key Forward Operating Base. And I have asked and deployed the staff officers within my ministry to conduct an analysis of Yaweda Camp and the Sarstone Forward Observation Base, Operating Base. See, Mr. Speaker, for so many years, the Belize Defense Force camps were left to deteriorate to the point where we can't even repair anything anymore. It was a struggle in the first period. Myself and Minister Marin worked tirelessly to give the minimum to the soldiers of the BDF and the Coast Guard. If you're with a camp, Camp Belisario, Price Barracks, camps that had been abandoned, and it hurt, because I was part of the institution for over 22 years. And when I left, we never had that sense of despair. But we have worked, and we have worked tirelessly to ensure that the soldiers and sailors get what they deserve. A lot has been done. And we started with Price Barracks, where the headquarters of our military is, where the training for our soldiers is conducted. And I must say that in the last few months, we have opened a brand new accommodation barracks for Price Barracks. We have opened a brand new kitchen and dining area in Price Barracks, and we have refurbished many of the soldiers' accommodations and ablutions in Price Barracks. But a lot more needs to be done. After discussions with those on the ground, those that work day and night, those that are out there on the border, maintaining military presence along our border, making sure that we can sleep well at night, we fine-tuned our already established plan for the usage of this budget, and my team and I came up with the following strategic priorities. Mr. Speaker, welfare. The success of the Ministry of National Defense and Border Security starts and ends with the soldiers and sailors. Taking care of them must always be our #1 priority. There's an old saying that goes, mission first, people always. And I am proud to say that with the support of our Prime Minister, the Ministry of National Defense and Border Security and Plan Belize 2.0 will always put soldiers and sailors first, while ensuring that the mission is being accomplished. In this financial year, the welfare of the soldiers and sailors will be taken care of through, #1, the Belize Coast Guard Pension Plan. I must give thanks to Cabinet, who have already supported and approved the rollout for the members of the Belize Coast Guard who have valiantly served our great nation to be entitled to the very same established pension plan that exists within the Belize Defense Force. This is not just a small thing for the sailors of the Belize Coast Guard. For so many years they have been advocating, and all what they want is to get what is due to them. I must say that this pension plan is a small but monumental token of appreciation that did not exist before for those in the Coast Guard who have served our great nation. But this mighty plan, Belize 2.0, is fulfilling the mandate given by the people, recognizing the need for it, and now the members of the Belize Coast Guard and the BDF can enjoy the same pension package. Since 2019, and when we came in government in 2020, there has been the standing issue with the salary for members of the Belize Defense Force. For far too long, members and soldiers of the Belize Defense Force have been receiving their wrong salary. It has gotten to the point where we have approved, and thanks to Cabinet, we have approved jungle and maritime allowance and bush allowances to every member of the Belize Defense Force. However, we need to fix their salaries. This is for 2019. You know. Well, I am happy to report, Mr. Speaker, that these irregularities will be corrected, and they will be corrected by the end of July. In the end of July, we will receive their just salaries and the 2 allowances that have been approved, retroactive, you know, so a nicely amount that each soldier will be receiving at the end of July. Thanks to the Prime Minister and Cabinet, those who in the past, since 2019, have received our payment won't be required to pay it back. Cabinet approve and say, you know what, it will be given to them as wali ex gratia payment. Right? They have worked hard, they deserve it, and they will be taken care of. These are the BDF, you know. This is Belize, this is Plan Belize 2.0. These are the master plan of everything that puts people first. Never, ever. In the Belize Coast Guard, for so many years, we had similar issues. Wrong pay, increments are delayed for so many years. We have now put together a number of staff that will be solely responsible to making sure that members of the Belize Coast Guard get their salaries adjusted and get their true salaries by the end of this year. In continuing with Plan Belize 2.0 and People First mantra, a comprehensive analysis and overhaul of the rations and all those services that are tendered for the Belize Defense Force and Coast Guard have been conducted. It is simple, Mr. Speaker. Plan Belize 2.0 and this government will work, and it will work hard, it will work relentlessly to ensure that our soldiers and sailors are receiving only the best. In infrastructure, as I toured and visited the various camps in the country, we have identified the need for significant infrastructural upgrades. And within this budget, Mr. Speaker, those upgrades will come. We will be upgrading the parade square at Price Barracks. We'll be upgrading the barrack rooms all across the BDF camps. We will build a females accommodation at the Belize Coast Guard base. We will upgrade the sporting facilities that are being used in the different camps. We're going to pave the road going to Big Creek Coast Guard base, and we're going to build a new kitchen and a new health care center at Fiaweda camp. All of these infrastructure work thanks to Plan Belize 2.0. These projects represent just a few of the infrastructural upgrades we will get done. In addition, we are working with our allies and partners across the world to access funding to upgrade our forward operating bases and conservation posts, putting priority to Cadenas OP that we lost in the wildfires of last year. In equipment and training, Plan Belize 2.0 is completely committed to allocating the necessary resources for the Belize Defense Force and the Belize Coast Guard to fulfill their mandate of protecting our great nation and its people. Several key equipment purchases will include weapons, ammunition, technological and force multiplying assets that are required to ensure that our soldiers and sailors, our men and women in uniform, have the equipment they need to accomplish their duties. Plan Belize 2.0 and this financial budget is also allocating the necessary resources to conduct an intake of 150 recruits for the BDF and an intake of 50 sailors for the Coast Guard. Early next year, another 150 soldiers for BDF and another 50 sailors for the Belize Coast Guard. For the first time, Belize will be hosting Fuerzas Aliadas in 2027, and this is an exercise that brings together special forces competitors from all across the Americas, and it comes with a lot of upgrades for infrastructure, and it is an honor to host Fuerzas Aliadas 2027 in Belize. Mr. Speaker, this plan is ambitious, but the plan is realistic. Plan Belize 2.0 has laid out the path and the framework, and it has allocated the necessary funds for the Ministry of National Defense and Border Security, BDF, the Coast Guard, and the JIOC to fulfill their mission while putting soldiers, sailors, and the people of Belize first. Mission first, people always. But I cannot stand here and support this budget without first acknowledging the great support that the people of Belmopan has given me. In the last elections, in the last national elections, the people of Belmopan gave me, for a second term, their approval, and it gave me that honor to represent them, to be elected as their voice, the voice for Belmopan, a city that continues to grow, to thrive, and to deliver real results. I must thank them from the bottom of my heart. As I moved around Belmopan and campaigned, we connected, we discussed, and we know that the way forward was through a People's United Party government and a People's United Party representative. I am truly humbled and honored to be that representative. This year's national budget, as outlined by the Honorable Prime Minister, sets a vision for continued recovery and development. My duty here is to speak on how this vision takes root in Belmopan, how promises have been converted into real, visible performance for our people. Mr. Speaker, few things are more symbolic of progress than bridges, structures that connect our communities and bring people closer. I am proud to say that in Belmopan, we not only build one bridge, we never build two, we build three. For over 13 years, residents of the J&W area of Belmopan suffered every time there was a flooding. Some of them are glad that they flooded because they're not going to work. And the children were, oh, no class tomorrow because the bridge flooded. Well, you know what? Thanks to the collaborative effort of Minister Julius Espat and MIDH, J&W now has a spanking new bridge. No more will those people from J&W have to stay home because of any flooding. And we never only build the bridge. The road is being paved all the way from the George Price Boulevard all the way down to the community that has just been opened a few weeks ago. 5 years. In 5 years. You imagine that? These are not headlines. These are hard infrastructure projects that change the lives of everybody every single day. 50 new houses were delivered to proud owners. 50. In addition to the others that were built in Belmopan over the last 4.5 years. And when you go and you visit and you sit with these families, and I can relate with the Deputy Prime Minister when he said that his cement bungalow house changed his life. These people's lives have been changed. And in over 80% of the houses that have been built, it is no longer a one-bedroom house. It is a two-bedroom house and three-bedroom house. That is Plan Belize, ladies and gentlemen. And if you think that a cement house can change your life, well, let me tell you, I never grew up in a cement house. I grew up in a thatch house. And I never grew up in my own lot. My dad had to squat when he came to Belmopan many years ago. And he built a thatch house. But the biggest thatch house in a Salvapan at that time. So I was proud, Deputy, that when they asked me where you live, I live in a big thatch house. The big one. With the blue tarpaulin. And when those lands were surveyed and issued, and my dad finally got the opportunity to say, this is our lot. This is where we are going to build our house. It changed everything. Because I remember that when I went to join the Belize Defense Force when I was 18 years old, I still gonna be at the creek. My ma put up one little clothes in a my little bag and give me one little shampoo and say, go hurry, go bathe because the bus swaying. We never had no running water. We didn't have any electricity. We didn't. I joined the Belize Defense Force and I had to go and be at the creek before I got in the BDF camp. Everything changed when my dad got that piece of land and he started building his house. Why? Because then he had a paper in his hand, and I still remember discussing the mortgage and where he's going to get this loan for this house and what would have been our contribution to this house. Because the following year after I joined the Belize Defense Force, I got the opportunity to study in England. I went to the Royal Military Academy of Sandhurst, the most prestigious military university in the world. I live boy for Salvapan, you know, in the big thatch house. That was in 1993. And when I left for Sandhurst, I'm going to be at the Seine Creek, Deputy. Seine Creek. I used to call it La Posona. That's where we used to go bathe and that's where we used to go get water for drinking. Everything changed when my dad got that little piece of land. Everything changed when my dad got his first loan to build that house. Because when I came back from studies, after 1 year in England, my family have a cement house. We ain't in the thatch house anymore, man had a cement house. Never have no zinc, it had cement top. Man had vision, the man had, had dreams that one day he may build upstairs. It not happen yet, but one day it will. So when the Deputy and the Minister of Natural Resources, in collaboration with us, came and said, you know what, we can get an additional piece of land for the expansion of Belmopan. I said, Deputy, let's do it. And now we have, right after this new development, an area that has already been surveyed and where we'll be distributing lots for first-time landowners. Deputy, thank you so very much. I really appreciate all you have done. One little piece of land could change the lives of so many. I had the first of 10 picnics, so I know it changed a whole lot of lives. Big family. It work out now because when I need something, we divide it by 10. If I'm only one away, then it may be divided by 1. Water and electricity are rights that every citizen and resident of Belmopan should have access to. And I am proud to say that Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the water expansion in the G&W area have been completed, and over 300 new parcels have access to water. The electrical expansion projects are also keeping pace. And now I can see the rows of lampposts in these new areas where roads have been opened and are a testament to a commitment to provide these vital utilities to our residents. Our infrastructure push didn't stop there. Major road upgrades have been done in the San Martin, Salvapan, and Belmopan area. And in those areas where once the road was impassable, roads have been made paved with effective drainage, and dozens of other streets in the outskirts of Belmopan have been bulldozed open and made all-weather so residents can finally access their lots and start building their homes. There has been over 25 miles of new access roads that the area of Belmopan and the J&W area that we have opened. Areas that had never been opened before have access now, and if you go to those communities right now, the amount of infrastructure, the amount of houses that are being built is impressive. We have also invested in lighting most of our parks and community spaces in different areas of Belmopan, and it gives our families more places to gather and recreate. GG Field is being used every day. Devon Beaton Park has gotten benches and tables and pathways and light. And of course, I have to brag about the Sir George Brown Park, which has become a central gathering place for residents of Belmopan. And not only with the largest Christmas tree in the country last year, or with the changing themes throughout the year, but Belmopan has become the envy of many who come and take pictures and put up family pictures, and it has become, that park has become a place where families can come and recreate. It has become our Belmopan Central Park, correct? For Valentine's, I can remember my team saying, we have to do something. We have to do something. And it became the Love Park. For Easter, it became the Easter Park, and the crosses stood tall. For Mother's Day activities, the team flashed bright and had the I Love Mommy things here. And for every occasion, the team has come together and made sure that the park is redecorated, and it has brought joy to many, many families. But these projects are not just abstract policies. They are the results of walking every street, listening to residents, and acting with purpose. I must thank the Prime Minister, and I must thank Ministry of Health, because for decades, families in Belmopan have been waiting to be included in the National Insurance Program, Health Insurance Program. Well, this year it is going to happen. Thanks to this administration, over 93,000 residents of the Cayo district, and this includes Belmopan, will now be covered under NHI. This is our big thing. It is a huge thing. How many requests do we always get for assistance for health, assistance for hospital? Every time I go to the office, I have a whole amount of requests. But we didn't just stop at this policy. We are now laying the groundwork for a brand new tertiary level hospital in Belmopan. This facility will serve as a cornerstone for healthcare delivery for both the central region and the southern region. Mr. Speaker, Belmopan is home to some of the country's most vibrant and promising young people. We are proud of institutions like Belmopan Comprehensive School, which is free education. And I was speaking to some parents last weekend as we watched a football game at the Isidore Beaton Stadium. And they were telling me how they are so glad that your son got accepted to Belmopan Comprehensive School because you don't have to pay. Say, and not only I don't have to pay, say, but then they give me uniform and my son will get lunch. So many things that are happening with this budget. This is a real free education for every student who wants to study. All you need for go to go to school and study. I never had the opportunity when I was younger, and my parents worked really hard to ensure that the 10 of us got an opportunity for education. My dad did not go to school, my mom never finished high school, but if there was one thing that my parents instilled on us was education is going to break barriers and education is going to make you better than who I am. And I had my days at the farm planting corn and rice. And I said, you know what, I think I should go to school better. Because this is not the life I want. But thanks to the effort and the hard work of my parents, the 10 of us got the opportunity. And I have younger brothers who are engineers and entrepreneurs and who have done very well because of education. Education gave us opportunities. And that same opportunity that I got because of education, I can see now where those children that would never have gotten that opportunity can now go to Belmopan Comprehensive School and get free education. The budget includes funding for the Healthy Start Feeding Program and internet access to schools. These initiatives have benefited and will benefit hundreds of students across Belmopan, ensuring that no child is left behind due to hunger or lack of connectivity. In fact, St. Martin Primary School now feeds students that come to school without a meal. All they needed in St. Martin Primary School was a start. And they are feeding over 100 students every day, breakfast and lunch. Teachers eat it too? Yes, of course. But I must say that this budget provides an opportunity for everyone. We have a very vibrant sportsing activity in Belmopan, and every year I am proud to have sponsored the Mundialito. 26 teams participate every year, and we do it twice a year. 26 teams, and includes both male and female from 8 years all the way to 17 years. And when they came and said, you know what, we have a lot of football happening in Belmopan, you know, we need to light up the football fields around Belmopan. We did it. And every football field right now in Belmopan has adequate stadium lights so that these kids can go and practice in the evenings, and all football teams that are in the first and second division can have a place to practice. Because we're serious about sports in Belmopan. But our stadium, Isidore Beaton Stadium, has taken its toll. It has been overused. It is now showing signs of wanting repairs. But I have been assured while speaking to the Minister of Sports that Isidore Beaton Stadium will be rehabilitated and we should soon have it completed, new turf, and it is going to be made up to FIFA standards. So we will be working together with with FFB to ensure that the Isidore Beaton Stadium be brought up to FIFA standards as it was in the past. As I mentioned before, in partnership with the Ministry of Infrastructure and Housing, dozens of families in Belmopan finally receive affordable housing. $100 is affordable. I can tell you that there is one family, one older special needs lady who received the keys to a house, and she is promptly every Friday $25. She go pay $25 every Friday. It has changed her life. It has changed the lives of her children, and it has saved her from paying rent in Belmopan. Every Friday, pay at least $25, $100 a month. Thank you again, Deputy Prime Minister, for your commitment in ensuring that the expansion of Belmopan happens, that there are more lots available for those first-time landowners, and soon we'll have this other area where we are pushing roads and making sure that the infrastructure reaches it, and those persons who have applied will get access to their lots. Mr. Speaker, citizen security is a growing concern. And in this budget, there has been increased allocations for youth anti-violence multi-sectoral programs, and Belmopan is to benefit from these programs targeting at-risk youths with counseling, mentorship, and skills training. There's already cameras being installed in various areas of Belmopan to identify and prosecute those that insist on breaking the law. The substation that we opened in the Belmopan area has made it more effective in policing the outskirts of Belmopan Central, and it is with a permanent detachment of about a dozen police, and it has been working well. People feel safer. It has made a difference in the lives of the San Martin, Salvapan, and Mayamopan area. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Prime Minister spoke about economic recovery, fiscal discipline, and historic investments in people. I support his words, but in Belmopan, we match those words with results. We don't wait to campaign to fix roads. We don't wait for election season to hand out titles, and we don't wait for election season to make empty promises. We deliver in performance. To the people of Belmopan, I say, your voices matter. Your struggles are not ignored, and your dreams are guiding our every decision. We have come far. There's a lot more to do. But together, with discipline, with purpose, and with heart, we'll continue to build a Belmopan where no community is left behind. Belize forever. Belize Belmopan always. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I fully support this budget.
I recognize the member from Orange Walk North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening, everyone, or good night. Good evening. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this 2025-2026 budget. But first, I would like to ask your permission to thank the beautiful people of Orange Walk North for having delivered me back to this honorable house on March the 12th. Muchas gracias a todos ustedes, la bella gente de Orange Walk Norte, de Trial Farm, de Otrobenque, San José, San Pablo, San Juan, San Antonio, Santa Cruz, San Román, San Luis y Douglas. Muchas gracias a todos ustedes por haber depositado ese voto de confianza en nosotros, en mí, y también ayudar a hacernos gobierno, retornándonos aquí en la Casa de Representantes de Belice. Así que seguiremos trabajando para un Orange Rock Norte mejor, de prosperidad económica, desarrollo infraestructural y personal, de paz y felicidad. Gracias una vez más a todos ustedes. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to refer to my notes. When the People's United Party took office in 2021, we were still in the COVID-19 pandemic period, and it had serious detrimental effects on students, teachers, and the whole education system. Our students, especially, fell behind in many ways. According to the Inter-American Development Bank, the IDB, the average mathematics score among fifth graders or Standard 3 students dropped by 36% between 2018-2019 and 2021-2022 school years. Among the Standard 6 students, the average mathematics score fell by 41%. The average test score in English decreased by 26% among Standard 3 students and by 15% among Standard 6 students. Also, in the same school years, class or grade repetition increased from 6.2% to 10.4% among Standard 6 students. In this same period, the dropout rate increased from 4.9% to 6.1% among Standard 3 students. These are figures from the IDB. Mr. Speaker, these are some of the challenges that the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology under this Briceño administration faced from the start of our first term in government. So from early in our term, Mr. Speaker, this government took the necessary initiatives to restore and to transform our education system in innovative and creative ways that serve our students and teachers better, and that usher in the increased use of technology in our schools to prepare our students for the rapidly advancing environment in the educational, business, and career world. These initiatives have given good fruit, Mr. Speaker, as they have reversed the trend in the dropout rate and the repetition rate. For example, there has been an increase in student retention and secondary school completion. For example, repetition rate has dropped from 7 to 4% in primary schools and from 9 to 4.9% in secondary schools. That's up to 2024. The dropout rate at secondary schools also, Mr. Speaker, has decreased from 9.6% to 3.5%. Those are great accomplishments over time, in such a short time. So today, Mr. Speaker, we can point out to these many advancements that the ministry has accomplished in this transformation and how farther forward we will continue to make education meaningful, substantive, relevant, and avant-garde. Mr. Speaker, technical and vocational education and training, that has become more crucial as Belize becomes more industrialized and as more investments are made in business projects that require workers with technical and vocational training and skills. We must strive to equip our Belizeans first before we resort to importing skilled labor. In 2021, the Statistical Institute of Belize reported that less than 2% of our labor force had completed TVET training. Years later, Mr. Speaker, that figure has remained largely unchanged. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the development of the Belizean woman and man is imperative and indispensable because it is they who provide the labor, the capital, and the skills which underpin our economic growth and development. And it must be the Belizean woman and man who benefit from these developments. And so, the TVET sector is undergoing a significant policy transformation driven along by industry partnerships. And we are looking towards the establishment of the National Training Agency, the NTA, which will have the responsibility of coordinating, monitoring, evaluating the TVET programs to see that the program is on track. In line with these objectives, the 2025-2026 budget allocates the resources to operationalize the newly drafted National TVET policy and to establish and activate the National Training Agency. Funding is also allocated for the drafting of a comprehensive TVET Act. The mandate of TVET in Belize will be revitalized. Another major provision in this budget is to increase enrollment in the ITVETs by establishing a dedicated scholarship fund, and special emphasis will be made in attracting more female students to enroll in all the TVET programs across the country. To continue the preciously valuable investment in our young students, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology will continue to progress in the development of STEAM education. In 2023, this government pioneered into establishing the ITSAT, Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts and Mathematics, the STEAM Academy. This is the first STEAM public high school in Belize and in the region. The ITSAT STEAM Academy focuses on STEAM education while also adhering to and fostering competency-based learning as mandated by Belize's National Curriculum Framework. The 2024-25 budget provided resources to the ITSAT STEAM Academy for remuneration of teachers and staff and for the operational costs of the academy. And this 2025-2026 budget will continue to fund the ITSAT STEAM Academy to continue providing Belizeans with high-quality, optimal STEAM education at affordable rates. This, Mr. Speaker, evinces our government's continuous commitment to STEAM education for the development of our Belizean students. In 2023-2024, the ITSAT STEAM Academy began with an enrollment of 65 students in first form. In its second year, enrollment expanded to include second form and reached to a total of 131 students, a 100% increase. An additional 75 students are expected to enroll for the 2025-2026 academic year, bringing the total to approximately 200 students. Funds will be allocated also to establish the ITSA STEAM Academy as a national training hub for the upcoming maker laboratory spaces in selected secondary schools. These maker spaces will provide hands-on, creative ways to encourage students to design, to experiment, to build, and to invent. Preliminary designs for the construction of the 6 STEAM pavilions across the country are being reviewed. These STEAM pavilions will be equipped with a science lab and a maker space, along with a music recording studio. The Ministry of Education, Science and Technology will expand access to STEAM education nationwide by setting up these labs in secondary schools across the country. We will begin with 1 in each district. Training programs, in fact, programs for teachers in STEAM education that are facilitated by the ministry have been launched already, and 114 teachers have benefited from these training programs in STEAM. The ministry will continue to use STEAM training to maximize the development of our human capital. On the digital front, Mr. Speaker, the 2025-2026 budget will further enhance technology integration and innovation to enrich teaching, learning, and assessment. The 501 Academy website, Access 501, and the 501 Historian, a recently launched AI chatbot, are digital tools that reflect this commitment to transformation. I highly recommend everyone to visit these sites and explore what they have to offer. I also encourage everyone, especially our students, to make use of the use spaces in their districts. They are very exciting, innovative, and helpful. For example, the 501 Historian is designed to assist teachers in developing lesson plans related to Belize's history, and it will be expanded also to cover other content areas shortly. It's an exciting time, Mr. Speaker, and the 2025-2026 budget will also add 70 new schools to the Connect Ed program, which is the Internet for Schools program. And we will still continue to support the 213 schools that are already connected. So there will be 283 schools of the 306 that are connected to the Internet. This now expands coverage to over 27 additional students across the pre-primary, primary, and secondary levels. By 2026, more than 4,000 teachers and 93,000 students will benefit from having access to all these technological integrations and innovations. It is important to mention, Mr. Speaker, that a school qualifies for free internet access if it falls within the internet grid provided by BTL. For schools outside of this grid, they will be connected as soon as the infrastructure is extended to their communities. The ministry continues to explore alternative solutions for these pending schools. In fact, Mr. Speaker, as the Honorable Prime Minister stated in his budget speech, $2.2 million in capital investments have been allocated for the Internet for Schools program for this budget. Mr. Speaker, especially in these current times, our focus must also be on more learning every day and at every opportunity. Because in our world, dynamism keeps multiplying and innovation continues to amaze and startle us every day and at an ever more increasing pace. Recognizing emerging national and global education developments, in 2022, the Ministry of Education and its partners introduced the National Curriculum Framework, the NCF, which is a competency-based approach designed to transform teaching, learning, and assessment in primary and secondary schools in Belize. During the 2023-2024 academic year, the National Curriculum Framework was implemented at the primary level, piloted at the secondary level, and launched at the pre-primary level. By the 2024-2025 academic year, the NCF was fully implemented across all three levels. These milestones reflect the impact of consistent and strategic budgetary investment aimed at revolutionizing education in Belize. And this 2025-2026 budget will continue to support teacher training and the development of national assessments aligned with the National Curriculum Framework at the pre-primary, primary, and secondary levels. It will also support the transformation of teaching and learning by providing high-speed, quality internet to these 283 primary and secondary schools. Additionally, the ministry will allocate funds to integrate the Teacher Learning Institute with the Belize Education Management Information Systems, enabling teachers to easily access their continuous professional development history and other key information such as employment status, license information, qualification, etc. more efficiently. Mr. Speaker, I must make mention of our government's commitment to providing students with healthy and nutritious meals daily through our National Healthy Start feeding program. Because for us to learn and to produce, we must be properly nourished first. Good nutrition is a primary pillar of our own human existence, and our students must be as well nourished as possible to be able to learn and become productive citizens. And so, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology will continue to sustain and to expand the National Healthy Start feeding program to ensure that Belize has more healthy students. In this school year, 2024-2025, 56 primary schools with a total of 6,800 students are benefiting from this program. At the secondary level, 22 high schools with over 8,000 students are beneficiaries of the National Healthy Start feeding program. And we thank the Republic of China, Taiwan, who had generously partnered with us, with the ministry, to fund this program. For the 2025-2026 budget period, the government of Belize will fully sustain will continue to sustain the feeding program. In effect, these student meals will cover almost 20,000 students and will account for an additional $12.5 million in this year's 2025-2026 budget. The ministry remains committed to this mandate. The ministry remains committed to its mandate under the Sustainable Development Goals number 2, to reduce hunger, and the SDG Sustainable Development Goal number 4, to ensure inclusive and equitable access to quality education for all children. And in addition to covering meal-related expenses, the ministry will also allocate funding to schools for upgrading kitchen equipment and carrying out infrastructure repairs. This program, Mr. Speaker, is fully implemented and managed at the school level with oversight by the Ministry of Education. These meals must meet the guidelines outlined in the school feeding program menus and protocols. In addition, the ministry has drafted the Belize School Food and Nutrition Policy, which aims to empower healthy behaviors and healthy choices in school children in primary and secondary levels from ages 5 to 16 years. By optimizing school environments, nutrition, education, and healthy activities, this food and nutrition policy seeks to strengthen children's development, including their education, nutrition, physical fitness, mental well-being, and lifelong healthy habits. Mr. Speaker, these achievements and aspirations aforementioned provide true testament to the trend-setting continuous commitment of our government to the development of the Belizean man and woman through education, which is of high quality, relevant to our country's and world's needs, and innovative in putting Belize at the forefront in the development of our human capital. We believe in the Belizean people, Mr. Speaker. We believe in Belize. Therefore, we must continue to invest in our students and teachers to produce the best Belizean brains and minds that will continue to forge an advancing Belize for their generation and for those who come after. The decisions we make today will impact the lives we live tomorrow, and I am certain that one of the best investments made is in the education of our Belizean children and students. That is why, Mr. Speaker, education has been made universal and free at all government schools by this PUP government. Over $10 million will be invested in the education assistance in tuition, uniforms, meals, devices, and transportation for the education upliftment program, the students in that program. And the progress, the enrollment in that program, Mr. Speaker, rose from 947 students to 12,000 students in those under 12 years. That's amazing in this short time. That is why new and innovative programs have been launched under this government. That is why an avant-garde school such as the ITSAT STEAM Academy was conceived, planned, designed, launched, and operationalized by this government. Because we are a government for the people, we are about development, progress, and growth that will benefit all Belizeans as equitably as possible. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to address some matters from my constituency of Orange Rock North. I want to assure the people of Orange Rock North that progress will continue under your PUP government led by the Honorable Prime Minister John Briceño. We will continue the paving of streets, the renovation of parks, the improvement of football fields with lights and bleachers, the improvement of basketball courts and other sports courts, the continuation of sports tournaments, the building of more homes, the issuing of lands, making lands available. Thanks to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Lands, the people of Trial Farm will be getting the first batch of the lands that they applied for shortly. Thanks a lot. And that will continue throughout Orange Rock North, also identifying parcels that can be subdivided and given to the people who need it most, especially the first-time landowners and young family fathers and mothers. We'll continue with sports programs, and we will also continue with the assistance for education. I am here to serve and to make life better for the constituents of Orange Rock North. I will continue to push for the paving of the Santa Cruz San Antonio Road and the San Pablo Nuevo San Juan Douglas Road, the San Roman Road, as much as possible so that one day we can make it a reality, and I know it will happen. These roads are essential for the transportation of sugarcane and other crops to their respective markets. Hundreds of students travel on those roads daily to go to school. Hundreds of working Belizeans travel those roads every day to go to work in town or in Belize City. Hundreds of villagers travel these roads daily to take their produce to town or to Belize City or to buy necessities for their homes or for their work. As your area representative, I feel with you, and that is why I am working towards these goals, because it is only under a PUP government led by our Prime Minister, the Honorable John Briceño, that these developments have become a possibility, because we serve the people. We are here to serve the Belizean people. Only a PUP government cares for the Belizean people. Only a PUP government works day and night to make the lives of Belizeans better every day. Mr. Speaker, once more, on behalf of the people of Orange Rock North, I support this budget. Thank you very much. God bless.
Honorable members, this meeting is now suspended and shall resume tomorrow at 9 a.m. Members, I respectfully remind you that to please be on time so we can be seated to start on time, since we have a long day tomorrow. Thank you and have a good evening, everyone.